suddenly called out. Jiang He instinctively looked back at Ji Qingzhou. She smiled at him, her eyes curved, and her gaze playful, her voice sweet beyond belief. Why not try walking 2 steps to the right? Yes, that way. Jiang He was so distracted by her smile that he didn't notice the coldness hidden in her voice. Without thinking, he took 2 steps toward the direction she pointed. He didn't realize that beneath the seemingly safe, white snow was a thick layer of ice. As soon as Jiang He stepped on it, he instantly lost control and fell backward. He shouted in fear, flailing his arms desperately trying to grab something to steady himself. But the more he moved, the more unbalanced he became. Seeing Jiang He about to fall into the snow again, Ji Qingzhou shouted in surprise and quickly went to help him. Jiang Jiqing, don't move. I'll help you. Unexpectedly, although she usually acted unfriendly toward him, she was secretly nervous and caring now. Jiang He was deeply touched. He didn't notice when Ji Qingzhou had already moved in front of him and pushed a shoulder. I have no strength left, Jiang He. Jiang's pupils shrank. Before he could react, amidst Ji Qingzhou's painful voice, he rolled down like a snowball, tumbling all the way without stopping. Yowl, yowl. Jiang He shouted loudly as he rolled, until he reached the foot of the mountain, nearly dizzy, and finally stopped. Ji Qingzhou was lying on the edge of the cliff, watching Jiang He fall into a mess, and unable to get up. She then coldly said, I'm really sorry. But compared to the safety of the researchers, this troublemaker, who only disrupts the plot, was nothing. She turned around and left immediately, giving Jiang He no chance to cheat his way through the scene. Without the obstacle, her journey up the mountain was very smooth. Before heading up, Ji Qingzhou prepared well, bringing ice axes, crampons, and other tools suitable for climbing snowy mountains. With these tools, she quickly reached the top of the mountain. However, finding someone in this icy, snowy land was not an easy task. Comrades, our research base is in a remote area, hard to find even in normal times, let alone in this freezing weather. We can't rely solely on the rescue team. We must find a way to save ourselves. Melting the ice and snow came from warm, sincere hearts. These researchers were rare, highly educated people of this era. Many of them endured harsh conditions and stayed here working because of their noble ideals. Now, the environment in the research base was no longer suitable for storing some experimental samples. Even for the sake of these valuable materials, they had to find a way to escape. That said, actually carrying out such a plan was extremely difficult. All the heating and warming devices in the base are used up, and the doors are frozen shut. All the power lines are short-circuited, and now we can't use electricity at all. The underground exit is completely buried under snow, and we are trapped inside. Everyone, don't panic. There must be a way. Shen Yunqing bit her dry lips, trying to comfort everyone while thinking hard about how to escape. She is a young girl who just graduated, so she naturally feels nervous in such a difficult situation. But in times of danger, it's important to stay calm. Shen Yunqing could clearly hear her own heartbeat pounding loudly in her ears. She took a deep breath, stretched out her frozen, pale hands, and tightly gripped the frozen door lock. Then she kept rubbing and blowing warm air on it. This method is weak, but it's better than just waiting to die. Other researchers also followed her example, trying to melt the ice with their body heat. They kept trying for a long time. Just when everyone was trembling from the cold and their lips turned purple, the door lock finally made a soft click sound and was turned open. One by one, the researchers came out. Seeing the snowy, white mountains outside, they were so excited they almost cried. We made it out. We really made it out. Shen Yunqing's eyes shone brightly, and she felt very happy too. But soon she noticed that Professor Yu had fallen behind and wasn't with them. She didn't hesitate. She quickly dragged her frozen legs back to find Professor Yu, then carried her out. Professor Yu has old health issues and can't stand the cold. Her breathing was getting weaker. Seeing Shen Yunqing risking her own safety to save her, Professor Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, and her eyes filled with tears. Yunqing, you're so young. Staying in the cold too long can cause irreversible harm to your body.
Don't worry about me.
You should take the data down the mountain first. I'll wait for rescue. Shen Yunqing moved slowly but firmly interrupted her. No, Professor Yu. You said our research institute is like a whole. We all have to leave together. Professor Yu couldn't argue with her and could only sigh helplessly, feeling regretful about her weak body. But as Shen Yunqing said, no matter how tough the conditions are, none of the researchers suggested giving up. The people leading the way earlier tightly held their data and research results, protecting them with their own warmth. Even though walking in the snow was very difficult, they had no strength left and had to lie on the ground, but they still insisted on climbing down the mountain. However, the rare heavy snowstorm showed no signs of stopping. The snowflakes, like goose feathers, fell thicker and thicker, piling up into deep snow layers. As walking became even harder, more and more people collapsed from exhaustion. Shen Yunqing watched familiar faces fall into the snow, feeling very sad and worried. In this cold weather, her colleagues had no good way to stay warm. After being cold for so long, they couldn't hold on much longer. If no one came to help, many might freeze to death in the snow. But the way down the mountain was too long. Shen Yunqing tightly held Professor Yu on her back, but she could feel her strength slipping away. She was barely holding on with her last bit of willpower, just to avoid falling herself. Professor Yu's voice was already hoarse. Yunqing, leave me here and go on without me. If I keep going, I'll only slow you down and get you into trouble. Shen Yunqing knew she didn't have the strength to carry anyone else down. But she couldn't just abandon her respected teacher and run away alone. Professor, please hold on a little longer. I will definitely get you down the mountain. She comforted him mechanically, but her heart was growing more helpless. Just as she was overwhelmed with despair, she remembered her parents' blurry faces. Since they went abroad, she couldn't remember exactly how many years it had been. Shen Yunqing was almost forgetting what they looked like. All she remembered was the warm, gentle look in their eyes when they looked at her. She didn't know how her parents were now or if they were safe, but she might die first. Shen Yunqing couldn't help but sniffle, feeling very sad. Then, the image of her brother Shen Huai appeared in her mind. I regret it, she whispered softly, only for herself to hear. I wish I hadn't argued with you last time. I'm sorry, brother. Shen Yunqing tightly pressed her lips, but couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She always thought she was a sensible girl. But for some reason, whenever she saw Shen Huai, she couldn't help but act stubborn. She knew that every fight with Shen Huai was mostly her own fault, but she just couldn't control herself. Shen Huai. Her faint voice was drowned out by the sound of wind and snow. Thinking of Shen Huai, she almost couldn't hold back her tears and softly called out his name. She really wanted to see him one last time before she died. As soon as she finished speaking, a shout suddenly came from ahead. Rescue team is here. We're saved. Shen Yunqing's heart trembled suddenly, and she instinctively looked up. She saw a tall, familiar figure dressed in military green climbing up the mountain against the light. For a moment, she thought she was mistaken and whispered to herself, Shen Huai, is that really you? The next second, Shen Huai locked onto her position in an instant and strode toward her against the wind and snow. His eyes, so familiar, showed no blame, only deep pain and helplessness. Besides Shen Huai, there were also Xia Yanbei and other soldiers from the Liberation Army. But Shen Yunqing couldn't see anyone else. Her hands trembled as she handed Teacher Yu to others, feeling completely exhausted. Just as she was about to collapse, a strong, powerful hand supported her. Shen Huai instinctively wanted to pat her head, but restrained himself before doing so, calling her name instead. Yunqing, are you okay? Shen Yunqing didn't speak. She used all her strength to hold him tightly, very tightly. Brother, you really came to find me, or am I just seeing a hallucination before I die? Shen Huai was stunned. Before he could feel uncomfortable about the rare intimacy with Shen Yunqing, he felt sorry for her situation. Xia Yanbei watched the subtle interaction between the two with a slight frown. But he usually didn't like to interfere in others' affairs. After confirming that Shen Yunqing and Teacher Yu were safe, he simply led his men to rescue the unconscious researchers. He had just carried an unconscious researcher when he heard footsteps coming from the mountain path. Ji Qingzhou, on her way to the research base, encountered a group of trapped villagers. Since she couldn't carry them all down alone, she decided to bring them up the mountain together. She briefly exchanged glances with Xia Yanbei to confirm their safety, then quickly got busy. I brought some hot water bottles in my bag. Please help share them with each other. The villagers and researchers who could still move came forward to help her. Under her guidance, they warmed the more seriously injured companions. Among everyone present, Professor Yu was the oldest, and she was also in poor health, making her condition the most serious. Ji Qingzhou didn't hesitate. She took her medical kit and knelt in the snow to start rescue work. Her movements were professional and quick. Soon, under her care, Professor Yu's breathing gradually returned to normal. Ji Qingzhou felt relieved and didn't rest for a moment. She immediately checked the others one by one. Thanks to her efficient treatment, the frightened and anxious people were quickly and thoroughly calmed. Once everyone was warm, they felt much better. Although they still stayed in the snow, it was at least less difficult to endure. After making sure no injured person was left behind, Ji Qingzhou organized the medical supplies and packed them away. Then she hurried to check on Shen Yunqing. Seeing the siblings hugging so tightly, she didn't think much and simply asked softly about Shen Yunqing's condition. "Yunqing, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Hearing the familiar voice, Shen Yunqing snapped out of her anxious state. She looked up from Shen Huai's arms. When she saw that the visitor was Ji Qingzhou, her clear eyes lit up instantly. For a moment, Shen Yunqing ignored Shen Huai entirely and hurriedly called out to her, "Shen Huai." The warm embrace suddenly felt empty, and the cold wind made it seem even lonelier. Shen Yunqing, however, seemed unaware of his disappointment. She didn't look back and threw herself into Ji Qingzhou's arms, holding her tightly. "Qingzhou, why did you come here? It's so dangerous." "Shen Huai. Does that mean brother isn't dangerous?" Ji Qingzhou instinctively hugged her back, thinking Shen Yunqing was frightened, and quickly spoke in a gentle voice to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The rescue team and I are here. Nothing else will happen. It's completely safe now." Shen Yunqing responded softly with a nasal tone, but her face was buried in Ji Qingzhou's shoulder, and she refused to lift her head. Only her ears, which were red, were visible outside. She thought about how she had clung to Shen Huai just now and almost broke down. Her emotions were too out of control. The snow was still falling, and it seemed to be getting heavier. Most people hadn't fully recovered yet, but staying on the mountain in this situation would only be more dangerous. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai quickly ordered everyone to hurry and take people down the mountain. "Yunqing, how are you? Can you walk by yourself?" Shen Yunqing touched her leg and shook her head with a bitter smile. "Maybe because I've been exhausted and frozen for so long, I can't move my legs anymore." She kept leaning toward Ji Qingzhou as she spoke, as if trying to avoid Shen Huai. Ji Qingzhou noticed her little awkwardness, but didn't think much of it. He just thought that the siblings hadn't seen each other for a long time, so it was natural to feel a bit unfamiliar. In this urgent situation, everything else was secondary to survival. Ji Qingzhou didn't see any problem between them and said without hesitation, "Yunqing, the way down the mountain is difficult. Let your brother carry you." Before Shen Yunqing could finish her sentence, Shen Huai had already stepped in front of her, kneeling on one knee with his back facing her. "Yunqing, stop messing around. Be good." Shen Huai's voice was deep, and Shen Yunqing didn't say a word. His back was broad and straight, just like she remembered. His tone when speaking to her was normal, with no sign of anything unusual. He seemed just like a caring older brother. Shen Yunqing let out a breath of relief, but inside, she felt strangely annoyed. Forget it, she thought. Acting shy wasn't her style anymore. She pressed her head against Shen Huai's back and closed her eyes, pretending to be unconscious. Men and women are different, and Shen Huai also intentionally kept some distance, only holding her knee. But that soft touch was so strong that it was hard to ignore. The girl's gentle fragrance mixed with the cold wind, entering her nose. Shen Huai moved his throat slightly, focusing on the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei were walking together. Because he was worried the path downhill was slippery and difficult, Xia Yanbei held Ji Qingzhou's hand the whole time, not allowing her to let go. The man's brows were tightly furrowed. He was watching the path carefully and also worried about her going up the mountain alone earlier. Did you encounter any danger on the way up? Did you fall? Ji Qingzhou thought carefully for a moment. The only thing that could be called dangerous on the way up was Jiang He, and she had already taken care of him. Ji Qingzhou honestly shook her head, smiling sweetly with pursed lips. You care about me that much? Xia Yanbei wanted her to be more serious, but when he saw her expression clearly, he paused slightly and his eyes softened with tenderness. Just as he was about to speak, a few villagers nearby started praising Ji Qingzhou. Ji Jiqing is really amazing. Even though she's from the city, she's better at finding the way up the mountain than us villagers. Yeah. The path we took just now was very remote. Hardly anyone from our village knows it. It's impressive that Ji Jiqing found it and knew it wasn't blocked. Truly remarkable. The villagers were very curious and kept asking Ji Qingzhou about her secret for finding the way. Ji Qingzhou smiled calmly. It's just good luck. After all, she had already walked this path once in her previous life, so it wasn't surprising she could find it. Everyone continued down this small trail, approaching the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, a tall and heavy villager lost his footing and stepped into the snow beside the trail. Just as everyone was holding their breath in concern, the villager looked up in shock. Why does it feel so soft? Ji Qingzhou looked at him for a while, then suddenly remembered something. Wasn't this the place where Jiang He had fallen earlier? Everyone stared at each other in silence. After a long wait, Jiang He, who had fainted from the cold and was now being shaken awake, brushed the snow off himself and sat up abruptly. Ouch, that hurts so much. Why didn't you just step on me to kill me? In the eyes of the onlookers, he blushed with shame. After catching sight of Ji Qingzhou, his face darkened visibly, and he clenched his teeth in anger. Jiang He felt he was increasingly unable to understand Ji Qingzhou. If he didn't know she had always loved him, he might even suspect she had truly changed and wasn't just trying to upset him on purpose. When he noticed that he was trying to make eye contact with Ji Qingzhou, Xia Yanbei's face visibly turned cold, and he stepped directly between the two of them. The man appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was a bit annoyed. Jiang He couldn't see Ji Qingzhou, so he had to sadly withdraw his gaze. He stood up with the help of the villagers and was about to politely thank them when he heard the villagers complain with disdain. It's a good thing Ji Jiqing didn't bring him up the mountain with her earlier. With his weak little body, he might have slowed us down a lot. Ji Jiqing probably wasn't coming to help rescue, right? I think he got stuck halfway and needed us to save him, Jiang He. Never mind, these villagers are narrow-minded. He chose not to argue with them. In his heart, Jiang He silently comforted himself as he steadied himself on his knees. Just then, Shen Huai came down carrying Shen Yunqing on his back. Before he could greet him, the words got stuck in his throat. Jiang He's expression changed as he recognized Shen Huai as Xia Yanbei's comrade. He didn't know that Shen Huai and Shen Yunqing were siblings, but instinctively, he felt a strong sense of danger. The girl, with a pale face, kept her eyes closed and didn't notice Jiang He's presence at all. Shen Huai noticed Jiang He's gaze and looked over briefly, then quickly lost interest and looked away. He softly called her name, his voice clear and pure, but with a hint of tenderness. If you're tired, tell your brother. Be careful. Falling asleep in this environment could cause a fever. Shen Yunqing responded half-heartedly, clearly not paying attention. Shen Huai felt helpless but couldn't scold her, so he tried to coax her into talking to him. Even between siblings, such affection was rare. The more Jiang He thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. His eyes on Shen Huai carried a hint of hostility. He increasingly felt that this person was here to steal his wife. Although I don't fully understand Jiang He's way of thinking, his eyes clearly show his intentions. Anyone can see he doesn't have good plans. Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei, though newly married, have already developed a good understanding between them. Without needing words, they exchanged a look and stepped forward together, blocking Jiang He's view. Their attitude clearly shows which side they are on. Jiang He was so angry he almost had a heart attack, while Ji Qingzhou continued to make subtle remarks about him. Some people can't even afford a mirror at home, but there's always one in the bathroom. They don't realize their own worth and still dream of better things. Everyone can see he's fed up with him. He keeps staring outside like he's waiting for something. People who don't know might think there's a new staff member at the research base. Xia Yanbei nodded in agreement. Yes, Qingzhou is right. But it's okay. I have a lot of strength. If needed, I can lift him up and shake him a few times. Jiang He was forced to recall the humiliating memories of being called a little landmine. He's really tired of these wild people. Jiang He was so angry with these two that he was about to explode. At this moment, the clinic was crowded. Fortunately, Ji Qingzhou arrived just in time, and none of the researchers were injured. There's no serious problem. Just keep warm. Also, pay special attention to your bruises and injuries to avoid secondary damage, which could lead to habitual fractures. Old Prung prescribed medicine for the researchers, and everyone crowded into the small room. Because of the cold outside, the room felt especially warm. Ji Qingzhou helped prepare the medicine. Besides the researchers, there were villagers and the soldiers guarding the sacrificial pit. Recent natural disasters and accidents had made the clinic busier than usual. Master, I still have some frostbite ointment left, but not much. I'll give it to everyone today so they can start prevention early. Winter in the countryside is very cold. No one knows if it will snow again. Heavy snow could block roads, making rescue efforts much harder. They prepared in advance to prevent problems before they happen. Old Peng opened the frostbite ointment and sniffed it. A strong herbal scent fills the air. It is a common medicinal herb used to prevent frostbite. The ingredients are fine, but it shouldn't be stored for too long. Okay, you take this to them and tell them what they need to watch out for. Outside, it's freezing cold. Everyone is busy with their own tasks. Ji Qingzhou carefully reminds them of everything, big and small. Finally, when she can rest, she remembers Xin Yunqing and wonders how she is doing now. In the past, Ji Qingzhou never imagined she would get along so well with the original heroine. She gently leans on her, and Ji Qingzhou's heart melts. She also wonders how her brother has been taking care of her. Ji Qingzhou holds the medicine and goes to another room. Because the researcher needs to observe her body closely, Ji Qingzhou takes her to a different ward. I saw some scratches when you arrived. I'll help treat your wounds first. If your body isn't seriously hurt, you can go back to the farm today. The clinic isn't a place to stay for long. When dealing with patients, Ji Qingzhou speaks softly. Shen Yunqing still remembers Ji Qingzhou's beautiful face when she saved her. In that bleak moment, it seemed like the whole world lit up. Now, seeing her again makes her genuinely happy. I see there are many people here lately. Have you been working hard these days? I can come myself next time to help lighten your load. Shen Yunqing usually acts cold and distant, but suddenly she shows a shy, girlish side when facing Ji Qingzhou. Ji Qingzhou keeps working, disinfecting with alcohol and cotton swabs. She rolls up Shen Yunqing's sleeve with one hand. This won't take long. These are minor cuts, so don't worry too much. Just be careful not to get them wet when you go back. Ji Qingzhou lowers her head. Her hair smells really nice. She wonders what shampoo she used. Shen Yunqing's eyes sparkle with admiration, clearly showing her awe. Ji Qingzhou smells nice, different from those men. She spends every day in the lab. Seeing beautiful people now makes her feel pleased. Thank you, Qingzhou. The experiment is at a critical stage. If you hadn't come in time, we might have delayed the results. Shen Yunqing sincerely thanks her. Everyone hoped to stay in the clinic. Unless there was an emergency, no one wanted to slow down progress. If Ji Qingzhou hadn't rushed over with a medical kit to save many colleagues, things might have been much worse now. The data from the experiment was very important. Luckily, no one was seriously hurt, which was the best outcome. Ji Qingzhou gently wiped her wound with a cotton swab, feeling a cool sensation. Shen Yunqing was surprisingly not in much pain. Ji Qingzhou thought about the ending in the book. Because of Jiang He, Shen Yunqing's experiment data was delayed, and to show himself as a hero saving a damsel, many researchers were frozen to death in the snow. Thinking of such a terrible story, Ji Qingzhou cursed silently. The book was badly written. Even though the characters were just fictional, it was unnecessary to make them seem so foolish. Jiang, he was always useless. Not only did he not help Shen Yunqing's work, but he also seemed like a burden, holding her back from doing important work for the country. People like him should stay far away. Fortunately, it was not too late. They still had a chance to change things. After preparing the medicine, Shen Yunqing's arm was injured, and her other hand was swollen and red from the fore. Ji Qingzhou took a spoon, blew on it gently to cool it, and then fed her. For the first time, Shen Yunqing enjoyed being fed medicine by a beautiful person. She was covered with a small blanket, and the room was warm and cozy. She half closed her eyes, feeling comfortable like a cat finding a warm corner in winter. Your skin is sensitive. The back of your hand is a bit red and swollen, but it's normal. I'll find a warm towel for you to apply. After you go back, be careful not to touch water. It should get better by tomorrow. Ji Qingzhou was thoughtful and prepared. Luckily, the clinic had everything, so there was no need to panic. Shen Yunqing's skin was delicate. Ji Qingzhou thought that people with allergies were already hard to take care of. But Shen Yunqing only had 4, and her hand was already swollen quite a bit. They were all from the capital, and their living conditions were not much different.
Yikwingsho understood.
She went to the other room, got some hot water, and carefully found a new towel. After soaking it in hot water, she applied it to Shen Yunqing's hand. The liquid in the 4-tube quickly started to produce steam. After being heated, the pain lessened a little. Ji Qingzhou continued to give the medicine, while Shen Yunqing looked at her side profile. She was very beautiful, especially her side face. Her high nose bridge and well-defined features made her look bright and striking, like a celebrity poster in a mirror. Shen Yunqing suddenly blushed. She wanted to tell Ji Qingzhou that she was pretty, but before she could speak, the door to the ward was opened. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai came in from outside. The man pushed open the door, bringing in cold air from outside. Ji Qingzhou turned her head to look and quickly put down the medicine bowl. There's no warm air in the room. Please close the door quickly. There are many injured inside, and cold air will make more people catch colds. Shen Huai closed the door swiftly. Seeing Shen Yunqing's face turn red, he looked a bit confused. Yunqing, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? After saying that, he looked at the table, where Shen Yunqing's unfinished medicine was almost gone. The man reached out a hand to check her temperature on her forehead. Shen Yunqing pouted and reluctantly moved away. She was originally admiring the beauty, and these two people came at the wrong time. Not only did they disturb her, but they also insisted she was sick. I'm fine. Maybe it's because the room is too warm. I just came in from outside, so my face is red from the cold and heat, she explained. What Shen Yunqing said made sense, but Shen Huai still felt something was strange. Noticing Shen Huai's gaze on her hand, Ji Qingzhou understood and handed him the bowl. She smiled and linked her arm with Xia Yanbei's. Having an older brother is really good. Look at how close you and your sister are. I've always wanted an older brother to take care of me, but unfortunately, I have a sister instead. We've been fighting since we were kids. Ji Qingzhou didn't dare say this in front of Ji Qingwan, or she might start crying and acting upset. Xia Yanbei saw her blinking and knew she was feeling guilty. He teased her on purpose. If your sister hears that, she might really get mad at you. Shen Huai and Shen Yunqing didn't say anything. They both lowered their heads, their eyes complicated, as if lost in thought. Ji Qingzhou was already pulling Xia Yanbei to go outside. Help me pour some hot water. It will warm everyone up. The water in the thermos had already been replaced by Ji Qingzhou earlier. She originally wanted to secretly replace it with spiritual spring water, but she was too busy these days and forgot. If Shen Huai had not just taken Shen Yinqing's medicine, she wouldn't know when she would have been delayed again. Xia Yanbei didn't refuse and followed behind Ji Qingzhou. He did whatever she asked, making him a good helper. This is specially reserved for you. I added some medicine to ward off the cold. The weather is quite cold, so please take a cup for my mom. Once all the water was replaced with spiritual spring water, Ji Qingzhou took out 2 cups from the innermost drawer. They were her new thermal cups, labeled with Xia Yanbei and her mother. She didn't know what else she could do for them. But outside, it was freezing cold. She hoped they wouldn't be troubled by it. Xia Yanbei glanced at the cups, which contained red dates and slices, warm in his hands. Thank you, Qingzhou. Don't worry about me and Auntie. I will protect them. Ji Qingzhou helped him straighten his collar. It's not really about being tired or not. I heard it might snow tonight, and the mountain roads are difficult to walk. You must be extra careful. I'll be waiting at home for your return. Her movements were gentle, and her eyes softened with warmth. This winter seemed to have an unusually heavy snowfall, and Ji Qingzhou's worries were not unfounded. Almost every winter, someone slips and falls from the mountain. Falls are minor injuries, but the real concern is internal injuries. Medical conditions here are not very advanced. From the countryside to the city hospital takes at least an hour. And if it snows, it becomes even harder to ensure safety. Xia Yanbei's leg was still not fully healed, so Ji Qingzhou naturally didn't want him to tire himself out too much. But he was a soldier. Xia Yanbei wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms. He touched her long hair. She had been busy these days, and Ji Qingzhou was exhausted. Thank you, Qingzhou. Once everything here is settled, I will return to the army. I will apply for family residence, which will make things much more convenient. The countryside is no match for the capital city, and Ji Qingzhou has been spoiled since childhood. He doesn't want their marriage to cause Ji Qingzhou's living conditions to decline. Ji Qingzhou gently touches his forehead with one hand, a smile still in his eyes. I understand you're doing this for my sake, but the countryside has its own good points. We should try to do something ourselves. We need to think of ways to change it. Ji Qingzhou turns to look outside the window, where everything is covered in white snow. In the capital, if they had salted the roads early, the snow might not have been so heavy. But without such thick snow, they wouldn't experience the warmth and cold of human kindness. Everyone works together to clear the snow in front of their doors, with bright red lanterns hanging at the entrances. When winter arrives, it creates a festive atmosphere for the new year. Ji Qingzhou just wants to join in, even if it's in the countryside and the environment isn't perfect. But the warmth on people's faces here always makes people feel happy. Their conversation isn't long before Xia Yanbei looks up at the clock on the wall. The sun outside has risen a bit more. If they don't clear the snow now, it will freeze at night, making the roads even harder to walk on. Today, the production team organized villagers to clear the snow and make a path so researchers can return to the research station. I need to go now. Ji Qingzhou nods. Although he wants to stay a little longer, now isn't the time. The busier they are, the more they need to keep each other in mind. Ji Qingzhou hands him a thermos. It's cold outside, dress warmly. Your leg is just right now, so don't stay in the snow for too long. Be sure to wear your knee brace. His words seem to suggest that Xia Yanbei might be going far away. Take your medicine on time. You might not be able to do rehab exercises recently, but don't slack off. Once this period is over, I'll give you a new prescription. Xia Yanbei gently pats the girl's shoulder. They hug tightly, then quickly part. Take good care of yourself. When the weather gets clearer, I'll find someone to fix the roof. It might be cold inside, so don't kick off the blankets at night. Ji Qingzhou nods and waves goodbye. She sees a neighbor already heading out with a shovel. Go quickly, don't keep them waiting. Ji Qingzhou watched everyone leave up the mountain, feeling a bit heavy inside, but mostly full of respect. It seems that no matter when, there are always people going against the flow. Matters related to the country, young and old, all participate. After Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou left, the atmosphere in the house was clearly a bit strange. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other alone for a long time, Shen Yunqing lowered her head, clutching the blanket tightly. That was something Ji Qingzhou had brought her, worried she might be cold. Yunqing, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. I am your brother, and I've watched you grow up. Even if your parents are not here, I can help you make decisions. Shen Huai stirring the medicine gently, the dark herbal soup smelling very bitter. But when he came in and saw Shen Yunqing with Ji Qingzhou, he looked quite satisfied, as if the medicine had honey in it. Shen Yunqing's head lowered even more, seeming to want to speak, but finding it hard. The man's voice was deep. Come home this spring festival. Your parents aren't here, and I will be there too. He sat on a nearby chair, his voice calm and steady, with little emotion. You ran here without saying a word, and you don't plan to go back for the spring festival? Under Shen Huai's series of questions, Shen Yunqing finally looked up. She looked into his eyes, their gazes crossing, reflecting each other's images in their pupils. I didn't say I wouldn't go back, but you're already married, and the family probably doesn't need me alone for the new year. On the contrary, the countryside might be more lively. I've never liked coldness since I was young. Shen Yunqing's voice sounded a bit lonely. She sniffed, showing no emotion. Shen Huai was surprised, a hint of doubt in his usually calm eyes. What Shen Yunqing said was strange and confusing. Shen Huai sat in front of her, tapping her forehead with his finger. Where did you hear that from? When did I get married? He was confused. He had heard about rumors before, but such strange stories about himself were hard to accept. Shen Yunqing suddenly looked up, meeting his gaze. Last year, I even heard you say you wanted to go on a blind date. You said the other person is a good girl and you've already gone on a blind date. After this past year, you probably haven't gotten married yet, right? This doesn't seem like Shen Huai's style. He is usually very decisive. If he likes a girl, he wouldn't wait this long. From her few words, Shen Huai guessed some information. You probably didn't come to this remote mountain research station just because of that, right? Shen Yunqing blushed and shook her head. I just think I should do something I can in a job I like. You're busy with work, and I'm bored at home. She lowered her head, afraid to look Shen Huai in the eyes. Part of it was true, but she also received an invitation from Professor Yu. Shen Huai casually stirred the medicine with his spoon, his throat moving. Don't overthink. It's a misunderstanding. He didn't seem to want to explain, which made Shen Yunqing very anxious. She wanted to keep listening, but also didn't want to show her feelings too clearly. Shen Yunqing tightly held the blanket with both hands, her face showing nervousness. What misunderstanding? I remember when I signed up to go to the countryside, you were already preparing to report your marriage. Shen Yunqing pouted. Besides, what misunderstanding could there be? He didn't get to choose what kind of sister-in-law she would be. But she was eager to leave that home. And she wanted to escape from him too. She couldn't understand why she felt so suffocated and pressured. Shen Huai rubbed his forehead and sighed. It was Shawa, that who arranged the blind date. The original match was for him, but you know him. He doesn't care much about these things. Still, he couldn't ignore the elder's wishes, so I had to step in and refuse on his behalf. It was just a small favor among friends. But after that, Shen Yunqing seemed to vanish into thin air. Even when she later decided to go to such a remote village, Shen Huai didn't stop her. She should have had her own choice. He just wanted to support her silently, as her parents requested before they left for the last time. It's been a year since we last saw each other, but now, the siblings are growing more distant. Many words are stuck in Shen Huai's throat, and he doesn't know how to say them. I only went to the appointment, didn't even have a meal with her, paid for Shao's food, and she later ate with her friends. How is that considered dating? I don't even know her name. If you talk about marriage, it's even more ridiculous. A hint of helplessness flickered in Shen Huai's eyes. Like before, he gently pinched Shen Yunqing's face with one hand. The girl's face was already thin, and Shen Huai's fingers were a bit cool, making her cheeks turn red instantly. Shen Yunqing mumbled softly, but couldn't hide her happiness. In fact, you don't need to explain anything to me. I'm just your sister. It's your freedom to marry whoever you want, and you're already quite old now. Before she finished, Shen Huai pinched her cheek again. The man irritably handed her some medicine. Don't worry, I will never leave you alone. Hearing this, Shen Yunqing looked up and something deep inside moved. She said nothing. Watching her swollen hand, Shen Huai soaked a towel in hot water again and replaced it with a fresh one. You like doing research and there are many good places in Beijing. There's no need to come here. The conditions in the countryside are tough. Shen Yunqing, who was spoiled since childhood, found it really challenging. Before leaving, her parents repeatedly warned Shen Huai not to let Shen Yunqing suffer. There's nothing wrong here, except that the conditions are a bit harsh. Everyone is very friendly. Compared to Beijing, I think this place has more warmth. Shen Yunqing looked at the new hot towel in her hand, and some of her thoughts quietly began to change. But she still didn't hold back her words. Your way of doing things is wrong. Jingzhou just taught me that. This towel is too hot, and it's uncomfortable to put on my hand. A moment of stiffness appeared on Shen Huai's face. All right, Ji Qingzhou can do no wrong. He was about to say something, but Shen Yunqing continued. I really like this place. If possible, I would prefer to develop here long-term. Even if the conditions are tough, I don't mind. She has been living here for nearly a year, working alongside her colleagues and watching the experiment data gradually produce results. She knows that Shen Huai does not mean to criticize her efforts, but this place holds many memories from her past year. The young girl naturally cannot stand hearing any negative comments about herself. Shen Huai nodded and placed a hand on Shen Yunqing's head. Shen Yunqing's face was always rosy. As long as you like it, that's enough. You can think it through yourself. Your brother will always respect your choices. She wasn't running a fever, but her complexion looked unusual. The man's sudden tenderness made Shen Yunqing feel a bit uncomfortable. She lay back on the hospital bed, looking at the 4 drip on the stand. There was still a lot of liquid inside, and once the drip finished, it would probably be afternoon. Brother, I'm a bit tired. I want to rest for a while. Shen Huai helped her cover the blanket and closed the window in the ward. The cold air outside was cut off. Shen Yunqing didn't feel very sleepy. But with Shen Huai here, the two of them in the room, there weren't many topics to talk about. Besides casual chatting, only awkward silence remained. To avoid discomfort, Shen Yunqing could only pretend to be tired. She thought she wouldn't fall asleep, but after a little while, she lost consciousness. Maybe she was too exhausted lately, and she didn't notice what Shen Huai did afterward. Shen Huai sighed helplessly, a complex look flashing in his eyes that even he didn't understand. Rest well. When you wake up, everything will be fine. He glanced outside the window, where everyone was busy clearing the snow from the road. Soon, a small path appeared, winding up the mountain. The man tiptoed out quietly. When he closed the door, Shen Yunqing, who had been closing her eyes, opened them again. She clenched the corner of the blanket tightly, and a wave of sadness slowly spread in her heart. Shen Huai, if only you were my brother. Shen Yunqing had always known the secret of the Shen family. But she wasn't sure if Shen Huai knew. He had always listened to their parents. She looked at the snow outside the window and sighed softly. Honestly, she didn't want this brother at all. Master, I can go alone. You're getting old, and if you come with me up the mountain, something might happen. How can I explain it to everyone later? The injured at the health clinic have received basic treatment. Ji Qingzhou plans to go with the team to the back mountain to find the archaeologists. Old Peng is exhausted and in pain. Over the past few days, due to the weather, his old back pain has flared up again. Even sitting inside the house, he often sweats cold from the pain. Ji Qingzhou doesn't want him to take risks. His health is declining. The snow on the road hasn't melted yet, and the mountain snow has turned to ice. We young people find it difficult, let alone an older person. I'm old, but I'm not useless yet. Don't worry, I'm going to help the injured, not hold everyone back. Ji Qingzhou is stubborn and looks at Xia Yanbei with some difficulty. She secretly hopes old Peng can rest well. But the old man keeps thinking about the archaeologists on the mountain. Including her mother, everyone has been working hard, digging through the snow these days. So far, they've unearthed more than 100 artifacts. Even Ji Qingwan occasionally stays at the sacrificial pit. Mr. Peng, let's first go up the mountain to check the situation. If everything is fine, you don't need to go. If there are difficult problems Ji Qingzhou can't solve, I will find someone to come and help you. Xia Yanbei's plan is reasonable. Old Peng, even if he is worried, can't insist now. He finally agrees but looks seriously at Xia Yanbei. Yanbei, I know you're a reliable kid. Qingzhou hasn't been feeling well, and during her time learning with me, I've been most concerned about her health. If she goes up the mountain, you must protect her well. Xia Yanbei's gaze is firm. To reassure old Peng, his voice is even more confident. Don't worry. Whatever happens, I will take good care of Qingzhou. Old Peng glances at the setting sun in the west. He's been busy all day, and the sun is about to set. He waves his hand. Since the weather is still clear, hurry up and go. If anything happens, be sure to contact me immediately. Ji Qingzhou followed behind Xia Yanbei, step by step. In the vast snowy mountains, a few small moving figures appeared. Every time Xia Yanbei spoke, he would exhale a puff of white breath. Qingzhou, there are more rocks ahead, and the snow is very thick. When walking on the path, you must be careful. Ji Qingzhou had recently injured her leg and hadn't fully recovered. Seeing her uneven footprints, Xia Yanbei was worried and tightly held her arm. I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry about what my master said. He just thinks I'm too fragile, but he doesn't know that my health has improved recently. Although her physical strength was still not enough, climbing this mountain was not a problem. When they reached the top, the archaeologists were still working. The sky gradually darkened, and the wind from the west grew colder. Ji Qingzhou exhaled warm air and rubbed her hands, but her thick gloves didn't seem to help much at this moment. Mom, everyone has been working for so many days, and with so much snow on the mountain, you can't stay here tonight. We've discussed with the village secretary and the Women's Federation director, and everyone will go to the villagers' homes to stay. The heavy snow on the mountain could be deadly. Many of the archaeologists were older experts, while the younger ones could barely hold on. But for the elderly, overexertion and frostbite were double threats to their health. Chao Yunji looked at her colleagues busy excavating artifacts and instinctively wanted to refuse. But knowing her mother well, Ji Qingwan immediately grabbed her arm. Mom, health is the most important. We definitely can't stay here tonight. If everyone gets too tired, it would be a big loss. The village secretary quickly agreed. Ji Jiqing is right. He rubbed his hands, his hair thinning and turning pale. Now that it's cold and freezing, it's useless to risk our lives. It's better to rest well at night. Work when it's time to work, rest when it's time to rest. Taking care of your health is the key to future success. Chao Yunji nodded helplessly and looked at Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang wore a gray coat outside, which was already torn and full of holes. Several days of hard work had caused his eyes to become bloodshot. Dr. Jiang, maybe everyone should rest properly. The snow might not melt anytime soon. Dr. Jiang looked back and saw the last excavation pit remaining. If they worked a little harder tonight, their progress might be faster. They were racing against time to uncover the relics. Tonight, you take the team to rest and I will stay here. If anything happens, I will inform you immediately. Dr. Jiang cares deeply for these relics. If they're not excavated, he is fine with it. But once they are unearthed, he wants to do everything he can to let them see the light of day. Dr. Jiang, you are the leader. If you don't rest, others won't either. Ji Qingzhou saw things clearly. Archaeologists tend to be straightforward. Dr. Jiang is the leader, and the whole team has inherited his determined spirit. These relics are very important to us. If we're careless, others might try to steal them. We don't have much time left. If we don't excavate quickly, problems could arise. To avoid complications, he had to stay here himself to feel at ease. Even if the work couldn't be finished in one day, watching over it personally would prevent issues. Shen Huai's coat had faded a bit. He stepped through the snow, leaving footprints that crunched loudly. Dr. Jiang, our people will keep watch tonight. Nothing will happen. You just need to rest well. We're ahead of schedule, so you have enough time to recover. On the way here, the village secretary had already assigned rooms to everyone. Chao Yunji was staying at Yi Lanqing's house. The family was happily together, and they could get to know each other better. Dr. Jiang hesitated to look back, unable to refuse the younger team member's request. Seeing how thin and pale the archaeologists looked, he finally nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you. Everyone go back and rest well. When you're fully rested, we'll continue working." The crowd became lively. The excavation was more than halfway done, and soon they would be able to report back to Kyoto. Everyone supported each other as they came down the mountain, just like when they went up, lively and busy. Their hearts, still beating strongly, were not frozen by the snow. Jiang He, at the youth station, woke up to much better conditions than before. But he felt upset thinking that even Shen Yunqing, his firm wife, had been taken away by someone else. It made him feel very frustrated. He had his eyes on two people, but it seemed like fate was playing a joke on him. Unwilling to give up, Jiang He dressed quickly and wanted to find Shen Yunqing again. As he stepped outside, he saw Su Biqin and Yao Jia walking from afar. "Jiang the youth, you're awake?
How do you feel now?
I heard you're not feeling well, so we came right away." Seeing these two girls with faces as red as monkeys, Jiang He felt annoyed. Because he had slept for a long time, his head still hurt badly. What had happened before seemed like a blur. "I'm fine. Thank you for your kindness, but I have some things to do now, so I can't chat." After saying this, Jiang He tried to leave, but Su Biqin stopped him. She touched her well-combed braids, which she had carefully oiled before coming to see Jiang He. Her black hair and long braids looked especially bright in the snow. She didn't have the same good looks as Ji Qingzhou or Shen Yunqing. But overall, she was not bad in many ways. "Jiang He, are you really going to find Shen Yunqing? She's now at the health clinic, being cared for by many people. She's probably much more comfortable than you. I think you'd better not go and make things worse for yourself." Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei were both at the health clinic. Everyone knew Jiang He's feelings for Ji Qingzhou, but now she was married, and he had no choice but to change his target. His past actions had been exposed mercilessly by Ji Qingzhou, and not many people looked favorably on him. If he weren't from Beijing, with decent family conditions and the chance to go back someday, no one would bother to curry favor with him. Su Biqin only liked his good looks, which is why she eagerly tried to flatter him. Yao Jia wanted to grow her hair long, but her hair grew slowly. Ji Qingzhou's cut still haunted her as a nightmare she couldn't forget. She awkwardly brushed her short hair with her hand. Yes, now Shen Yunqing and Ji Qingzhou get along so well, they seem like the same person. Even if you go over there now, who knows how they might tease you. Jiang He's eyes flicked around. They were telling the truth. Although he felt embarrassed, he rarely argued back. "Who is the officer who has been pursuing Shen Yunqing recently? I've never seen him before. When did he arrive?" Su Biqin and Yao Jia looked at each other, both confused. "An officer? Pursuing Shen Yunqing? We haven't heard about this before. Did it just come out today?" To get the latest news, they often went to the clinic. Today, they hadn't had time to find out, and suddenly, this story appeared. While they were talking, they saw Shen Huai walking over from the opposite side. He was much taller than Jiang He. Shen Huai had handsome features and smooth lines. Even in the cold winter, his commanding presence didn't fade. His military boots were neat and quick on his feet. Next to him, Jiang He instantly looked less impressive, losing all his color. Jiang He clearly felt the change in Yao Jia and the other girls' eyes. Their admiration for him had turned into indifference. Jiang He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and looked toward Shen Huai. "It's him. When did he arrive? How far have things gone with Shen Yunqing? Don't you know?" Their eyes revealed all their thoughts when they saw Shen Huai. If they weren't scheming, their plans might have fallen apart. Su Biqin's attitude toward Jiang He was clearly becoming dismissive. Her smile didn't last more than a few seconds. "You're mistaken. He's not the one pursuing Shen Yunqing. He's Shen Yunqing's brother. They are siblings, although they didn't look much alike. And it seemed their personalities weren't very similar either." Jiang He stopped walking. "Siblings? He pointed at Shen Huai with one finger, his expression strange, almost in disbelief. Are you sure?
No mistake?
Yao Jia's short hair was blown up by the wind. She quickly tried to cover her freezing hand, but it only made her hair messier. Yes, everyone knows that. It seems their parents passed away quite early. Shen Yinqing was raised by her older brother, and I heard they have a very good relationship. Jiang He's cane tilted slightly as he thought about the strange atmosphere earlier. Something didn't feel right. But then he heard that Shen Yinqing was raised by Shen Huai, and he started to understand a little. Jiang He watched Shen Huai walk ahead, awkwardly using his cane, limping toward him. Big brother Shen, I heard it might snow again in the next couple of days. Yinqing is still at the health clinic. Do you need anything? I have friends in Beijing who can bring something over. Shen Huai felt confused. Who are you calling Big Brother Shen? Where did you come from? He glanced at Jiang He, who looked a bit familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Seeing Jiang He look confused, Jiang He spoke directly. Big brother, I'm Jiang He. We met a while ago, but you were busy then, so you might have forgotten. He reached out his hand. As the saying goes, a smile will win over others. I've been trying to pursue Shen Yinqing recently. She's beautiful, kind-hearted, and capable. My family is pretty well off too. We're both from Beijing, so we're a good match. He smiled foolishly, seeming to try to flatter Shen Huai. Although I'm currently in the countryside, I believe I am responsible. Trust me with your sister, and I'll make sure Yinqing is happy. Every word hit a nerve, and Shen Huai's face darkened instantly. He frowned, then looked Jiang He up and down. This man had slanted triangular eyes, with eyebrows and eyes very close together. His appearance didn't seem honest. Shen Huai pushed him aside silently and kept walking forward. This person was trying to pursue his sister for no reason. He had to see if he was qualified. Even without a mirror, he could tell. Wasn't there a bathroom? He couldn't see what he looked like himself? Did he think he was good enough? Jiang He had already walked far away, without a clear answer. He leaned on his cane, limping to catch up. Because he wasn't skilled with the cane, he almost fell. His funny appearance made Su Biqin and Yao Jia burst into laughter. Compared to Jiang He, Shen Huai is not very impressive, whether in appearance, temperament, or work. Shen Huai walks in through the snow. He entered with a gloomy face. Shen Yinqing took a bite of her apple, looking at him with suspicion. Brother, what's wrong? Is there something you want to tell me? She had been holding back for a long time. When she saw Shen Huai's third attempt to speak but stop himself, she finally couldn't hold it anymore. Shen Yinqing asked directly, sensing his hesitation. Shen Huai took the trash bin and placed it at her feet, then poured hot water for her. On my way here today, I met a strange person. He said his name was Jiang He and claimed he's pursuing you. How far have you two gotten? He thought for a moment and felt his question might be too direct. He lightly coughed near his lips and said, I don't mean anything bad. I'm your brother, just genuinely concerned about your life. Shen Yinqing tilted her head, seeming to think seriously. He's okay, I guess. We haven't really gotten to a serious stage. Just as Shen Huai was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Shen Yinqing talking to herself. He's indeed pursuing me. I did consider dating him at one point, but now I think work is more important. When Jiang He gave her the jade pendant, she felt a sudden, uncontrollable flutter in her heart. But that feeling was strange and hard to explain. Thanks to Ji Qingzhou's timely interruption, now she couldn't figure out what exactly was good about Jiang He. What was the reason for that fleeting moment of attraction? Shen Yinqing shook her head. I can't figure out what I was thinking. When your heart makes a decision, words can't really express it. Maybe it was just that we got along well at that moment, and I was caught up in the moment. She finished her apple, threw the core into the trash, and grabbed a piece of paper to wipe her hands. She casually said, He's okay, I guess, not noticing Shen Huai's face growing darker and darker. Shen Huai's voice, rarely cold and sharp, bit his teeth and said, That person doesn't seem reliable at all. He's got a lot of tricks and schemes written all over his face. I don't oppose you dating, but in the future, your partner must be someone trustworthy. Shen Yunqing didn't understand why he reacted so strongly. She scratched the back of her head with one hand, looking a bit confused. I haven't spent much time with him. Although there are some rumors, I don't think he's completely unreliable. Shen Yunqing was just speaking casually and didn't pay much attention to Jiang He. She looked up as she spoke, glancing at Shen Huai's colorful face, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Brother, you haven't even met him. How do you know he's not trustworthy? Shen Huai's chest felt tight, making it hard to breathe or swallow. No need to meet him. Some people's first impression is enough. Shen Yunqing nodded in understanding. So, what kind of person should I look for? How do I know if someone is reliable? Maybe someone honest, sensible, and with a good job, someone who can support a family, that would be best, Shen Huai sneered. If someone is too honest, they might be weak or just pretending. Where in this world are truly honest men? Shen Yunqing hesitated. If being nice isn't enough, then maybe good looks matter. At least they look pleasing. Or they have a good job that can support a family so I wouldn't have to work so hard. Shen Huai tapped her forehead with his hand. Always dreaming about unrealistic things. Will good looks fill your stomach? If your future husband is out there flaunting himself, you'll be the one suffering. Do you still want to be a housewife? When the days are easy, you'll probably be crying with nowhere to go. Shen Yunqing pouted reluctantly and dodged Shen Huai's hand. That doesn't work, and that doesn't work. So, what kind of person should I find? Could it be someone like you? She finished speaking and was surprised herself. But Shen Huai paused for a moment. He was silent for a few seconds before replying, someone like me isn't good either. When you need me most, I can't be there for you. I can never appear in time. The man hid the emotions in his eyes, but when he looked into Shen Yunqing's, there was a hint of bitterness. His heart had already gone off course. Finally, Shen Huai sighed softly, his voice very gentle. You're still young, no need to rush. Take your time to choose. Even if things don't work out, your brother can support you for a lifetime. Shen Yunqing bit her lip, feeling a sudden sourness in her heart, but then a voice interrupted her. What's wrong with Jiang He? Is he bothering you again? If he dares to come, I won't hesitate to break his legs. Before Ji Qingzhou's people entered, the words came from outside the door. Shen Yunqing heard the voice and immediately burst into laughter. Oh, Qingzhou is here. Shen Yunqing smiled happily. He wouldn't dare to come. He just mentioned it earlier. Ji Qingzhou was holding medicine and Shen Yunqing's condition looked better, but she still needed a few more days of observation at the clinic. That guy is so sneaky. Luckily, you're smart and didn't fall for him. Everyone knows about his past affairs at the youth station. He's just a show-off peacock, eyes shining whenever he sees a girl. If it weren't for that jade pendant with a special aura, few people would pay attention to him. Taking advantage of her special abilities, he shamelessly kept trying to impress others. Just thinking about it made Ji Qingzhou feel like she had stepped in dog. Shen Yunqing's smile didn't fade. She leaned over from her hospital bed. Ji Qingzhou angrily placed the medicine on the table. I don't know how he's doing with that widow now. They were always mysterious before. Many girls were tricked by him. Don't keep thinking about that bad guy. Men like him should be kept away. Ji Qingzhou spoke seriously, worried Shen Yunqing might have bad thoughts. Listening to their conversation, Shen Huai felt something was off. Earlier, Shen Yunqing's opinion of him was quite good, so why did Ji Qingzhou say he was utterly wicked? Shen Yunqing shook her still swollen hand, smiling like a flower. Yes, Qingzhou is right. Don't worry, I won't look at him again. That show-off peacock should be single for life. Seeing Shen Yunqing make her promise, Ji Qingzhou relaxed and placed the medicine in her hand. It's good that you understand. He's not a good person. Don't play with him. Be careful not to be influenced by his tricky ways. Shen Yunqing's dimples sank as she said, I'll listen to you. If he comes again, I'll tell you and we'll beat him up together. Oh, right, your health isn't good. I'll go first to save your arm from pain. As she spoke, she gently touched her own hand, pretending to be considerate. Shen Huai rarely feels truly stunned. He was silent for a while, listening to this strange conversation. It seemed something was a bit off. But when Ji Qingzhou said it, he didn't feel there was anything wrong. Shen Huai looked at Shen Yunqing with complicated eyes. It's been a year, and she has learned quite quickly. From how the two looked, Shen Huai also realized something. They chatted for a while longer, and Shen Yunqing's condition improved a bit. She had been recovering well these days, but she couldn't stay here much longer and kept saying she wanted to go to the research base. However, the snow kept falling, and the road was quickly covered again. Time is getting late. Rest well, and if you need anything, just call me. Qingzhou carefully helped Shen Yunqing arrange the blanket. She glanced outside the window. In winter, the days are especially short. Today, they hadn't done much, and it was already getting dark. Shen Yunqing nodded reluctantly. Her voice was soft, almost like a plea. Qingzhou, can you come earlier tomorrow? No one has been talking to me lately. I stay here alone, and I'm starting to feel a bit lost. She actually wanted Qingzhou to bring her some materials to look at, but she was afraid her brother wouldn't agree and would tell her to rest. Although Shen Huai came every day, the atmosphere between them was still a bit awkward now and then. Shen Yunqing instinctively wanted to avoid this kind of feeling. With Qingzhou around, she could often distract herself, and besides, the beautiful person looked so pleasing to the eye. Qingzhou nodded and agreed. Okay, if I have time, I'll come earlier. Shen Huai cast a faint glance at Qingzhou's departing figure. In his mind, he thought again of his mother's fragile figure. He shook his head, hiding his complicated emotions very well. Recently, he had been feeling anxious and uncertain, worried that he might have a bad premonition. It had been too long since he last received news from his parents. Qingzhou left Shen Yunqing's room and went to another room for preparing medicines. These days, Qingwan had been helping out, staying close to Qingzhou and Old Prung, and she had learned some things. Every day, besides helping to prepare medicines, she also helped with cleaning. Today, I don't think many people will come. Since we can still see, let's go back early. Qingwan packed her things. I'll be right there. The two walk along the road. Qingwan and Qingzhou are about the same height, both slim and delicate. It's not fully dark yet, but the street lights are on. The road is slippery. Be careful with your arm. You still have a wound. You've been busy lately, so rest well. It's better to come to the clinic when it gets too busy. Listening to Qingzhou, Qingwan's smile stretched from ear to ear. She quickly shrank her neck and hid her smile with a big scarf. She probably looks silly right now, but she can't let her sister see her like that. Qingzhou put her hands in her pockets. The cool air outside made her shiver as it slipped through the scarf into her neck. Your leg still isn't fully healed. Don't overexert yourself. Qingzhou took a few steps and suddenly remembered. The water in your cup was replaced with fresh spring water. It should still be warm when you get home, and you must have drunk it before sleeping. Recently, Qingzhou secretly replaced the water Qingwan drank with spring water. She felt that drinking it helped her regain some strength. Qingwan always thought Qingzhou had prepared medicine for her. Every time she was reminded, she obediently drank it all. I know. You remind me every day, just like Mom. You're both so nagging. Although she said this, being cared for made her happy. Yes, we nag. Next time, I won't remind you. If you have good things, don't hide them. Just don't feel upset about it later. Qingwan gently pinched Qingzhou's arm, not too hard. Since it's winter and her clothes are thick, she only pinched her sweater. Humph, you talk too much. You go take care of Mom. I'm heading back now. At the fork in the road, they parted ways. Qingzhou watched her sister's back until she disappeared, then turned around and headed home. When Qingzhou returned, the house had been temporarily divided into a small room. It's a bit sudden, and we didn't have time to prepare properly.
Just make do tonight.
Tomorrow, we'll find some more bedding. With Sister Wang's help, Yi Lanqing arranged a small room in the house for Chao Yunji in the afternoon. Although the space was not very big, it was nice to have a private and separate area. There weren't many blankets at home, but Chao Yunji's wooden bed was covered with thick bedding. The weather outside was cold, but inside was very warm. Chao Yunji felt a little guilty. I shouldn't have troubled you, but right now I really have no choice. Once the snow melts a bit and the weather gets warmer, we should leave. Yilanqing was worried. She might feel uncomfortable living here, so she gently held her wrist. Don't worry, stay here for a few more days. The children are happy, and you need to take care of your health while working. Your job is hard, so if you need anything, just say it. Make yourself at home. Right now, they were officially considered family, almost like relatives. Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou only needed a formal dinner to officially change their relationship.
It was just a matter of time.
You understand everything I said. Don't worry, I won't be strict at home. You've already worked hard today. The children should be back soon. Rest well first. If anything comes up, we can discuss it tomorrow. Chao Yunji knew about Yilanqing's health. Recently, she had been trying to control her condition. Maybe the long-term medication was working because she was mostly alert now. Even if she was a little confused sometimes, she quickly recovered. Late at night, Ji Qingzhou's hands were numb from the cold. She tightly hugged a hot water bag, afraid it might cool down. She tiptoed slightly, stretching her neck to look toward the distant exit, but there was no sign of anyone. Time passed slowly. It was almost dawn, and all the household lights went out, even the street lights. Ji Qingzhou yawned and continued to wait patiently. It was snowing lightly tonight. Although it wasn't heavy, it had been falling for a long time. During the day, the snow that everyone had cleared was covered again with a white layer. Why isn't anyone back yet? Could something have happened? She wondered. She muttered to herself, glancing ahead. Her feet were already numb from the cold. Why are you still waiting here? I told you to rest early, didn't I? Just as Ji Qingzhou thought he wouldn't see Xia Yanbei, a figure suddenly appeared at the alley entrance. A man walked through the snow and wind, holding a flashlight, which shone directly on Ji Qingzhou by the door. Seeing Ji Qingzhou waiting outside, Xia Yanbei couldn't help but quicken his steps. I was worried you might have trouble walking alone, so I wanted to wait here a bit longer. It's no trouble, and I was bored alone inside the house, he said. Recently, Xia Yanbei's leg had been acting up again. Ji Qingzhou had applied medicine to it, so he was cautious when walking. It's cold outside. Let's go inside first, Ji Qingzhou said. He handed him a hot water bag, which was steaming and warm in his hands, making his numb limbs feel alive again. Is something wrong today? Why are you so late? Ji Qingzhou asked softly, slowing his pace. The two elders in the next room had already gone to sleep. It's nothing serious, just that today we were short-staffed, so things were a bit rushed. There are still people on the mountain, so everyone came back quite late, he explained. He didn't want special treatment, just to be a little later than others. Ji Qingzhou nodded in understanding. She took off Xia Yanbei's clothes and handed them to him. There's still hot water in the pot.
You can soak your feet.
Have you eaten? There's hot porridge in the pot. Do you want me to serve you a bowl? She asked. She moved quickly, grabbing a broom to sweep away the snow on the ground. Snowflakes had settled on Xia Yanbei's clothes, which instantly evaporated in the heat as he entered the house. Ji Qingzhou's face was flushed, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the sudden change from hot to cold. You have to go help at the health clinic tomorrow, right? You should go to bed early. I'm not very hungry, she said. She glanced at his feet, which had blisters from walking so long. Plus, the mountain path was difficult, and his legs weren't in good shape. Originally, Ji Qingzhou planned for him to recover during this time, but given his current condition, the treatment had to be postponed. Qingzhou, when do you think my leg will be able to walk normally again? Xia Yanbei asked as he soaked his feet in hot water, watching Ji Qingzhou climb into bed. He suddenly spoke up. Ji Qingzhou was confused and carefully considered his words. It would normally take at least 3 months, but because of the medicine you used, the absorption effect is better. Maybe it will only take 1 month. Spring water is especially effective for Xia Yanbei's leg. Old Peng also gave Xia Yanbei a treatment plan. If the heavy snow hadn't increased his activity, he might have recovered by the end of this month. Ji Qingzhou finished speaking and suddenly remembered why Xia Yanbei asked that question. She recalled that in the future, there would be a disaster. In the previous life, he couldn't go to the front lines because of his leg injury. Now, his question probably means he wants to support the front lines. After this point in time, the two of them might face separation again. Ji Qingzhou's voice became a little choked. Is there something you want to tell me? In the previous life, Xia Yanbei's inability to go to the front lines was a regret of his. Although he later did some things within his ability, it didn't change his fate. This time, if Xia Yanbei's leg heals, he will surely want to be on the front lines.
Who knows what might happen then?
Just thinking about uncontrollable fate makes Ji Qingzhou feel like a knife stabbing her heart. She hesitated many times, but couldn't say it out loud. She wanted to change her role as a supporting character. Although she and the others had a bright future ahead, everything seemed to be heading in a good direction, yet she didn't expect the story to continue. She didn't want to be limited by those plot points, but fate seemed to be predetermined. Xia Yanbei looked down without speaking. After a long while, when the footbath water was almost cold, he stood up. Right now, I don't know how to tell you, but I promised you I would do what I said. I won't let you down. After finishing the footbath, the man lay down in bed and hugged Ji Qingzhou from behind. Their silent embrace, Ji Qingzhou knew what was going to happen. But she couldn't stop it. Xia Yanbei is a soldier. She married him to be a military wife. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. All she can do is support and understand. Ji Qingzhou turned around and also hugged him. I understand what you're feeling inside. I don't want to try to change you. If there's something you want to do, go ahead and do it boldly. I can only do so much for you, but at least I can take care of the family, so you don't have to worry. Ji Qingzhou sniffled a little. She had struggled with her feelings for a long time, but finally decided to support him. Deep down, she wished Xia Yanbei could be a little more selfish, but some words she had to keep inside. Xia Yanbei held her a little tighter. Go to sleep now, don't think too much. A steady breathing sound came from beside her. Xia Yanbei carefully covered Ji Qingzhou with a blanket. She was drowsy and didn't know exactly when she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, she was awakened by loud noise. Captain, we can't hold on anymore. Should we call for help? A short boy hurried over towards Xia Yanbei. Ji Qingzhou looked around and felt the place was unfamiliar. But then she looked at her own situation and quickly understood where she was. No matter what, we must buy some time for the headquarters. Find some snipers and take down the enemies. We can't let them ruin our reputation. Xia Yanbei's voice was a little hoarse, and his face was covered in dust. His arm was bandaged, and he had a cut on his forehead. He usually kept himself very clean, but now he didn't care about anything. Ji Qingzhou felt her nose sting, and hurriedly stumbled over. Although no one was stopping her, she couldn't get close to Xia Yanbei. Captain, be careful. Just as Ji Qingzhou was distracted, a sudden sound pulled her back. A bomb was coming toward them, and there was no time to react. Suddenly, a shadow rushed forward and pressed Xia Yanbei down.
Yikwing's froze.
A loud explosion rang out, and she was stunned for a long time. It felt like nails were pinning her feet, and she struggled to move. Soon, Ji Qingzhou saw Xia Yanbei crawl out of the rubble. His face was covered in dust, and blood was mixed on his forehead. What she saw was shocking. The scene then shifted to Xia Yanbei holding a bloodied, torn-up person in his arms. Ji Qingzhou frantically searched for her first aid kit, but it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The more urgently she needed it, the harder it was to find. Don't move him anymore. He's badly hurt, she shouted loudly, but it felt like there was an invisible barrier around her. No one noticed her, and no one or anything here could hurt her. She couldn't rush over. She was like an observer, only able to watch everything happen but unable to change it. Her throat was almost hoarse from shouting, and she stood alone beside Xia Yank. She finally saw the shadow of the injured person. That figure looked a bit like Shen Huai, but she didn't dare to be too sure. No, it's not real. She suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Xia Yank immediately sat up beside her. Seeing her covered in sweat, he quickly took a nearby shirt and draped it over her. Qingzhou, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? She clung tightly to Xia Yank's arm, as if only then could she feel safe. Her lips were pale as she shook her head, then nodded again. Xia Yank gently patted her back. Dreams are just the opposite. Don't be afraid. I am here. I will protect you. Qingzhou's throat was dry. The dream felt so real. Especially since she was reborn, these dreams made her even more worried. She covered her chest with one hand, and even after waking up, the pain in her heart wouldn't go away. She leaned into Xia Yang's embrace, her voice trembling, probably truly frightened by the dream. Ah Yan, promise me, no matter where you go, you must ensure your safety. She could accept anything, but she couldn't bear to see Xia Yang leave her again. Xia Yang chuckled softly, then moved slightly to the side, looking seriously at Qingzhou's face. Qingzhou, to be selfish for a moment, I want to live longer than anyone else. I used to be aimless, feeling life was dull, but now that we're married, I hope to spend more time with you. Life isn't long, and I want to stay with you as long as I can. No one wanted to live a little longer more than he did. Qingzhou's lips pressed tightly together. She thought about the battlefield in her nightmare. The true appearance was not like the illusion created in the mind. It was as if she had experienced it herself. This time, supporting the border is indeed dangerous, but it's not like the old days anymore. We still have some say, and if we really have to fight, we will go, Xia Yanbei patiently explained to Ji Qingzhou, knowing she needed comfort. Fight with one punch, so you won't have to face 100. Ji Qingzhou gradually felt more at ease. She leaned into his arms, listening to his strong heartbeat, and her mood slowly calmed. The sun rose from the east, and Ji Qingzhou lost her sleepiness. She dressed and got up, while Chao Yunji was already preparing to go to the back mountain. Seeing Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou come out of the house, Yi Lanqing brought porridge to the table. Qingzhou, you're up too? The food is still warm. Let's all sit down and eat a little. Later, each of you can go about your own tasks. Chao Yunji, usually busy with work, was not used to eating breakfast and waved her hand. Lanqing, it's late now. I should go up the mountain to check the situation. You all eat first. I can't eat in the morning. Yi Lanqing handed her a hard-boiled egg. I've already told Qingzhou. I know your habits, but health is important. You should eat 2 eggs in the morning to get enough nutrients. Take it with you on the way. You still have a whole morning of work, and it's not good to go without food. Yi Lanqing was enthusiastic, and Chao Yunji couldn't refuse politely. She accepted the egg graciously and thanked her. Thank you very much. Yi Lanqing waved her hand and saw Chao Yunji out the door. Don't rush on your way. The roads are very slippery now. If the road gets difficult at night, ask Ian to pick you up. They walked to the alley entrance. Chao Yunji didn't want to trouble the children and stopped her steps. The kids all have their own work to do. It won't take long for me to come down from the mountain. Just see it as exercise. I don't get this chance often at work. She turned around. You should go back now. It's cold outside. After breakfast, Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei went out together. The two of them walked side by side for a long while, and when they reached the fork in the road, they stopped at the same time. Ji Qingzhou helped the man adjust his scarf with one hand. She was wearing thick gloves and rubbed her face. Today is cold, so don't take off your gloves. Also, the scarf I'm wearing is handmade by me, so don't lend it to others. Xia Yanbei helped Ji Qingzhou fix her hair with one hand and hugged her tightly. I know. The things you give me, I don't want to give to others. I heard there are many patients at the clinic these days. You should take care of yourself. Your body is already weak, so don't overwork yourself. Ji Qingzhou smiled faintly, but her smile was a little forced. The dream from last night still lingered in her mind. Actually, my health has improved a lot. I'm not the delicate girl I used to be. Xia Yanbei smiled and gently kissed her on the forehead. His lips felt cool, but Ji Qingzhou felt her forehead was a little warm. Although they had already registered their marriage, they had just stepped outside the house. Such intimate actions still made her blush. All right, go now. Xia Yanbei looked back 3 times as he watched Ji Qingzhou leave. Only when he was sure they couldn't see each other anymore did he continue walking forward. On the way, Ji Qingzhou felt uneasy. Just thinking about saying goodbye to Xia Yanbei made her inevitably remember that dream. If she were in her previous life as a Red Cross volunteer, maybe she could fight alongside Xia Yanbei, helping him at the front lines. But now, she was just a little doctor from a small village. Even if she had a chance, her name wouldn't be on the list. Why did you come so early today? You don't look very happy. Is something bothering you? Did Xia Yanbei bully you? As soon as Ji Qingzhou reached the clinic door, she saw Shen Huai coming out from inside. The man was carrying trash he had taken out from the ward. When he saw Ji Qingzhou's worried face, he approached her. Ji Qingzhou stopped and looked up, almost bumping into Shen Huai. Seeing him, she forced herself to stay calm and forced a faint smile. It's nothing. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Today isn't very busy. Just rest well, and I'll feel better. Shen Huai turned to glance at Shen Yunqing in the hospital bed. When he visited her this morning, she mentioned she wanted to drink millet porridge. Now he still has work to do, so she probably won't get to enjoy the porridge until tomorrow. You've been working hard lately. Take care of your health. Although they haven't known each other long, there's a feeling of familiarity between them. Seeing Ji Qingzhou, Shen Huai suddenly felt close to him. He was worried that someone like Xia Yank, with his straightforward personality, might not make Ji Qingzhou happy. Whenever they were together, Shen Huai had the strange feeling that Ji Qingzhou was actually his younger sister. This feeling grew stronger, making Shen Huai wonder if Ji Qingzhou was actually his biological sister and that he and Shen Yunqing had been switched at birth. But their parents hadn't been in contact for many years, and their lives had been full of danger. Shen Yunqing was the cherished daughter of Shen's family, raised with great care. Such a possibility seemed quite unlikely from any point of view. Shen Huai shook off these strange thoughts from his mind. Next to him, Ji Qingzhou thought about the person in her dream who looked like Shen Huai and had been injured in an explosion. She hesitated before speaking. Be careful during this time. Everyone might be busy, so you should also take care of yourself. Shen Huai smiled gently. He and Xia Yank were similar in personality. He wasn't cold or harsh. He looked serious on the outside, but his smile was warm and kind. After a few words of greeting, Shen Huai was hurriedly called away, and Ji Qingzhou went into the hospital room. A few of the researchers weren't seriously injured. After a full checkup, Ji Qingzhou was ready to return to work today. She put away her medical equipment, dressed in a white coat. You're recovering well. Just observe for a couple more days. If everything goes smoothly, you can go back to work. Ji Qingzhou removed the soft needle from Shen Yunqing's hand. Actually, she didn't need the 4 yesterday, but to ensure her recovery, Old Pun kept her on it for another day. I can finally go back now. You have no idea how close I was to losing it lying in bed all this time. Shen Yunqing was someone who loved to exercise. Even during her research, she never stopped moving. During this time, if it weren't for Ji Qingzhou and Shen Huai forcing her to rest in bed, she wouldn't be able to stay here for so long. Now you should rest well. If your condition worsens, just let me know. I'll be in the room next door. Ji Qingzhou was hoping to develop a new batch of emergency pills before the researchers left. If the medicine worked well, it could save lives in critical moments. She glanced at the time. It was still a bit early. Old Peng and Ji Qingwan hadn't come yet. She crushed the medicinal herbs soaked in spiritual spring water in advance. Depending on the pill's purpose, she added different ingredients. A small pill quickly appeared on the table. Some were fast-acting, while others had a milder effect and needed to be taken over a longer period. Ji Qingzhou placed the pills into 2 small bottles of different colors. Little girl, what are you researching now? I could smell the herbs from outside. These ingredients are hard to find. If you waste them, I'll really have to scold you. Old Pung put down his medicine box, feeling a chill, and pushed open the door to come in. Seeing the 2 rows of small bottles on Ji Qingzhou's table, he looked at them curiously. Ji Qingzhou didn't hide and handed him the formula. Master, you came just in time. Based on the medical records of the villagers this year, most of the elderly have some chronic illnesses. I've come up with a formula for their symptoms. Please take a look and see if it needs any improvements. Old Peng knew Ji Qingzhou's talent. She had taught many students, but few had her natural gift. He didn't expect that her understanding of medicine would improve so quickly. He even wondered if some expert had blessed her, making his own skills seem less impressive. Old Peng's medical skills have always been admired by Ji Qingzhou. Their teamwork helps maximize the effectiveness of the medicine. When Ji Qingwan arrived, there weren't many people at the health clinic. Ji Qingzhou and Old Peng had already made quite a few pills. Her delicate face was originally calm, but as soon as she saw Ji Qingzhou, a smile spread from her eyes, and her eyes brightened. Qingzhou, when I just came in, I saw a pot outside with dark stuff inside.
What is that?
It looks very bitter. Opening the treatment room door, Ji Qingwan's red face from the cold was eased. She took off her scarf, and the warm air inside made her feel more comfortable. It's strange, she was almost swollen from the cold, yet her Qingzhou still looked so good. Ji Qingzhou smiled and called Ji Qingwan over. This is a frostbite ointment. It gets very cold here in winter. I notice many people have some frostbite on their hands, so I made this ointment. They had just made these in the morning, adding more than 10 kinds of herbs which work very well for frostbite. Ji Qingzhou stood up and took Ji Qingwan's hand in hers. Back in Beijing, her sister often got frostbite. She relied on various moisturizing creams to get through the winter. Ji Qingzhou took out a small box, an old-style plastic container. It had a picture of a famous Shanghai actress on it, and she had specially prepared it for Ji Qingwan in advance. I see your hands are especially badly hurt this year. Apply this first, and if you keep using it for a week, you'll see improvement. Ji Qingwan eagerly took the item from Ji Qingzhou, unable to put it down. She looked up, her eyes flickering on Ji Qingzhou. Is this only for me, or have you given it to others too? Ji Qingzhou's mind went blank for a moment, almost feeling like a flirtatious, unfaithful man. She calmly put the box into Ji Qingwan's pocket. Of course, I gave it to you first. And only you have this special packaging. It's a small box I've kept for a long time. It's of your favorite actress. Ji Qingwan's face blossomed with a smile. She affectionately linked her arm with Ji Qingzhou's. I knew it, you still think I'm the most important. Ji Qingzhou smiled and quickly called Ji Qingwan over. Together, they carried the frozen frostbite ointment inside. Nowadays, young girls love beauty. There are several herbs that can help improve skin and whiten it. After using them for a while, the face and hands become smooth and fair. Ji Qingwan's eyes brightened, and she looked at Ji Qingzhou with more admiration. Are you saying this can also be used as a face lotion? Ji Qingzhou added some spices, using herbs that ranged from bitter to fragrant. Just these herbs already smelled very good. Ji Qingwan took a deep breath. Did you add these ingredients to the small box you gave me? Ji Qingzhou shook his head and added some perfume and crushed flower petals. No, that one is just a simple frostbite ointment. I will make a special bottle of a multi-purpose face oil for you later. Ji Qingwan was eager to try and looked forward to it. The one you made just for me, is it better than these? Ji Qingzhou paused and answered confidently, of course. Hearing this, Ji Qingwan was very happy. She helped Ji Qingzhou stir the frostbite ointment more enthusiastically. The final product was ready around noon. Since there was no standard small box, they placed the jars of different sizes on Old Peng's table, where he was checking pulses. Although made from herbs, it didn't have a strong medicinal smell. It was more fragrant than clam oil but absorbed more easily and didn't leave a greasy feeling on the face. Qingzhou, this smells so good, even better than the ointment. Can I buy a few more bottles? I'll pay myself. Villagers coming for treatment all praised the frostbite ointment. Although they hadn't seen the effects yet, they thought it was good enough to give as a gift. These ointments, though provided for free by the health center, each person could only get one, enough to get through the winter. But there were also relatives from other villages. Taking this as a gift would be impressive. Everyone's spending helped the health center earn some money, so they could produce more frostbite ointment on a larger scale. It would be more convenient for villagers to use. Ji Qingzhou was quick-witted. If the ointment could boost the local economy, it might be a way out for the village. Later, they could share the recipe with everyone, start with nearby villages, then expand to towns and gradually open up markets in big cities. When the village is better off, life will have hope. Jingzhou had an idea in her mind. She nodded and said, I'll think about it carefully when I get back. If this thing is really popular, I will discuss it with my master. I just heard from the production team that it won't snow tomorrow and the day after. My mom might not come home. At night, after washing her feet, Jingzhou looked at the room next door. Chao Yunji and Yi Lanqing were already asleep. Xia Yanbei knew what she was thinking. He helped her dry her feet and poured out the foot bath water. The repair team has been fixing the electrical circuits these days. The tents on the back mountain are not very cold now. Although not as warm as home, it's still comfortable enough to sleep. Everyone was focused on these days. When the snow stopped, it meant they could resume work. The situation behind was still unclear. Several units were rushing to work overtime. At dawn, Chao Yunji got up and went to the back mountain. 2/3 of the excavation progress had been completed. The recent sudden drop in temperature delayed their work a lot, and everyone was in a hurry. Dr. Jiang, we can handle these tasks. You should take care of yourself. Dr. Jiang insisted on going down the pit to help clear snow and dig soil. No one could stop him. Chao Yunji put down her backpack, worried. Since returning from abroad, Dr. Jiang had been a protected person in their unit. He was older, and a few days ago, he had accidentally fallen while going down the mountain. Chao Yunji still felt worried. Dr. Jiang was anxious. Yunji, I understand what you mean, but now the weather and time are just right. Everyone is racing against time. How can I be lazy? Everyone was paying close attention to the progress of the artifact excavation. They had to speed up to meet everyone's eager expectations. He sighed, feeling a bit annoyed at his own aging. The sun gradually appeared from the east. He said, I'm old, but I'm not useless yet. I know my own body. Someone wanted to persuade him again, but Chao Yunji shook her head. All right, take care of yourself and rest properly. The old man was stubborn and insisted on working. Chao Yunji couldn't feel at ease. The leader of the production team brought villagers over. Everyone carried brooms and swept the snow up the mountain. The snow on the way was cleared away, and the repair team also arrived. Before it gets dark today, we must restore the power supply to ensure the experts stay warm. If there are any problems, everyone should communicate promptly. The villagers were very enthusiastic. Chao Yunji took a quick look and felt warm inside. Meanwhile, a few researchers had recovered somewhat and hurried back to the lab. I'm really fine now. The lab still has important data. My health is okay, and I need to go back quickly. Shen Yunqing was anxious. After Ji Qingzhou said she could leave, she started packing her things eagerly. Shen Huai irritably brushed his hair back with one hand. Yes, Qingzhou said you're fine now, but that doesn't mean your body can handle such a heavy workload. I suggest you rest for a few days. After saying that, he sat down again. We've already rested for so long. A day or two more won't hurt. Shen Yunqing kept moving her hands, ignoring Shen Huai's words as if they were background noise. If everyone thought like you, our research team wouldn't even need to exist. Everyone just cares about themselves. If others can return to work immediately, why do I need to rest for a few more days? She took a deep breath and slung her bag over her shoulder. Brother, I'm not more fragile than others. In a way, you and I are on the same level. When you're in danger, have you ever hesitated? Shen Huai's expression grew serious, and he couldn't find the words to reply. The young girl who once followed him closely now had her own thoughts. She had integrated into the community. He didn't know whether to feel proud or worried. In the end, he said nothing and took Shen Yunqing's bag. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and they left together. Watching Shen Yunqing work hard to catch up with the group, Shen Huai's eyes darkened. She and her parents were very similar in both personality and manner. If there was one thing that didn't quite add up, it was probably their blood relation. The main group headed toward the mountain, and Shen Huai's mind drifted back many years. Back then, he was still young. His parents were pioneers in domestic weapon research and often had to study abroad. Most of the time, the family was apart. Shen Huai was still young, but he was already used to this kind of life. Every time his parents left, the much younger Shen Yunqing would cry so hard she seemed heartbroken. At those times, he would stay at home with her almost all day. Without their parents around, Shen Yunqing felt unsafe. Shen Huai often told her stories to help her fall asleep. His stories ranged from military campaigns, winning battles with fewer soldiers, the founding of the new country, to the development of weapons and establishing diplomatic relations. Maybe because she heard these stories so often, Shen Yunqing grew up to make the same choices as their family. Until the last time her parents went abroad, when Shen Huai had a feeling they might never return, they called the 16-year-old Shen Huai to the study. His parents explained many things, finally revealing a secret about the Shen family that no one knew. We discovered a long time ago that Yunqing's blood type doesn't match ours. She isn't your biological sister, but she is the most important family member to us. We've been searching for your sister all these years. We don't know if we'll ever reunite as a family. If your mom and dad don't come back, finding your sister will fall on your shoulders. Shen Huai, at 16, felt very heavy-hearted, as if his chest was tight and he couldn't breathe. He was used to saying goodbye, but he had never experienced a permanent farewell. His mother gently patted his shoulder. We know this is hard for you, but I believe you can do it. Your parents will always be proud of you. Since having a sister, that was probably the first time Shen Huai cried. He shrugged his shoulders, now tall enough to be considered an adult man. His parents warned him, when you find your sister, don't forget Yunqing. She's also a poor child. Since she's part of our family now, treat her well. She's the apple of our eye. A tear slid down Shen Huai's face, and he nodded heavily. From that day on, his usually calm personality became even more quiet. Besides Shen Yunqing, few people could see his true self. Big brother, what are you thinking? Everyone's already walking far ahead. Hurry up. Shen Yunqing's voice pulled Shen Huai back to the present. He nodded and looked up. Okay, I'll come now. The man looked down at the muddy snow beneath his feet.
He sighed.
He had used all his contacts over a long time, but still couldn't find his sister. At that time, the situation was unstable. Later, they only found problems at a certain hospital and caught a few enemies, but there was no new clue about his sister. So many days had passed, and he didn't even know what she looked like. He was afraid she might be in serious danger. Thinking about this, Shen Huaiji felt more and more guilty. Shen Huaiji and Shen Yunqing arrived at their destination not long ago. Just after they finished packing, they saw Ji Qingzhou climbing up, panting heavily. These mountains are the hardest I've ever walked. I thought it would be easy. Ji Qingzhou carried a big bag and spoke unclearly. She stumbled and almost fell flat on her face. Seeing this, Shen Huaiji quickly went over and took her things. He had heard she was not in good health. How could she carry such a heavy load? Ji Qingzhou immediately held onto the door of the laboratory nearby, feeling dizzy. Qingzhou, why did you come? It's such a long way. Why didn't you bring someone with you? Shen Huaiji supported her arm with one hand. The girl was dressed warmly, so she didn't feel cold on the way. She waved her hand and took a few deep breaths. Everyone was busy, and she thought she could manage alone as a way to exercise. She sat on the ground, and Shen Huaiji looked at her with a slight smile. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Nothing is more important than your health. Ji Qingzhou smiled softly, her lips red and teeth white, her bright smile especially eye-catching in the snow. Brother Shen, I see you all work very hard. I prepared some frostbite ointment for you, just in case. Most of the people going to the health clinic for frostbite treatment this year were soldiers. The previous batch, which had added spices, wasn't suitable for boys. Ji Qingzhou specially found a small, portable round box. Shen Huaiji held it in his hand and opened it to look. The dark brown ointment smelled like the herbal medicines used in the clinic. Thank you, Qingzhou. Ji Qingzhou waved her hand casually. It's nothing. I also have some medicinal herbs here. She opened her backpack, revealing not only common backup medicines, but also some formulas she prepared for extremely cold weather. These might be useful for you. It's hard to go down the mountain, but with these, you can get through for a while. She took out a pink notebook and sat down. Look, this is the recipe and instructions for treating certain illnesses. I've written everything down. She held the notebook in one hand and picked up the wrapped herbs with a plastic bag, which had the names of the medicines on it. If you're not sure about the names of the herbs, just look here. Everything is marked. Ji Qingzhou had handwritten these notes over several days to organize the herbs. Her handwriting was elegant, smooth, and strong, which caught Shen Huaiji's attention immediately. Some herbs are hard to store, but I've made notes on how to keep them. Just follow the instructions, and it should be fine. Shen Huai listened carefully, helping Ji Qingzhou sort the herbs again and pack them into the bag. You've worked hard to prepare this. I know you haven't been resting well lately, so you should take care of your health. This young girl was naturally weak, and she needed to be careful with her health. If she got tired, others could rest in a few days, but Ji Qingzhou's body might need medicine to recover. Ji Qingzhou smiled. Brother Shen, why do you sound more nagging than my mom? Don't worry, I'm in good health. Shen Huai was momentarily stunned. He didn't know why he always acted like a caring older brother in front of her. Maybe because she was close to Yunqing, her friend, and also a little sister. Ji Qingzhou relaxed for a while to regain her strength. Seeing everyone sweeping snow, she stood up from the ground. Brother Shen, remember to teach everyone how to store these herbs later. I'll go help them sweep snow. Shen Huai carefully packed away the things Ji Qingzhou brought and watched her walk over cheerfully. Qingzhou, you're both a doctor and helping out in the production team. You've been so busy lately, you're almost splitting yourself in two. Sister Wang held a broom, using all her strength. The snow on the road was thick. To clear a path, she had to shovel some snow away first. Isn't that right? But everyone is like this. It's nothing bad. Usually, we're all busy with our own things. It's rare to gather together. I actually wish no one was at the health clinic so I could be with you all every day. Everyone laughed. The sun was shining brightly today, and while sweeping snow, they broke into a sweat. Ji Qingzhou was so hot that her nose was sweating, but she didn't dare to take off her coat. Shen Huai looked at the wild grass under his feet. He stepped on it again and continued sweeping the snow, but Ji Qingzhou, with sharp eyes, saw him. Big brother Shen, please don't step on it anymore. Be gentle with the grass. She put down her broom and hurried over. Ji Qingzhou looked at the grass that Shen Huai had just stepped on and saw it was bleeding sap. She felt distressed, her beautiful face tightening. Shen Huai was confused. What's wrong? Is this something important? I thought it was just an ordinary. Sorry, Qingzhou. Ji Qingzhou took the broom and swept the nearby snow, revealing a patch of ground. It's nothing. Luckily, you found them. Big brother Shen, these are good medicinal herbs, very effective for frostbite and respiratory issues. Her eyes sparkled. These herbs don't survive easily in cold weather. After so much snow, I didn't expect them to still be here. Seeing how much Ji Qingzhou loved these herbs, Shen Huai thought of his grandmother, who had passed away long ago. His grandmother was a skilled healer and many patients came to see her. She never charged much, usually just asking for a small fee for medicine. When Shen Huai and Shen Yunqing were young, their grandmother liked to grow a large patch of herbs at home. The various unknown smells, mixed together surprisingly, smelled good. Every harvest season, her expression was just like Ji Qingzhou's now. She had once tried to teach him and Shen Yunqing her skills. But unfortunately, the siblings had no interest and knew nothing about it. Grandmother believed in not forcing them to learn and never pushed. Before she passed away, she was a bit regretful that her skills hadn't been passed down. Seeing Ji Qingzhou's care for these herbs, Shen Huai thought of the old medical books her grandmother left at home. Qingzhou, my grandmother was also a doctor. She left behind many books. Sadly, our family's younger generation didn't pursue medicine. Those books are precious but useless now. If you don't mind, when we return to the capital, I'll gather them and give them to you. Ji Qingzhou was busy tidying the herbs and turned around. There were quite a few books in the space now, some special editions and some regular ones. Many special edition books are already hard to find, and she didn't have high hopes. But since it was Shen Huai's kind gesture, she nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll thank Brother Shen in advance. The two talked like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Whenever they were together, they always had endless topics to discuss. After finishing with the herbs, Ji Qingzhou carefully packed them away. Shen Huai took the bag she carried. Be careful on the way. If you need, I can find someone to you back. This is heavy, and it's not convenient for a young girl like you to carry it alone. Ji Qingzhou waved her hand. She weighed the bag on her back. I can still carry it. No problem. When I get down the mountain and see the villagers, I'll ask anyone nearby for help. As long as there's no urgent matter, people are usually willing to help. Shen Huai didn't say anything more. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Xia Yanbei coming over to meet her. He was also carrying things, but it didn't dampen Ji Qingzhou's happiness. You came just in time. I have good news to share. I found something great on the mountain today. Ji Qingzhou's smile was bright and charming, showing a rare gentle side in front of Xia Yanbei. She took out the herbs from her bag and, knowing Xia Yanbei might not understand, she explained each one carefully. Xia Yanbei sighed softly. Didn't I tell you this morning to rest well for the next couple of days? Although his words sounded like a scolding, there was no real blame. Xia Yanbei knew Ji Qingzhou well and understood she wouldn't just listen obediently. Within her physical limits, he usually gave her the most respect and freedom. I'm much better now. Didn't you notice my health has improved? I think I should exercise more. Xia Yanbei looked a bit helpless. He reached out and helped her tie her scarf. The wind outside is cold. When you go out, dress warmly and wear a hat. You're not a child anymore. You need to take care of yourself. Shen Huai watched the scene with wide eyes. When did Xia Yanbei start talking so much? The expressions of both of them were almost pulling tight. It was daytime now, and Shen Huai suddenly felt like her head was glowing. She quietly moved to the side. Sure enough, Xia Yanbei gave him a faint glance. Shen Huai was surprised. He thought they were good brothers for life, but now that Xin Yunqing has a wife, he seems to find him annoying. He touched his nose and looked to the side. From afar, he saw Xin Yunqing's small figure. Shen Huai silently sighed, suppressing the complicated feelings in his eyes very deeply. Ji Qingzhou was completely unaware and was still talking to her husband. Do you want to go back with me? How is your leg today? Xia Yanbei looked down and glanced. Yi Lanqing had repaired his shoes last night and added some cotton. Today, he didn't feel it was very cold. It's okay. I might need to stay a bit longer. You go back and rest early. Don't wait for me so late again. Ji Qingzhou tilted her head. All right, I won't bother you. Take care of your injury. They parted ways tenderly. Ji Qingzhou first returned to the clinic. When she got back, Peng Lao was frowning. She had already dried the herbal medicine. Who upset you, old sir? Peng Lao looked through the glass at the opposite ward. Jiang He, that troublemaker, was lying comfortably on the bed. This Jiang Jiqing's health has long recovered, but he stubbornly refuses to leave. Today he has a headache, and tomorrow his backside hurts. I think he's just looking for trouble. Peng Lao had always been polite to patients, but today he couldn't hold back. He said loudly enough for Jiang He to hear, "It's just a small matter." If it were an old lady from the village, she'd already be out working. I think he's just deliberately avoiding work and not helping in the river. As a youth, he has some issues with his thinking. Peng Lao looked at Ji Qingzhou with some annoyance. Luckily, his apprentice's mind wasn't completely bad. If he really stayed with this troublemaker, he'd be furious. Ji Qingzhou simply laughed, stepped forward and unceremoniously exposed him. Jiang He, you're just eager to be stricter with yourself and never work again, right? Jiang He pretended to stand up, leaning on his crutches, grimacing painfully. Qingzhou, you've misunderstood me. Am I that kind of person? Ever since you and Xia Yank got together, you've changed. Before he could finish his nonsense, Ji Qingzhou snorted coldly and snatched the crutch away. Jiang He let out a quick cry and hadn't had time to steady himself. Suddenly, Ji Qingzhou kicked him hard in the backside. Ji Qingzhou, you ow wow. Jiang He shouted loudly and fell to the ground in a clumsy tumble, like a shell-less turtle. He was so angry that he jumped up quickly, wanting to confront Ji Qingzhou. Ji Qingzhou, you're just trying to frame me and make things worse. Ji Qingzhou clapped his hands loudly to interrupt him. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone look. A medical miracle. Jiang Jiqing was just using a crutch and now he's fine. Jiang He's face instantly darkened. Old Peng also looked displeased. Comrade Jiang He, this is malicious deception and refusal to work. Many villagers who came to get medicine saw this and spat in disgust.
Pa.
Do you have no shame? This Jiang Jiqing is always up to no good. It's bad enough he caused trouble for our village girls before, and now he's pulling this. Ji Qingzhou looked sincerely upset. In this special time, we need strong young people. Everyone in the village is busy, and I didn't expect Jiang Jiqing to do something like this. It seems that during our team's ideological education, we overlooked Jiang Jiqing. We need to talk to the village secretary and the team leaders about this. Hearing Ji Qingzhou's words, everyone quickly agreed and turned to find the village officials. Jiang He felt like he'd been caught in a trap, almost furious with Ji Qingzhou. He hurriedly ran out after them. He was afraid these gossiping villagers would report him. Jiang He, pretending to be weak earlier, now ran faster than anyone else, leaving the villagers in awe. Fellow villagers, listen to me. It's all a misunderstanding. I'll start working right away. How could I delay? You believe Ji Jiqing's words too. I've always been the most active during ideological lessons, and she's hardly attended any. Everyone looked at him with skepticism, as if they didn't believe a word. Old Zhang at the village entrance rolled his eyes, so hard they almost popped out. What else do you have to say? Just let it go. Don't smear Ji Jiqing. We're not as stupid as you. Jiang He was fed up. For the first time, he realized how powerful a woman's love-turned-hate could be. Not long ago, Ji Qingzhou was always following behind him. Now, because he is pursuing Shen Yunqing, he has turned against him and is causing trouble everywhere. She used to love him very much. How could she do such a heartless thing? Jiang He felt more and more sad. Luckily, Shen Yunqing doesn't have anyone she likes, and after spending time together, he noticed she is a girl who feels deeply about her emotions. This is exactly the type he usually handles easily. He still has a chance. Jiang He remembered that during his recent hospital stay, every night he had dreams with some signs that seemed to predict the future. It was as if someone was guiding him. Following these dreams, he believed his life would go smoothly and succeed. He couldn't remember exactly what the person in the dream said. He only faintly heard one sentence. Very soon, all those who block you will disappear. When Jiang He woke up, he almost smiled crookedly. If that was true, it would be wonderful. He hoped things would unfold just like in his dreams. Then he would feel like the main character in a story, with everything revolving around him. He deserved all the good treatment. Jiang He looked at the military green color not far away and squinted. Right now, the biggest obstacles are Xia Yende and Shen Huai. If they disappeared, that would be great. One is Ji Qingzhou, who once loved him very much, and the other looks down on him and refuses to give his sister to him. Jiang He casually plucked a blade of grass from the roadside and chewed it in his mouth. Without that ugly widow's harassment these days, I feel much better. He almost forgot about all that. Suddenly, a cold wind blew on the road, and Jiang He shrank his neck. He looked back cautiously but saw nothing. No sign of that wild pig-like woman, and he was really starting to develop a psychological shadow from being chased by this ant. In the next second, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Jiang He had just turned the corner when he was terrified to see a pig rushing toward him as if it had gone mad. For a moment, Jiang He wasn't sure if the pig was crazy or if he was. He even saw a wild enthusiasm in the pig's eyes. The pig made excited, oink oink oink, sounds and charged at him enthusiastically. Jiang He screamed, ah, and ran backward as fast as he could, using all his strength. Help! Help me! Save me! This pig has gone crazy! The people working in the fields all showed strange expressions. It was okay when Jiang He ran ahead, but Wu Widow was chasing the pig behind. No one knew what was going on. Wu Widow, panting heavily, shouted, "Stop! I told you to stop! What's wrong with you, pig?" More and more spectators gathered, and the young women at the youth station looked complicated. Recently, Jiang Jiqing has been acting more and more strangely. He no longer looks the gentle and elegant person he used to be. It seems his mental state is getting worse, almost as crazy as this wild pig.
They are quite similar now.
Jiang He never thought he would become a joke to everyone. He was so angry, He almost felt like vomiting blood. He didn't know how long the pig had been chasing him. Finally, the pig got too tired to run and collapsed. Jiang He felt like he was about to faint with relief. "You pig, I'll cut you up tonight." Wu Widow, also panting, heard this and got worried.
How dare you?
"This is my pig." Jiang He stood in the field, gasping for breath, and suddenly realized something. This old widow used to be very eager to get close to him. Now, after he was chased by the pig, she was so cold and indifferent. Wu Widow was risking everything for her pig. She was used to farm work and recovered her strength faster than Jiang He. Today, she took off a jade pendant engraved with Jiang He's name to admire it. But it fell into the pig's feeding trough and was eaten by her pig. At the moment the pendant left her, Wu Widow hadn't realized what was happening. Now, calm and thinking clearly, she felt something was wrong. Jiang He sat by the edge of the field, mocking. "So, you think giving me this pig can make up for the mental damage I suffered earlier?" Wu Widow burst out laughing angrily. She no longer looked like she was infatuated. She suddenly stepped forward and pushed Jiang He into the field. "Shut up. Give me back my compensation. Jiang He, you shameless man. Don't think I don't know what's going on. That jade pendant has a problem." Jiang He was surprised. "What do you mean?" "Stop talking nonsense. That jade pendant wasn't a gift from me. You, old widow, are harassing me. Are you crazy?" Wu Widow is not a fool. Although she has some interest in this young man, she is not as crazy as before. She is not desperate for a man. It just shows that the jade pendant has a problem. Oh, starting to turn the tables now? Thinking back to how Ji Qingzhou was chasing Jiang He and acting like he was crazy about him, Wu Widow's intelligence quickly regained the upper hand. "My pig is fine today, but it accidentally swallowed your unlucky jade pendant. It suddenly acted like it was in heat, as if it had taken breeding medicine. Nothing like this has ever happened before. You still dare to say there's no problem?" Wu Widow slapped him hard, making Jiang He almost burst his brain. "I know everything. Not only did you give that jade pendant to me, but you also gave it to many other girls. If you think there's no problem, then ask your conscience." "Fine. I'll take out this jade pendant and show it to other girls right here, so everyone in the village can see what kind of person Jiang Jiqing from the city really is." Jiang He's face suddenly turned pale. He started coughing violently, waving his arms frantically at Wu Widow. "I'm infected with pneumonia. Cough, cough, cough. Please don't come near me. Cough, cough, cough." Wu Widow rolled her eyes and snorted. "Stop pretending." She stepped forward and grabbed Jiang He's arm with iron strength, making it impossible for the strong man to move. Wu Widow suddenly smiled. "Stop pretending. You probably just twisted your waist when you fell. As for your secret, only I know it now. If you behave well, I won't tell everyone in the village. Now, we are against superstitions and feudal beliefs. If you do this, it will be hard not to be seen as different. Jiang Jiqing, we are reasonable people. Some things I hope you understand." Jiang He felt like he was about to faint, especially when this old widow leaned in close, smelling like a pigsty. He felt like crying but had no tears. He had never been so miserable. Wu Widow continued. "Right now, everyone just thinks my pig ate something bad. They don't suspect anything else. You used that jade pendant to take advantage of many girls before, and that could get you in serious trouble." Jiang He felt a cold chill down his neck, as if he had frozen completely. The worst part was, when he didn't answer, this old widow reached out and pinched his waist again. "Wu Widow, you." Jiang He almost felt like vomiting. Even more frightening was that in the next moment, the greasy widow smiled lecherously and whispered in his ear, "Be obedient, and come to my house to find me tomorrow night. Or, I'll expose you for making that broken jade pendant and flirting with so many girls." Jiang He felt a cold chill run through his body, along with nausea and the urge to. He suddenly didn't want to live anymore. He never thought he would encounter such a situation in his life. Everyone warned that young women sent to the countryside should be careful of village bullies, but he, a grown man, was actually threatened by this lecherous widow. Jiang He's face turned pale, and he fainted backward. The widow caught him easily and helped him walk back. The villagers waiting at the village entrance were all stunned when they saw this scene. The city girl was so playful and bold. They couldn't bear to watch anymore. As the excavation of the sacrificial pit neared completion, the whole village worked together. The villagers and the soldiers supported the archaeologists and researchers. The excavation was finished nearly a week early.
Dr.
Jiang shed tears of joy, holding tightly to the village chief's hand. Everyone was both sad and happy, and their worries about parting eased. Ji Qingzhou also knew about the progress. She saw that Xia Yanbei's leg was almost healed by the spiritual spring. His walking became steadier, and his injured leg could fully exert strength. This meant the time to say goodbye was getting closer. Ji Qingzhou had trouble sleeping every night these days. She thought she was going to have nightmares. But she didn't dream anything, not even about her adorable twin babies. This made her often space out and lose focus when she had free time. She tried to tell herself not to think negatively. But that previous dream was too real, and it scared her deeply. Qingzhou, what are you thinking about? Xia Yanbei finished his shower and returned to the room. He saw that Ji Qingzhou, unusually, wasn't sleeping with her eyes closed, and she hadn't even turned on the light. Her beautiful eyes looked a little dull, fixed on one spot, and she didn't notice him coming in. Nothing, I just can't sleep. Ji Qingzhou looked at Xia Yanbei, and her eyes suddenly softened with tenderness. Yan, come in. Xia Yanbei hesitated for a moment, thinking about Ji Qingzhou's tense mood, and pushed down all his other thoughts and impulses. He lay beside Ji Qingzhou, reaching out to hold her in his arms. Ji Qingzhou's soft body pressed close to him, and she hugged him tightly. Xia Yanbei's voice was a little hoarse. He kissed her on the forehead and then remained silent. Ji Qingzhou felt restless and uneasy. Even in his arms, she couldn't fall asleep. She moved slightly, shifted her position, and softly said, Yan, I can't sleep. Can we talk? The charming girl in his arms looked up at him, and Xia Yanbei was instantly captivated by her. He lowered his head and kissed her tender lips, taking away her breath. Ji Qingzhou softly whimpered, and Xia Yanbei's possessive kiss completely took over her senses. She slightly opened her mouth, and he gently slipped inside. Their breaths intertwined for a moment, and she felt her whole body was burning. What started as a comforting kiss became more passionate. Every inch of her skin and breath was sweet and lovely. Sometimes, he felt like he was no different from a wild beast, and when he was moved, he wanted to bite her out of love.
Just like now.
Xia Yanbei gently bit and nibbled on Ji Qingzhou's fair neck. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and a small mark could be left with a slight bite.
Yan.
Be gentle, Ji Qingzhou softly hummed, her gentle voice almost making him lose control. She wasn't feeling any better either. Just hearing her breathless sounds made her blush. She closed her eyes, and her mind was filled with memories of her and Xia Yanbei from the past, their faces blushing and hearts pounding. Her body also softened uncontrollably, as if she was waiting for something. Xia Yanbei saw her uneven breathing and the faint redness in her eyes. He knew she had been very tired and hadn't slept well these days, and he felt sorry for her. He held Ji Qingzhou tightly, kissing her on the top of her head. Qingzhou, what are you worried and afraid of? You're not sleeping well, and I worry you'll faint at your post. Ji Qingzhou took a deep breath. She didn't want to tell Xia Yanbei at first. But she didn't want any misunderstanding between them, especially since he was about to leave. She lightly touched on her previous dream, avoiding the main point. Actually, it's nothing much. It was just a nightmare I had before that scared me too much. I'm always worried about you being hurt on the front lines. After all, anything can happen, and the situation at the border must be very dangerous now. I can't even think about other things. As she spoke, her eyes started to turn red. She was from the future and knew how many people had sacrificed their lives in this war, how many families could never reunite. As a family member of a soldier, she needed to support him unconditionally. But she really didn't want to think about the worst possible outcome. Xia Yanbei immediately felt heartbroken. He pulled her into his arms and repeatedly assured her he would be fine. Don't worry too much. I will take care of myself. We haven't even had the wedding banquet yet. How could I leave you behind? He tried to comfort himself, but when he said this, Ji Qingzhou felt even more like crying. In her past life, she and he had only quickly taken their ID photos to get married, without even a single photo together. Later, when she looked at that old, worn marriage certificate, they had been apart for so long, only leaving behind regret and heartbreak. Especially when she thought about seeing Xia Yanbei again, on the tombstone, in that black and white portrait. She really didn't want to experience that pain again. Ah Yan, promise me you'll come back safe and sound. We haven't had a baby yet, so you must keep your promise. Xia Yanbei nodded heavily, wishing he could melt Ji Qingzhou into his bones and blood. Hearing her tearful whisper, his heart felt like it was breaking. Finally, maybe Ji Qingzhou also felt a little embarrassed about herself. She wiped her tears with a blanket, coughed, and thought of the similarly tragic dream about Shen Huai. She couldn't help but add, Shen Huai is too, Xia Yanbei. He and his wife were lying on the same bed. How could another man's name appear? The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Ji Qingzhou saw Xia Yanbei's face darken, then she suddenly smiled through her tears. What are you doing? Weren't you both going to the front lines? He also needs to be safe, or what will Yunqing do? Alright, so the name of Shen, the researcher who always kisses and holds her when he sees her, appeared again. And who else should I worry about? Xia Yanbei looked at her smiling and couldn't help teasing. We agreed. I'll try not to be jealous. Ji Qingzhou's soft cheek was gently pinched by the man, and she let out a small sound of pain. You say you're not jealous, but you clearly are. I have no special feelings for Yunqing's brother. It's just pure friendship. As she said the words pure friendship, she felt a little awkward, as if something about it didn't sound quite right. It seemed that her relationship with Shen Huai wasn't really like that at all. Before Xia Yanbei could reply, the girl turned the tables and pinched his face instead. Alright, let's drop this topic. I'm still upset. Will you comfort me a little? Under the warm, dim light, Xia Yanbei looked at Ji Qingzhou's bright and beautiful face, his lips pressed tightly together. He often thought that no matter the situation, he would always fall for her at first sight. The first time was when he saw her seriously treating villagers at the small clinic. Later, when his mother wasn't feeling well, he took her to see Ji Qingzhou. She was patient and gentle, her voice soft and pleasant, reminding his mother to take her medicine on time. That version of Ji Qingzhou had an irresistible charm. Even though she barely looked at him, he was already completely captivated. And now, as she smiled in his arms, he felt his heart move again. Alright, Xia Yanbei said in a low voice. I'm not good at comforting people, but I'll learn. I'll do my best to make you happy. Ji Qingzhou nodded, her eyes and lips full of a smile. She leaned against his broad shoulder, closed her eyes, and listened to his deep, calm voice. She didn't really catch what he was saying, just hearing his voice made her feel at peace. Half asleep, Ji Qingzhou murmured, Yan, I love you. Their 2 children had not yet been born. There were still so many beautiful moments they hadn't shared. Xia Yanbei felt a sudden ache in his heart, as if it were gently pulled by a thin thread. He kissed her softly and whispered, I love you the most. He couldn't bear to leave her, nor could he imagine her being alone. Even if he had to face death, he would rather face it by her side. When Ji Qingzhou finally fell asleep, Xia Yanbei still couldn't close his eyes. He turned off the light and, by the moonlight, watched her peaceful face. Even in sleep, she didn't rest easily. The slight furrow of her brows made his heart ache even more. He thought about the news from the front line today. When Shen Huai talked to him, he, who had quit smoking long ago, surprisingly lit a cigarette. Old Xia, the border situation isn't very good right now. We must be mentally prepared this time. Every time he went to the front line, Xia Yanbei was mentally prepared. But before there was Ji Qingzhou, he was alone and never felt afraid. Now he was no longer alone. He was never afraid of sacrifice, but he was worried. Worried that after leaving Ji Qingzhou, she might not be able to take care of herself alone. Shen Huai took a deep breath. I know I shouldn't say these things to ruin your mood now, but sometimes it's better to talk to your family in advance. Everyone should be mentally prepared. It's better than something happening suddenly, and you can't say goodbye. Shen Huai had experienced this before when facing his parents. Knowing their special status, every separation felt like the last time he could see them. Because of this, he didn't want anyone around him to leave with regrets. I know. I've long since become indifferent to life and death. I thought I would live like this forever. But now that my leg is better and the organization needs us, I can't just pretend nothing happened. Xiao spoke softly, always looking toward the mountains. He didn't know what was on the other side of the mountains, but he wondered when the war would end. He had never regretted defending his country. If there was something he was most worried about, it was Ji Qingzhou and his mother. Their health was too fragile. Shen Huai said calmly, "Don't think about these things for now. No matter what happens, stay optimistic. Just be mentally prepared. I see that Qingzhou and your mom get along very well. As long as you're safe, that's enough." Hearing Shen Huai's words, Xia Yanbei remained silent, not responding. But now, as he thought about these things and looked down at Ji Qingzhou's sleeping face, he felt full of guilt. Ji Qingzhou seemed to sense something. Recently, her mood was unstable, often speaking some melancholy words, which made his heart uneasy. "Qingzhou, no matter what happens, I will never leave you alone. This is the person he has kept in his heart for a long time, now his wife. He only wants to take good care of her. But he is different from ordinary people. He carries an even heavier burden." Ji Qingzhou gently turned over in her sleep, her furrowed brow not relaxing. Xia Yanbei tightly held her hand. Under the bright moonlight, the two of them snuggled close together. Outside, the temperature suddenly dropped, but it couldn't compare to the warmth of their hearts loving each other. If something were to happen, he would rather die beside her. There hasn't been snow these past few days, and the weather has warmed up a bit. The clinic isn't as busy. Ji Qingzhou seemed to be rushing to finish something, worried that the soldiers might leave early. She also sped up the process of making medicine with Peng Lao. "Master, since the weather is getting warmer, these medicines might not be needed anymore. I was thinking of improving our formula so it's easier to store in summer. That way, we won't have to redo everything next year." Ji Qingzhou put the dried herbs back into the container. Today's sun was nice, and the herbs needed to be dried in batches. She was quick and skillful, while Peng Lao just guided her. "Your idea is good, but solving the problem is still tricky. We need to think carefully. If we can find a way to store the medicines for a long time, we won't be so busy in winter." Peng Lao had dedicated most of his life to this place. Watching the people's lives improve little by little, yet the prices of medicines in the clinic hadn't increased at all. Ji Qingwan arrived quietly from behind Ji Qingzhou. "Most long-lasting foods contain preservatives. We could consider adding some to our medicines," she suggested. Ji Qingzhou shook her head quickly, dismissing Ji Qingwan's idea. "Some foods can indeed have preservatives, but our herbs cannot. Each one is carefully selected, and most of them are resistant to preservatives. Moreover, whether it's things we use or eat, consuming preservatives generally has some side effects." Peng Lao watched the two sisters studying outside, then went to the ward. Recently, the number of injured patients in the ward had noticeably decreased. Besides some elderly people, everyone else was busy catching up on their work. When the weather warms up, spring is not far away, and it will be a busy time again. After a long winter, the group of educated youths returning from the countryside will gradually have the chance to go back to the city. Old Peng remembers everyone's health and wants to give them a final checkup. Today, the village is lively. When I came here, I saw Sister Wang and Sister Li sitting together, discussing what to send to the soldiers. Ji Qingwan is helping Ji Qingzhou hold a bag, and the herbs give off a special smell. Ji Qingzhou takes a deep breath. She really likes the scent. Sending gifts? Don't they have rules about that? They say they can't take anything from the people. If the organization finds out, they might get into trouble. Ji Qingzhou keeps looking at the herbs and then glances at the sun. The sun outside is very bright. Last year's old herbs can be dried again, and by summer, they can be used for medicine. Ji Qingwan helps her brush off the dirt from her clothes and gently waves her hand in front of her nose. Under the sunlight, The dust is clearly visible. Later, we can secretly put the gifts in their car. All the relics have been taken, and Mom might go back to the city soon. You seem busy lately. Do you want to find some time to visit her? This is the first time the mother and daughter have met this year. Although Chao Yunji has been here for a long time, they don't see each other often because of work. When they return to the city, it's uncertain when that will be. Ji Qingzhou is slightly stunned and nods with a serious look. I need to go see her. I also prepared some things for Mom. Ji Qingwan glances at her. Ji Qingzhou's dark circles are quite heavy, and she seems to have been resting poorly lately. Is something bothering you? You look under a lot of pressure. Mom hasn't left yet. If you really have something on your mind, you can talk to me. Ji Qingzhou shakes her head. Maybe Ji Qingwan hit the mark, as her face turns pale. Recently, she has been having frequent dreams, mostly about Xie Yanbei. Some are about things that happened in her past life, and others are about Xie Yanbei's death. Those dreams feel so real that every time she falls asleep, she is terrified when she sees Xie Yanbei's bloodied face. She couldn't sleep whenever she thought about that scene. Recently, she only felt comfortable sleeping when Xie Yanbei was beside her. Maybe I was too busy earlier and got a little tired. Just rest well for a few days, and this won't be a problem. Don't tell Mom about this. I can take care of myself, she spoke, then smiled slightly. Besides, I'm a doctor myself. If I can't handle it, who else can? Ji Qingwan opened her mouth as if she had more to say, but Ji Qingzhou already affectionately linked her arm. Don't worry. I'm not a kid anymore. I know how my body is, she smiled gently, and Ji Qingwan looked at her again. Although she felt a little strange, she didn't notice anything unusual. In the end, she could only nod and agree because Ji Qingzhou was acting spoiled with her. What could she do? A group of women, led by Sister Li and Sister Wang, chatted happily. Right now, it's winter, and we don't have many good things at home. But we shouldn't be stingy. Every family should bring out a little something, even water radishes. When the soldiers come, we can't let them leave empty-handed. Sister Wang thought carefully. Anything special from the village should be brought out. In winter, there should be some seasonal vegetables and maybe some eggs. Eggs are quite rare, but if everyone pitches in, we can fill a big basket. Later, let's not tell anyone. We'll secretly put things on their trucks. When they arrive, they won't be able to bring them back. Sister Li was knitting a sweater. The yarn kept flying through her hands, quickly turning into a sleeve. A few women gathered together. Aunt Zhang, wearing a red coat, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. She brought her small stool and leaned against the wall nearby, basking in the warm sun, joining the conversation. I think they don't lack our little things. Since we're giving, we should give something of better quality. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at her in unison. Auntie, what do you think is high quality now? Someone immediately asked. They came from Beijing after all. They've seen everything, eaten everything. Our small town can't compare to that. Sister Wang was sewing shoes with soles as thick as a palm. She raised her needle and thread to sew in the sunlight. I say, we're just trying to thank others. It's not about comparing or showing off. It's the thought that counts. Sister Wang nodded in agreement. That's right. I think everyone should do their best and not make things difficult at home. If you can give something, just give it. It's good to help within your ability. Don't pretend to be more capable than you are. Yi Lanqing listened quietly nearby, already making plans. Her family had plenty of healthy wild vegetables, which weren't common in the city. Later, she planned to ask the soldiers to bring these back. Not only could they taste fresh vegetables, but the organization wouldn't mind. At most, they'd just be collecting wild greens. People who didn't know might even think they were just weeds. In the evening, Ji Qingzhou was returning from the health clinic when she saw a group of women leaving, including Yi Lanqing. She wanted to call out to stop her, but suddenly stopped herself. Today, Xia Yank also came home late. She still had some things at the youth station that she hadn't taken yet. Ji Qingwan had already packed them for her. Since the weather was clear, she headed toward the youth dormitory. These things are so heavy. I never thought I'd hold a stack of paper this tall in my life. In the researcher's dorm, Shen Yunqing was wobbling while holding a stack of documents taller than her head, panting heavily. Hey, don't. Just as she was about to reach the dorm door, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The top sheet of her documents was rolled up. Ji Qingzhou happened to pass by and saw Shen Yunqing looking so flustered. She stepped forward to help pick up the papers. If you can't handle it yourself, why not ask someone to help? It's not a big deal. Seeing Ji Qingzhou, Shen Yunqing's face lit up with a big smile. She placed the papers on the windowsill and pushed the door open with one hand. Qingzhou, it's you. You're still the best to me. You have no idea how heavy these things are. I was planning to ask for help, but the data on these documents is so important. If anything goes wrong, it could cause big trouble. On the way, Ji Qingwan saw this scene and helped carry the documents into the room. Ji Qingzhou carried her things inside together. The temperature inside the dormitory was very different from outside. Ji Qingwan took off her coat. Is the sun coming from the west today? Everything's fine, so why are you walking on the road to the youth village? Since Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei moved in together, she hadn't seen Ji Qingzhou near the youth village. Ji Qingwan lives alone at the youth village. Sometimes she's bored, and there aren't many people to talk to. But she doesn't have the courage to move into her sister and brother-in-law's house. Ji Qingzhou took a sip from her thermos and finally felt a bit better after breathing in the cold air. Suddenly, I remembered I still have some things to pick up. Since the clinic isn't busy today, I thought I'd come to get your things. Hearing this, Ji Qingwan snorted softly and turned her back. I knew you wouldn't come just to see me. Compared to your emotionless things, I wonder where I rank in your heart. After all, I'm just your ordinary sister, not Xia Yanbei. What am I even hoping for? Ji Qingzhou. Sometimes she felt helpless too. Sister, we're so close. Can you stop pretending to be a tea artist? I noticed you don't act like this when Mom is around. Ji Qingwan glared at her sharply, showing no mercy in front of Shen Yunqing. Shen Yunqing smiled happily. She sat on her bed and urged them to sit down quickly. The bed was covered with a soft blanket on a light green sheet, and next to it was a poster of a female celebrity. Having an older sister is better. Unlike me, I only have a brother. Since I was young, not many people could share their true feelings with me. If we were sisters, we could have little secrets between us. Shen Yunqing looked up. The room's light wasn't very bright. Thinking of Shen Huai's face, she made a little dismissive face. Ji Qingzhou sat nearby, gently swinging her legs. But I see your brother treats you very well, and he cares about you. Your parents are often abroad, and you grew up with your brother. There shouldn't be any generation gap between you two. Qin Yunqing turned her head, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. How should I say this? There's really no big gap between us, but I always feel that there's something different between me and my brother. Never mind, I just can't explain it clearly. Anyway, having an older sister is better. She once hoped very much that she and Shen Huai were not siblings. Qin Yunqing smiled and changed the subject. By the way, I think Xia Yanbei's leg is almost healed. When he returns to the army, Xiao, do you want to go with him? Qin Yunqing sighed softly after speaking. She walked over again and took Ji Qingzhou's arm. The three girls stood in the dormitory, the warm light shining on them, like characters in a picture. Aren't we going to be separated soon? If that's the case, I'll still need about 2 more years to return to the capital. You won't forget me, right? Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan looked at each other. She explained, don't worry, I probably won't leave for a short time. If I do go back to the capital, I won't forget you. We can write letters often. Qin Yunqing's dimples were sweet, and her eyes curved like crescent moons. I knew it. I only have you as a friend here. I truly see you as my good sister. Even if I go back to the capital, our relationship shouldn't fade. Ji Qingwan felt a bit jealous. She held Ji Qingzhou's hand and said to Qin Yunqing, her family's Xia Yanbei is about to go to the front lines. Of course, she can't go with him. Besides, she'll probably stay with you for half a year. Don't worry, she won't forget you. According to the official news, once on the front lines, the stay could last about half a year. If the time really extends, it's hard to say. Ji Qingzhou and Xie Yanbei haven't even had a proper wedding yet, which has been on Ji Qingwan's mind. Although they already registered their marriage and are legally married. Whether in the countryside or in the city, Xie Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou haven't officially told their friends. There should be a proper wedding banquet. Life wouldn't be complete without it. Originally, her mother and she planned to give Ji Qingzhou a grand wedding. However, after Ji Qingwan finished speaking, Shen Yunqing's face clearly changed. She looked at Ji Qingzhou with a questioning gaze, as if she wanted to get a definite answer from him. Is Xie Yanbei really going? Ji Qingzhou nodded, looking a bit sad. A Yan's injury has almost healed. The front line is quite tense now, so I can't stop him from doing what he wants to do. Shen Yunqing's voice trembled slightly. She instinctively held onto Ji Qingzhou's arm tightly. What about my brother? If Xie Yanbei also wants to go, does that mean my brother will go too? Xie Yanbei's leg just healed not long ago, and now he's being called back to the battlefield. This shows how serious the situation on the front line is. Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan were a bit surprised. They were about to leave, yet Shen Yunqing still didn't know about it. Didn't your brother tell you? Everyone knows now. After Ji Qingwan finished speaking, she realized she might have said something wrong. She gently patted his hand. Maybe he didn't tell you because he's worried you'd be upset. Shen Yunqing didn't reply. She looked at the information on the table. Qingzhou, help me look at these things. I need to go out for a bit. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Ji Qingzhou could clearly see the expression on Shen Yunqing's face. Ji Qingwan felt a bit guilty. She looked at Shen Yunqing's back and lowered her head. Qingzhou, did I say the wrong thing just now? I didn't know she didn't know about this. Ji Qingzhou shook his head. She'll find out sooner or later. Now that she knows, maybe she can say goodbye properly. Seeing that Ji Qingzhou was also feeling very sad, Ji Qingwan hugged him gently and softly patted his back. Although I don't have a partner yet, I understand how you feel. Xie Yanbei is very lucky, so everything will be fine. At this moment, the sky outside was gradually getting dark. Shen Yunqing was waiting for Shen Huai on his usual path. She waited from before sunset until the moon was about to rise. Shen Yunqing looked at her watch, the time passing little by little. But she never saw that familiar figure. Her eyes reddened. As night fell, the weather outside turned cooler. She sniffed and continued to wait in place. Just when she thought Shen Huai wouldn't pass by here today, she finally heard footsteps nearby. Shen Yunqing almost immediately looked up and looked ahead. Before she could speak, Shen Huai tentatively spoke. She ran over quickly and threw herself into Shen Huai's arms. Shen Huai was a bit surprised, but instinctively held the girl tightly. The last time they hugged so openly without avoiding each other was many years ago. This natural, familiar gesture surprised even him. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly let go. They were about a foot apart, but enough for Shen Yunqing to see his handsome face clearly. Shen Huai briefly touched Shen Yunqing's hand and then released it. Yunqing, it's so cold today. Why did you come here alone? Do you have something to tell me? Her hands were icy, and she didn't know how long she had been waiting. Seeing her red eyes, the man felt a pang in his heart. He placed his hands on her shoulders. Did someone at the research base bully you? Or was that from before bothering you? Tell me. Shen Yunqing's hands were very cold, almost numb from the cold here. Her nose was a bit numb, and she took a deep breath, tears almost falling. Her hair was blown by the wind, and at that moment, the street lamp lit up. She faced the light, and Shen Huai looked at her, feeling both dazzled and heartbroken. What happened? I'll stand up for you. His tone was firm and unquestioning. Shen Yunqing grabbed his arm. I've already heard. You're about to go to the front lines. Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing? Her voice grew louder and choked with emotion. Before Shen Huai could explain, tears had already fallen from her eyes. Are you trying to do like Mom and Dad, silently leaving me behind? I haven't heard from Mom and Dad in a long time. Do you not want me anymore? Besides feeling wronged, she was also angry. He had promised to protect her forever. But this time, he would be gone to the front lines for half a year. She didn't dare say that nothing unexpected had happened, nor did she dare to think about it. If even Shen Huai was gone, what would she have left? Watching the young girl's tears fall, Shen Huai felt as if something hot had touched his heart. He hurriedly reached out to wipe her tears. No, that's not how it is, Yunqing. I just don't want you to worry. As he spoke, Shen Huai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Between his rational struggle, he chose to hold Shen Yunqing back into his arms again. This time, he could clearly smell the faint fragrance in her hair, as pure and elegant as herself. Even her sobs were suppressed, soft and weak, making Shen Huai's heart tighten suddenly. Yunqing, don't be afraid. With Xia Yank and Shawa here, the three of us will look after each other. Nothing bad will happen. You know how capable they are. Don't you trust your brother? Don't you trust them? Shen Yunqing, frightened, hugged Shen Huai tightly. She still remembered her parents' last departure, a memory she couldn't forget for a moment. It made her afraid to let go of anyone easily again. Brother, in this world, I might only have you as my family. Don't leave me all alone. If you and the others don't come back, I'll have no home. Shen Yunqing's voice trembled, and Shen Huai felt himself stiffen. His features twisted in worry. Foolish girl, I won't be harmed. With our parents' blessings, we'll all be safe. Shen Yunqing couldn't help but feel anxious. She saw Shen Huai and Xia Yank about to leave. Meanwhile, the research base was quickly moving into the next phase of their work. They would need to stay in seclusion for at least a month, possibly longer if nothing unexpected happened. By the time she came out, Shen Huai would probably already be gone. Today might be the last time she saw Shen Huai. Shen Yunqing bit her lip. I haven't prepared anything. Even Qingzhou was able to send Xia Yank away, but she couldn't finish her words. She was truly too worried. Since hearing this news, her whole body had felt cold and uneasy. That terrible premonition made her dare not think about it in detail. At least, she wanted to ask her brother for a good luck charm, so he could carry it with him. It would give her some comfort in her heart. Shen Huai let out a soft sigh and scratched his head in frustration. Just wait for me to come back. When have I ever lied to you? Shen Yunqing looked at the man stubbornly, silent, but her clear eyes showed a deep sense of hurt and sadness. Shen Huai was most unable to resist her expression. He couldn't argue with her. I'm not a military wife. Why should I wait obediently for you? Shen Yunqing muttered. You treat me like a child, but I'm grown up now. Shen Huai. I really don't know what to say to that. Usually, Shen Yunqing was easy to coax, but today she was acting stubborn and he didn't know what to say. For a moment, the atmosphere between them froze. Both knew that they weren't biological siblings, but neither had ever said anything about it. Shen Huai had no idea what to do. Yunqing, I don't know how long I'll be gone this time. I don't want you to feel upset when we part. You. Before he finished, he saw the girl's eyes turn slightly red. She stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Shen Huai's breath caught, and he immediately forgot what he was about to say. Sometimes, I really wish you weren't my brother. Yunqing sighed as she finished speaking. When she looked up at Shen Huai, her eyes shimmering with tears, it instantly tugged at his heart. Shen Huai felt his mind become a mess. Realizing he might have said too much, Yunqing quickly turned and left in a hurry, heading toward the base on Shishan. Shen Huai could only stand there, watching her leave. His feet felt nailed to the ground, unable to move. What did Yunqing's words just now really mean? Similarly, Qingzhou was also feeling mixed emotions. Maybe because of their conversation last night, or perhaps because of Shen Yunqing's emotional breakdown. Qingzhou quietly watched the darkening sky outside. He found himself completely unable to stay calm. Qingzhou? Why aren't you resting yet? Xia Yank finished his work and closed the door, blocking out the cold air outside. I'm waiting for you, Qingzhou replied, taking the military green coat the man had taken off. Go take a shower first. His body was already thin and fragile, and now he was wrapped in a large cotton coat, his small face almost hidden. When Xia Yanbei looked again, Ji Qingzhou's calm eyes already held a gentle smile. Under the warm light, she looked tender and charming. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. She gently pushed his back with her hand, smiled, and didn't care about what he said. She simply lay back in the bed. She looked obedient, waiting for him to sleep together. Xia Yanbei was so cute when he saw Ji Qingzhou like this that he took a deep breath. Then he took the clothes she had prepared and quickly went out. The hot steam spread around, and the hot water on his body made his temperature rise again, out of control. Thinking of how adorable Ji Qingzhou was just now, Xia Yanbei couldn't help but smile. But in the next second, that little feeling of affection started to change. From thinking she was very cute and beautiful, to wanting to tease her, to possess her. Xia Yanbei frowned slightly. He didn't know where these animal-like thoughts came from at night. Before being with Ji Qingzhou, he was never a person driven by desire. He cleared his mind, thinking about his work discussion with Shen Huai earlier, and quickly calmed down. He wiped himself quickly and prepared to go back to his room. The yard was quiet. Yi Lanqing was already asleep. What Xia Yanbei didn't know was that Ji Qingzhou, inside her thick coat, was wearing a dress with very little fabric. She pretended to be calm, but inside, she was very nervous. Today, both of them had come home early, and under her guidance, Xia Yanbei was learning how to help her adapt. She felt it was time to take the next step. They hadn't decided when to hold the banquet, but they had registered their marriage and were now a married couple. Now that they were going to be apart, she didn't want to leave any regrets. It was time to be intimate. Ji Qingzhou touched her nose, feeling guilty, and looked up at the sky. I just don't want him to have regrets. I didn't mean anything else. She faintly heard some movement at the door and rolled in the quilt. She was too nervous, her heart pounding faster and faster. Suddenly, with a creak, the door was pushed open. After Xia Yanbei entered, he was about to turn off the light when a slender, fair hand grabbed his. Yen, don't turn off the light yet. The girl's voice behind her was shy, with a special kind of charm. Thank you for your message. Please provide the text you'd like me to translate and edit. This scoundrel. Ji Qingzhou finally understood that some people cannot be easily provoked, especially men with a wild nature that is hard to change. But today, she had drunk a lot of spiritual spring water and couldn't even fall asleep. She could only softly sob and beg him, but she didn't expect to provoke more teasing from him. Qingzhou, you are finally mine. Xia Yang's forehead was covered with fine sweat. He held Ji Qingzhou's face, her beautiful eyes clouded with tears, looking pitiful and adorable. At this moment, Ji Qingzhou didn't even have the strength to respond. She glanced at him lightly, and then fell into a deep sleep. She hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. When she woke up, Ji Qingzhou almost couldn't get up. She groggily looked outside. What time was it? Before she could speak, Xia Yang had already come in with her cup, filled with warm water. Qingzhou, you're awake. Ji Qingzhou wanted to speak, but when she heard her hoarse voice, her face turned bright red. Why was her throat so hoarse? She clearly hadn't done anything last night. Xia Yang sat beside her and brought the water to her lips. She took a sip to soothe her throat, and finally, she didn't feel that fiery sensation in her throat. She finally asked, what time is it now? Almost noon. Xia Yang looked at her and took a few more sips before saying, Does your waist hurt? His hand reached into the quilt and rested on her soft little waist. Ji Qingzhou annoyedly patted him. I don't hurt. She just finished speaking and slapped her own face because she found she couldn't even move a little. Her body didn't seem to belong to her anymore. It didn't listen to her at all. Ji Qingzhou. She didn't expect her body to be as useless as before. She had prepared for so long, but she was still being teased by this man. But she overlooked one thing. Not only did she drink the spiritual spring water, but Xia Yang did too. His physical strength now was no longer comparable to that of the previous life. Did you ask my master for leave? Ji Qingzhou shyly crawled back into the quilt. I wonder if I can recover in half a day. She turned her head and met Xia Yang's gentle yet deep eyes. Her face instantly turned red. Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and press it for me, or my sister will come over later, and she'll laugh herself to death. Xia Yanbei immediately listened to his wife. Okay. Jingzhou only thought about Ji Qingwan covering her mouth and secretly laughing, and she felt embarrassed for her entire life. She buried herself in the pillow. Did Mom get up? How did you tell her? Xia Yanbei honestly said, I told her you didn't sleep well last night, and you're really tired today. She asked me not to bother you too much and to let you sleep a bit longer. That's better. Jingzhou pouted and, thinking about some scenes from last night, she grimaced and kicked the man. You're pretending to be obedient now, but why didn't you listen to me last night? She begged him to stop, but he still held on tightly. Xia Yanbei could tell whether Jingzhou was acting spoiled or truly angry. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. Next time, I'll listen to you. Do you want another time? Jingzhou's eyes widened in surprise. Xia Yanbei teased her. We still have 2 days before we leave, Jingzhou. She thought she would leave tomorrow and had only caused trouble for herself. A man who's already interested in fun might not let her go easily in these 2 days. Jingzhou finally relaxed a little. She got up quickly and drank a big glass of spiritual spring water. After confirming her back wasn't so sore, she gave her husband a slightly better look. Jingzhou calculated the time. Last night, they didn't take any precautions, so if it was the same as in her previous life, it wasn't time for the baby to arrive. But she wasn't sure if this time the baby would come early. Thinking about the 2 adorable little ones in her dreams, she loved them to bits. She really wanted to see them sooner. Hearing Jingzhou sigh, Xia Yanbei couldn't help but look at her. It's nothing, Jingzhou said. She couldn't say she saw their babies in her dream. I just want to have a baby with you. Xia Yanbei hugged Jingzhou. There's no need to rush. The most important thing now is your health. Jingzhou's current condition was something he didn't dare imagine. If she got pregnant and had a baby, it would cause her a lot of harm. They say that pregnant women are like walking through the gates of. Ji Qingzhou hugged the man happily and said, I'm fine now. My body feels much better. My master says I'm doing well. Now that she has the spiritual spring, she used to catch colds at least once a month in winter. Sometimes, when her immunity was low, she could get sick twice. But this time, she clearly isn't as fragile. Ji Qingzhou feels that with the protection of the spiritual spring, giving birth to children won't be too difficult for her. This time, she can truly take good care of both babies. Do you prefer 1 child or 2 children? Ji Qingzhou's sudden question made Xia Yanbei's heart skip a beat, and he immediately looked serious. Don't feel pressured. Our family hasn't said you must have many children. Just focus on being healthy. Everything else will happen naturally. Seeing the man's furrowed brow, she felt worried even before she was pregnant. Other men would be very happy if their wives wanted to have many children. Ji Qingzhou smiled sweetly. Okay, I understand.
Don't worry too much about this.
Anyway, their babies are twins, both a boy and a girl. That's perfect. She left first, not noticing Xia Yanbei's serious expression behind her. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for his delicate, weak wife to be pregnant. He was just worried she might suffer. His father had always told him that when he was born, his mother endured a lot of hardship. He wanted him to treat his mother well for the rest of his life. For Ji Qingzhou, Xia Yanbei didn't think having children was such a wonderful thing. He just wanted her to be happy and healthy. After lunch, prepared by Yi Lanqing, Ji Qingzhou felt fully revived and thought she could go to the clinic again. Since Xia Yanbei was also going to the back mountain, she decided to visit the clinic to see if her master needed any help. As soon as she entered, she saw Old Man Peng looking distressed. Master, what's wrong? Old Man Peng, wearing reading glasses, tapped his pen on the paper a few times. I'm just reviewing the treatment records we've written for you and Yanbei. We summarized the process and methods of treating your family member. I submitted it to an old friend of mine, hoping to share it with others in the field. Maybe it can help the military. Look, so many days have passed, and I haven't received any response. Old Master Peng looked worried, as if he had remembered something, and his eyes dimmed a lot. Ji Qingzhou quickly said, the weather has been bad lately, and there is ice on the road. It probably caused the delay. Master, don't worry too much. Qingzhou, you don't know. Old Master Peng was about to say something when he saw the village chief, San Igua, happily push open the door and come in. Qingzhou, Old Master Peng, just in time. I brought the person over for you. Who is it? The village chief smiled and said, someone from the military. Hearing this, Ji Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat. Although she knew Xie Yanbei and the others were leaving, she still felt a little sad at this moment. Old Master Peng was confused about who had come to see him, the old man. But when he saw who it was, he immediately stood up. Old Zeng, why are you here? The visitor was Old Zeng, who had fought alongside Old Master Peng before. Old Zeng is now a respected senior military doctor. Seeing his old friend still practicing medicine in such a tough environment, he couldn't help but feel warm inside. If I didn't come, wouldn't you contact me first? Old Zeng hugged Peng tightly and pounded him a couple of times, and Peng responded playfully. Ji Qingzhou wiped her cold sweat, worried that the two old men might accidentally hurt each other. Have I not contacted you? Did you see the report I sent? Old Master Peng immediately showed concern for work, which Old Zeng was used to. Even though he was suppressed and sent here, his passion for medicine never cooled down. Peng had always insisted on traditional Chinese medicine and opposed the distortion and marginalization of it. Fewer people supported him over time, but he never gave up. At first, Old Zeng thought Peng had become cold and wouldn't care about this place anymore. But after Peng made new research findings, the first thing he wanted to do was share them. Old Peng, you know what I want to say. This is an opportunity. Seeing that they were talking about serious matters, Ji Qingzhou and the village chief left the room and closed the door, giving them space. Old Zeng then said, the treatment data you and your apprentice sent this time, we have seen it. We urgently need people skilled in bone setting and emergency wound care. I saw you mentioned at the end that you also made medicinal pills with emergency effects. Now, the front line is tense and the border environment is harsh, not to mention urgent surgeries. Even I, an old man, have to go to the front. Hearing this, Old Peng's face darkened. Over the past few days, he had heard some news. He never expected the situation to be so serious. Old Peng, I'm not asking you to do anything specific. I just want to pass on a message, and you need to decide for yourself. Old Master Zeng looked at him with some regret. He initially refused this idea because Old Peng's health was already poor, and the cold weather in Baiyun village had affected him even more over the years. But he knew Old Peng well. They shared the same hopes. Old Master Zeng didn't dare look directly at Old Peng's expression. He patted his shoulder and said, take a few days to think it over. I'll bring the medical exam results of the researchers back here, then we'll return to the capital and prepare to leave. Old Peng didn't know how long Old Master Zeng had been gone. He sat silently at the table, looking at the medical records he had written. He rolled up his sleeves slightly and saw the old scars from past injuries, still visible today. Thinking of the doubts others had about him back then, he realized that physical wounds were nothing compared to the wounds in his heart. There were times he wanted to give up. After all, he was old. It seemed like just a matter of closing his eyes. But he couldn't forget what his ancestors had passed down. Even when he was assigned here for training, he would pretend to obey when faced with troublemakers, but secretly, he would organize and write down everything he had learned in his life. He was afraid that one day, when he was truly old and sick, these things would be lost or replaced by Western medicine. But history proved that the teachings of his ancestors, even after thousands of years, are irreplaceable. Old Peng looked at the emergency medicine pills he and Ji Qingzhou had prepared over the past few days. The small porcelain bottles represented his persistence. Forget it. If I, this old man, can help restore the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine, even if I die on the front line, it's worth it. At least, after death, his name would be remembered alongside traditional Chinese medicine. After making this decision, Old Peng called Ji Qingzhou in. She was just filling the last of the emergency pills into the porcelain bottles. She brushed off the powder on her clothes and asked, Master, what's the matter? When she looked up, Ji Qingzhou met her master's serious gaze. Qingzhou, I need to go back to the capital with Lao Zeng for a while. Do you want to come with me? Ji Qingzhou was surprised. In her previous life, this had never happened. Her master had always stayed in Baiyun village. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth? Before she could answer, Lao Peng continued, "You probably already heard from Xia Yanbei that the border is in urgent need of help. Lao Zeng is here to call me back." Her heart skipped a beat, and she guessed what was coming next. Lao Peng looked at her kindly. "This mission is dangerous. You're not a military doctor, nor part of the army. There's no need for you to take on this responsibility." But before he finished, Ji Qingzhou interrupted, "Master, I want to go. I want to go with you." When she spoke, she was still a little hesitant. But by the end of her words, her resolve was clear. Whether it was to stay close to Xia Yanbei or to support the soldiers with medical help, Ji Qingzhou was determined. She was already thinking about how to say goodbye to her family. Lao Peng stroked his beard, looking at his proud student with a satisfied smile. "You're truly my student. Qingzhou, you've done better than I expected. Although the border is close to the fighting area, there's no need to be too nervous. We're not professional soldiers, and even if we go to support, we probably won't be sent to the front lines." Ji Qingzhou was a bit surprised. "Aren't we needed to support the frontline medics? It's a time when they are short-staffed, right? Lao Zeng wouldn't use us unless it's absolutely necessary," Lao Peng explained. "Most of the time, we're just helping the suffering people in the border areas. Living in a war-torn place is already hard enough, and they could be hit by shells at any time. Ordinary residents aren't trained soldiers, and their health is weaker. Our job is to protect them as much as possible and reduce casualties outside the battlefield." Ji Qingzhou listened carefully to Lao Peng's explanation, remembering every word. At the same time, she gained a clearer understanding of the responsibilities she was about to face. Just then, old Master Zeng was still outside talking with village chief Sun Aigua. Ji Qingzhou and old man Peng discussed briefly, then decided there was no time to delay. They went out to clearly state their position. "Old Master Zeng, village chief, my master and I have decided that we will both return to the capital city." Returning to the capital means they are preparing to head to the border. Ji Qingzhou, so young, surprisingly has this kind of resolve. Old Master Zeng was surprised and couldn't help but look at her more carefully, smiling and praising. "Old Peng has a good apprentice. Little girl, tell me your name." Ji Qingzhou looked straight into his eyes with honesty and confidence. "My name is Ji Qingzhou. I am a youth sent from the capital to the countryside. This surname is very special in the military district of the capital, which made old Master Zeng immediately think of something. Are you from the Ji family? Is old Master Ji your grandfather? And old Master Chao your maternal grandfather?" Ji Qingzhou answered calmly, without arrogance. "Yes. So you are a descendant of a martyr. No wonder you have such high resolve." Old Master Zeng couldn't help but sigh, and after learning about Ji Qingzhou's background, he felt even more fond of this brave young girl. Volunteering to go to the battlefield is a good thing. You can rest assured. The situation at the border probably isn't as serious as we imagine. News from the military officials in the capital indicated that the original plan had changed. The archaeologists had finished their work and would return today. At the same time, due to the changing border situation, the People's Liberation Army was also notified to urgently return to their bases and wait for deployment. One order after another was issued, and the atmosphere seemed filled with a sense of urgency. All soldiers, upon receiving their orders, quickly packed their gear and prepared to depart. After Ji Qingzhou and Old Man Peng received the news and left the health clinic, they saw that the soldiers had already gathered. Just then, they heard a crackling sound from the loudspeaker on the roadside electric pole, followed by the village chief's voice. "Dear villagers, due to the tense situation at the front, the soldiers supporting our village have finished their preparations and will return to the capital today. After receiving their orders, they will head to the border to support. The archaeologists will also be returning with them. They have made unforgettable contributions to the Respect Trust Society and Bayun Village, and have also risked their lives to protect our country. Let us pay the highest respect to the soldiers." Hearing this, the villagers on the street looked very serious. Unexpectedly, just after the flames of war on this land had recently died down, there was a new sign of conflict reigniting. Many of the elderly in the village are survivors of the war, and they often tell stories about those turbulent times. Through these stories, everyone has gained a deeper understanding of war. When they think about the young faces of the soldiers, who might soon be bleeding and sacrificing on the battlefield, everyone feels very sad. Sigh, I don't know when this war will end. Those troublemakers are really just jealous of us. Aunt Wang and Sister Li immediately thought of Xie Yanbei, who had been busy with the troops recently. The soldiers are returning to the capital, so Yabe will probably go with them. He and Qingzhou just got married a few days ago, and now they have to part again. Heaven really isn't kind. The older women gathered together, talking about what they heard on the radio, feeling very sorry for the unlucky young couple. Yilan Qing was working in the fields picking wild vegetables when she heard the broadcast and almost fell in her hurry.
How could it be so sudden?
She clenched her teeth, abandoning her small, and casually placed it on the field ridge. She grabbed her basket and hurried home. She was afraid she would be too late to see Yabe one last time. Ji Qingzhou finished giving instructions to Old Peng and hurried home, without stopping. Just as she reached the door, she saw Yi Lanqing coming down from the mountain. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a glance, and before they could speak, the door beside them creaked open. Xie Yanbei came out with a simple bag, clearly ready to leave. When he saw the two standing at the door, his steps paused. His eyes showed some sadness, but he restrained his feelings of reluctance and called out to them one by one. Mom, Qingzhou, we're leaving now. Ji Qingzhou saw him packing his things and knew that his luggage was prepared long ago. Both she and Yi Lanqing were ready for their farewell. But when that moment finally arrived, I still couldn't help but feel my eyes fill with tears. Afraid that Xie Yanbei would see, we both held back our tears. After gently hugging him, we only said, "Don't worry about what's happening at home. We'll take good care of ourselves. We'll wait for you to come back." Xie Yanbei looked at his mother and wife with guilt and nodded softly. Since he joined the army, he had already dedicated himself to the country. Even though he was very reluctant to leave his family, now was the time his country needed him. He had to return to the military. Yi Lanqing gently wiped her eyes and, claiming she needed to handle some wild vegetables, went into the yard first. Ji Qingzhou and Xie Yanbei understood she was giving them space to be alone, so they didn't refuse. The two walked side by side along a country road, their shoulders occasionally touching. There were no big gestures, but the atmosphere between them felt very close. Ji Qingzhou felt a bit sad and kept reminding him, "After you return to Beijing, whether it's daily training or anything else, be sure to be careful with your leg injury. Although it's almost healed now, don't put too much pressure on it. That way, it will recover better." Xie Yanbei listened quietly to Ji Qingzhou and nodded now and then in response. The man's gaze on her was full of reluctance and affection. Seeing his look, Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She quickly looked away and took out a few small porcelain bottles from her bag. Inside, there was water infused with herbs. She couldn't directly mention the spiritual spring water, so she made up an excuse. In emergencies, you can use this water to dissolve the rescue pills for internal and external use. It works very well. This way, the medicine's effect would be like a safety net, possibly saving lives in critical moments. Ji Qingzhou hoped all the soldiers would stay safe and sound. She didn't want to say such discouraging things. But for safety, she still prepared everything carefully in case of sudden emergencies. Ji Qingzhou was not a sentimental person and didn't cling to Xie Yanbei, crying about how much she didn't want him to leave. Her deep love for him was already part of everything she did and everything she made for him. Although feeling very reluctant, Ji Qingzhou still mustered her courage. She was afraid she might accidentally forget something or not say enough. "The things in the army you know better than I do. I won't say much. Just make sure you're safe." But she didn't notice that Xie Yanbei's gaze on her was full of deep affection and restraint. At that moment, they passed a corner where a tall tree blocked the view, creating a hidden spot. Xie Yanbei pulled Ji Qingzhou's wrist and gently kissed her. "Qingzhou, wait for me to come back." His thin lips lingered briefly at the corner of her mouth before quickly pulling away. He only held her wrist tightly, but was reluctant to let go. Xie Yanbei looked at Ji Qingzhou again and again, as if trying to memorize her features and face deeply in his heart. No matter what challenges awaited him ahead, with her, Everything seemed manageable. Ji Qingzhou only glanced at him once and dared not look again, afraid that tears might fall if she looked too long. She forced herself to hold back the sourness in her heart and smiled brightly at Xie Yanbei. "Yes, I'll wait for you." Just then, her comrades saw Xie Yanbei and called out loudly to him. "Lieutenant Xie, hurry up. We need to leave now." Xie Yanbei finally lingered on Ji Qingzhou's wrist, then made himself release her and turned to run quickly back to the team. After watching them leave, Ji Qingzhou scanned the ranks of the soldiers and noticed that Shen Huai was not there. She was about to ask, but then thought of something else. Big brother Shen probably rushed to say goodbye to Yunqing. Their sibling bond is really strong. In the researchers' dormitory, Shen Huai sat alone in a chair, examining the small room in front of him. He remembered that back in Beijing, Yunqing was also a spoiled young lady from a wealthy family. He and his parents loved her very much, wanting to give her all the best things in the world. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, that delicate girl had grown into a tall, graceful young woman, becoming so strong and brave. Shen Huai felt both comforted and proud, but at this moment, his heart was filled with deep reluctance. This reluctance, as the time to return grew near, turned into impatience. He should leave, but he really couldn't bear to go. Shen Huai slowly stood up, his broad hand gently resting on Shen Yunqing's bed, where she slept every night. It was as if he wanted to absorb a little of her warmth one last time through this gesture. There was no one else in the dormitory, and the suppressed feelings in his eyes finally found a brief moment of release. But after just 3 seconds, Shen Huai forced himself to hold back everything and raised his hand. It was time to end this. No matter what feelings he had for her, reality and duty had to come first. Shen Huai let out a barely audible sigh. Just as he was about to leave, the door was pushed open first. Shen Yunqing rushed in with red eyes, but stopped in her tracks when she saw him. She was so nervous, she hid her hands behind her back, then gathered her courage to ask him, "You're leaving, right?" Shen Yunqing was slightly out of breath, clearly rushing down from the mountain after hearing the news. Her usually clean clothes were now stained with dirt. Seeing her like this, Shen Huai's heart ached, and he frowned. "Yunqing, how could you be so careless? Did you fall on the way down the mountain?" His cold voice carried a subtle, hard-to-define emotion. "There's no rush. Not seeing each other now doesn't mean we won't in the future. Even if you don't return to the capital, I will come to see you." "How could I not see you?" Shen Yunqing hurriedly wanted to say something but stopped herself, biting her lip tightly. She looked down at Shen Huai as he bent down to brush the dust off her clothes. Her serious military cap blocked most of her view, so she couldn't see Shen Huai's face, nor did she need to suppress her emotions. Her eyes reddened as she sniffed, holding back tears and quietly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I've always been too stubborn." Shen Huai paused, about to stand up and deny her words. But Shen Yunqing placed her hand on his shoulder, stopping him.
"Don't worry about me.
"Whether you're in the capital or at the border, I will wait patiently for you to come back." Her mind was full of thoughts, but in the end, she only managed to say one sentence. "Shen Huai, when you come back, I have something very important to tell you." Shen Yunqing took a step back and let go of Shen Huai, looking into his eyes and emphasizing seriously once more. "So, you must come back." She didn't expect him to suddenly call her name. Shen Huai was momentarily stunned, but didn't think much of it. After standing up, he took off his gloves, gently touched Shen Yunqing's soft hair, then restrained himself and withdrew his hand, smiling at her. "Okay, brother promises you." Shen Huai was already good-looking, and his smile made people feel refreshed, like spring breeze. Especially in his eyes, there was a unique tenderness for Shen Yunqing. Whenever he showed this kind of expression, Shen Yunqing felt as if, even if she wanted the stars in the sky, he would pick them for her. She watched Shen Huai turn around and walk quickly outside. Until his figure completely disappeared from her sight, she couldn't help but squat down and slowly hug her shoulders. The girl's fragile body kept trembling, her long eyelashes glistening with tears, trembling like fragile butterfly wings about to break. Shen Yunqing wanted Shen Huai to know she was no longer a child and could take care of herself. But at this moment of parting, she still felt very sad. Just then, Ji Qingzhou came over. Seeing her like this, both surprised and worried, he couldn't help but softly call her name. Yunqing. Shen Yunqing's previously tightly held emotions suddenly collapsed when she saw Ji Qingzhou. She looked like a child who had finally found support, squatted forward a few steps, then hugged Ji Qingzhou's long legs and burst into tears. Woo-woo. Qingzhou. My brother has gone. He's going to the front lines. Ji Qingzhou looked at her with affection and quickly squatted down to gently wipe her tears, holding her in his arms to comfort her. Yunqing, don't worry too much. Brother Shen is so capable. Even if he goes to the border, he will be fine. Once things there are over, he will come back to see you. Shen Yunqing cried while nodding along with her words. Inspired by Shen Yunqing's emotions, Ji Qingzhou's eyes also started to turn red. After crying for a while and releasing some pressure, the two comforted and encouraged each other, feeling much better inside. Shen Yunqing used a tissue to wipe away her tears and smiled shyly at Ji Qingzhou. Sorry, Qingzhou, for making you laugh at me. There's no need to be so polite with me. Ji Qingzhou gently brushed her loose hair and asked softly, Next, what do you plan to do? Shen Yunqing had now collected all her emotions and returned to her usual work mode. I need to hurry back to the base. I haven't finished my tasks yet. Her eyes, still shiny from tears, looked especially bright. My brother and brother Xia have gone to the front lines. I may not be as great as them, but I also want to do my part and stay at my post. Seeing her quickly regain her composure, Ji Qingzhou felt very pleased. After sending Shen Yunqing into the mountains, she initially wanted to visit the health clinic again, but just a few steps away, she heard sounds coming from the village entrance. Dear experts, you've been staying in the village for so long. It's been you. These are local specialties, not worth much money. Please accept them. Yes, please take them. The villagers were talking to the archaeologists at the village entrance, acting as if the experts wouldn't leave unless they accepted the gifts. Dr. Jiang was surprised and repeatedly waved his hands to refuse. Conducting scientific research is our duty. These gifts are too valuable. We really can't accept them. People who work with relics and soil all day, doing research, are not as quick-witted as villagers. Dr. Jiang didn't know how to refuse further, so he looked at Chao Yunji for help. Little Chao, say something. Chao Yunji could only smile wryly, feeling overwhelmed herself. The villagers of Baiyun village were even more enthusiastic toward her than they were toward other members of the archaeological team, treating her as a key person. The People's Liberation Army left so quickly, we didn't get a chance to give them anything. But experts, please don't be too polite with everyone. Yes, Chao, you're Ji Jiqing's mother and related to the village, so you should accept these gifts too. The villagers were so enthusiastic that Chao Yunji couldn't handle it. Yi Lanqing didn't help her. She just smiled nearby, clearly part of Wang Dajia's group, which made Chao Yunji feel very helpless. Just then, Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan came over to say goodbye. Mom, have a safe trip. When you get back to Beijing, remember to write us a letter. Looking at her two daughters, Chao Yunji felt both happy and sad. She held their hands and kept giving them advice. The conditions here are not as good as in the city. You two should take care of your health and not overwork yourselves. She gently pinched her daughter's cheeks and, holding back tears, said, Our home is always kept clean and tidy, just waiting for you to come back for the new year. Ji Qingzhou was surprised, realizing that she had been so worried about Xie Yanbei rushing off that she forgot to tell him she might need to go back to Beijing with Grandpa Peng. But when they meet, he will understand. Ji Qingzhou didn't think much more about it. She pulled her mother and sister aside and told them about her plans. The situation at the border is tense and they need people. As a medical worker, I have the ability, so I can't back down. Worried that her mother and sister might stay up worrying all night, she quickly added, Although I will go to the border, it's not as dangerous as you might think. My master and old Manzing have said that unless it's absolutely necessary, we won't be sent to the front lines. Chao Yunji and Ji Qingwan listened in silence. Supporting Ji Qingzhou's decision was one thing, but they were more worried about her safety. War is unforgiving, and it could affect ordinary people in the border areas at any time. But from Ji Qingzhou's grandfather and great-grandfather onward, their family had always been loyal and brave. Growing up in such a family background, it was not surprising that Ji Qingzhou would make this choice. Even as a mother, there was no reason to stop her, especially since it was her own wish. Chao Yunji didn't oppose Ji Qingzhou's decision. She silently approved and kept reminding her, "Be very careful and take good care of yourself. We'll be waiting for you to come back." I didn't expect my mother to accept and understand my decision so quickly. I felt very touched inside. "I will do it. Thank you, Mom, for supporting me." However, Ji Qingwan was nearby, feeling anxious. No, Ji Qingzhou is her sister, her only sister. Since she was young, she has been fragile and delicate. If she gets scared at the border, what will happen? Ji Qingwan would rather go to the battlefield herself and face danger than see Ji Qingzhou take such risks. But before she could refuse her mother and sister's suggestions, the archaeologist's car was already on its way back to the capital. The other team members had already started to get on the car. Dr. Jiang, holding a bag of boiled eggs, helplessly waved to Chao Yunji. Xiao, it's getting late. If we don't leave now, we might miss the train." "Okay, I'm coming." Chao Yunji turned around and responded, then quickly hugged Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan one by one, repeatedly reminding them, "No matter what, take good care of yourselves and come back safely to see me and your dad in the capital." After 2 goodbyes in one day, Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan felt very sad but forced themselves to nod. "We understand." After watching Chao Yunji get into the car and leave, the sisters walked back side by side. Before they even reached the village gate, Ji Qingwan's eyes were already red. She grabbed Ji Qingzhou's hand and looked at her sister with worry and reluctance. "No, you can't go. The border area is very dangerous. You're just a young girl. How much help can you really be? Don't go and get involved." Ji Qingzhou knew that Ji Qingwan was worried, and seeing her wet eyes, she felt especially warm inside. "Big sister, you don't need to worry about me. Although I was a bit spoiled when I was in the city, I've grown a lot during this time in the countryside. I am confident I can take care of myself." Ji Qingzhou said a lot at once, but Ji Qingwan couldn't really listen. When her sister said she wanted to get married, she wasn't very happy about it. To her, Ji Qingzhou was still just a little girl. But because Xia Yank seemed reliable and was someone her sister genuinely liked, she reluctantly agreed. Ji Qingwan could do some dangerous things herself, but she couldn't accept it when it came to Ji Qingzhou. In the past, she always called her sister and sometimes deliberately called her by her name to tease her. How could she go to such a dangerous front line? "Qingzhou, promise me. Let's think about it again, okay?" Ji Qingwan held Ji Qingzhou's hand tightly, almost begging her. "If it's really impossible, teach me how to treat wounds and I'll go in your place. Qingzhou, be good. I can rely on you for everything else, but the front line is really not a place for a young girl like you." Thinking about the possible dangers Qingzhou might face, Qingwan felt anxious inside. The misunderstanding between the sisters had long been resolved, but Qingzhou was just now realizing how important she was in her sister's heart. She couldn't help but step forward and gently hug Qingwan, comforting her. "Thank you for worrying about me, sister. But it's really not as dangerous as you think. Besides, I won't go to the front line. I'm just helping the local people." Ji Qingwan hugged her tightly, finally unable to hold back her tears and crying.
I'm sorry, Qingzhou.
"It's because I'm useless. I don't know much and can't protect you." She really wanted Qingzhou to take her along too. Even if she couldn't do much, just watching her from afar would make her feel better. But she couldn't bring herself to say such selfish words. Listening to Qingwan's sobs, Qingzhou also felt her eyes sting. "Sister, I promise you, I will take good care of myself and come back healthy. Okay?" She wiped away her sister's tears and gently smiled as she held her face. "I know you're worried about me. I'm touched that you care so much. But I'm really not a child anymore. Sister, please try to trust me a little more, okay?" Ji Qingwan sighed deeply, feeling very reluctant inside. But becoming a doctor had always been Qingzhou's dream. She couldn't stop her sister just because she was worried. All right, go then. But you must promise to take care of yourself. Qingzhou nodded. Okay, I promise you. Old Master Zeng quickly reported the list of new recruits. The matter of Ji Qingzhou and Old Master Peng going to support the border was already settled. Now, Xia Yanbei was not at home, but Ji Qingzhou was not worried about anything else. The only thing she couldn't relax about was Yi Lanqing. Her mother-in-law was already in poor health. She had just recovered, but no one was at home to take care of her. What if something happened and her condition worsened? Thinking about this made Ji Qingzhou anxious. On her way back from the village entrance, she happened to meet Sister Wang and Sister Li. The older women came over, holding her hands, and asked about her and her mother-in-law's well-being for a while. Qingzhou, if you and your mother-in-law are alone at home and something happens, don't feel embarrassed. Just let us know anytime. Your husband is fighting on the border to protect our country. He is a hero for us villagers. No matter what, we won't let you and your mother-in-law be bullied. Ji Qingzhou felt touched and knew these neighbors truly cared about her and Yi Lanqing. She hesitated for a moment, but finally told them she also planned to go support. Because the border area urgently needs medical help, my master and I, as doctors, will go to assist. Sister Wang and the others were stunned when they heard this. Joining the army usually requires having 2 men in the family. If both of you go to the battlefield, what if something unexpected happens? They couldn't continue and just looked at Ji Qingzhou with worried eyes. Ji Qingzhou smiled softly. Thank you all for your concern. I understand the risks, but I won't be in danger. But my mother-in-law isn't feeling well. I don't want her to stay alone at home. I hope everyone can help take care of her. Sister Wang, Sister Li, and the villagers agreed without hesitation. You and your husband have made such a big contribution. Don't just take care of her. Bring her to stay with us if you want. They then earnestly advised Ji Qingzhou for a while, like elders talking to their family. Only after that did the older women let her leave. But as they watched her slender figure walk away, they couldn't help but wipe their tears. Yanbei just recovered from his leg injury and is about to go to the battlefield. Qingzhou is just a young girl, and she's so brave. Their family really is extraordinary. When Ji Qingzhou returned home and told Yi Lanqing about her plans to leave, she felt very nervous inside. She was worried that her mother-in-law might be scared alone at home, so she held her hand and kept reassuring her. Mom, I've already told the neighbors. If anything happens at home, please ask them for help. Yi Lanqing stared at her blankly. She didn't cry when she heard that Xia Yank was leaving the house. But when she learned that her daughter-in-law was also going to the border, she couldn't hold back her tears. Qingzhou, you don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine at home. It's you I'm worried about, going to the front lines suddenly. In Yi Lanqing's heart, she always treated Ji Qingzhou like her own daughter. Ji Qingzhou felt very warm inside. She held her mother-in-law's hand and comforted her for a while, then seriously promised. Mom, don't worry. I promise, not only will I be safe on this trip to the border, but I will also bring Ian back safely. When she found out that Chao Yunji also knew about this, Yi Lanqing nodded with tears in her eyes. All right, I respect your choice. Ji Qingwan, crying all the way, came over and heard this, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. She held Ji Qingzhou's hand and kept looking at her, feeling more and more reluctant. She could still find ways to follow her to the countryside, but the front line was different. Someone like her, who had no self-defense skills, would only cause trouble for her sister and the soldiers if she went. The more Ji Qingwan thought about it, the more she felt overwhelmed with sadness. She cried and vaguely promised. Qingzhou, during the time you're away, I will also work hard and catch up with you soon. Ji Qingzhou looked at her sister, feeling both pity and amusement. She couldn't help but pat Ji Qingwan's head, wondering if her sister was like a water balloon in her past life. Yeah, I believe in you. My sister is the best. To cheer up her crying sister, Ji Qingzhou packed her belongings and specially went back to the youth commune, planning to stay with Ji Qingwan for a night. On the way, Jiang He saw the two sisters' figures and was suddenly tempted. Xia Yank and Shen Huai, who were troublesome, had all left, and it was said they were heading to the front lines, places with no return. Jiang He didn't need to guess. He knew they definitely wouldn't come back alive. He suddenly felt he had a good opportunity. Qingzhou just got married not long ago and is about to become a widow. She must be very sad. I should take this chance to comfort her and see if she might change her mind. By then, not only Shen Yinqing, but he might also enjoy the benefits of the situation. The more Jiang He thought about it, the happier he felt. He quickened his pace to catch up with the two, but just as he turned his head, someone slapped his. "What's going on?" Jiang He almost jumped in surprise. "What are you doing, muttering to yourself here?" Widow Wu looked him up and down with a disdainful look and curled her lips. "Instead of wasting time here, you should think about how to improve yourself." She had been playing for so long and finally caught a chance to enjoy some pleasure. But she didn't expect Jiang He, who had a good face, to be useless. Jiang He covered his face turning pale and green, almost crying. This widow Wu seemed insatiable, threatening and forcing him to do those things every day, and still complaining he wasn't good enough. He was at least a scholar from the capital. Why should he suffer this kind of insult? But luckily, this life wouldn't last much longer. Jiang He stared fiercely at widow Wu's ugly face, thinking angrily in his heart. Today, a notice was issued that starting at the end of the month, many educated youths would be returning to the city. Once he dealt with Ji Qingzhou and Shen Yunqing and brought them back home, the sky would be the limit. He didn't want to endure the frustration of the countryside anymore. Jiang He was done with it. His eyes flickered as he happily thought about it, but suddenly, widow Wu slapped his again, interrupting his thoughts. "Didn't you hear me talking to you? Even I dare to ignore me? You're really bold. Do you believe I'll punish you tonight and make sure you can't go back to the dorm?" Hearing her words, Jiang He shivered, and his eyes filled with resentment. He almost forgot about this old woman. After returning to the capital, Jiang He vowed that the first thing he would do was find someone to teach this nasty widow a lesson and take revenge. He didn't expect his anger to be so strong that he accidentally revealed it. Widow Wu was clever. She saw that Jiang He clearly wasn't thinking good thoughts. She didn't say much and kicked him directly. "Don't think I don't know what's in your mind. Stop dreaming." Her big hand, like a fan, landed on Jiang He, but then moved along his chest. Widow Wu squinted, feeling his skin under her hand, then chuckled softly. "You're destined to be my sleeping partner in this life. Just accept it." Jiang He looked at her yellowed teeth and kept changing his expression but couldn't help spitting out. This old woman was so greasy and disgusting. Who could come to save him? Luckily, Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan didn't notice them, so they avoided the terrible ordeal of being watched. Holding hands, they returned to the dorm at the youth commune and washed up briefly. After many years, they lay on the same bed again. The feeling was both familiar and strange. Ji Qingzhou smelled Ji Qingwan's scent and felt very safe. "Sis, we haven't just laid here quietly together like this for a long time." Ji Qingwan turned to face her. In the dark, her expression was hard to see, but her gaze was warm. "It's all your fault," she pouted and whispered to her sister. "You've grown up and aren't as clingy as when you were little." Ji Qingzhou wanted to laugh but was afraid her laughter would upset her sister, so she held back. "Everyone grows up." Ji Qingwan pinched her arm, and she quickly changed the subject. "Even if I don't chase after you anymore in my heart, sister, you'll always be the most important. That's more like it." Ji Qingwan giggled and then happily lay back under the blanket. The sisters lay head to head, staring at the ceiling, feeling very warm and peaceful. It was a rare moment, and they couldn't help but share a few heartfelt words. "Sis, even though you always say you're useless, I've always been very grateful for your presence and help. That's because you're good. Otherwise, even if I'm the older sister, I wouldn't bother with you." Jing Qingwan couldn't help but smile again, her eyes shining brightly as she shared her plans. "There's something I haven't told you. Actually, when we said goodbye that day, I already thought about this situation. I told my mom that when I return to the city, I will also bring your mother-in-law back with me." Ji Qingzhou was both touched and surprised. "Really? Would your sister ever lie to you?" Jing Qingwan rolled her eyes at her. "Your mother-in-law stays with my parents. which makes it easier for me to take care of her. When the time comes, our whole family will be waiting in Beijing for your return." She thought everything through carefully, even planning a backup if Yi Lanqing didn't want to go with her. "If your mother-in-law doesn't agree, I'll call my parents too, and we'll all go to pick her up. She definitely won't refuse then, he. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Qingzhou suddenly rushed over and hugged her tightly. "Sister, I am truly moved by you. What are you doing?" Jing Qingwan, feeling a bit helpless, hugged her sister back. After hearing her words, she couldn't help but smile and gently patted her back. "I'm your sister. If I don't do good for you, who will I do good for?" The two of them snuggled under the blanket, playing and laughing, their hair messy and their breath heavy. When they got tired, they leaned on each other and closed their eyes to sleep, their faces showing happiness like never before. That night, it was as if they had returned to their childhood days. The next day, old Master Zeng and the others prepared to leave. Because time was tight, Ji Qingzhou and Old Man Peng also went along. When the villagers heard the news, they all came to see them off. Jing Qingwan and Shen Yunqing stood at the front, in the most noticeable spot. Shen Yunqing had cried for 2 days straight, her eyes swollen and her appearance miserable. But she still tried to wave at Ji Qingzhou and shout loudly, standing on tiptoe. "Qingzhou, take good care of yourself. We'll wait for you to come back." The two young girls raised their voices so loudly that they almost drowned out the other villagers' voices. When Ji Qingzhou heard them, she quickly rolled down the car window, stuck her head out, and waved back. "Don't worry, I will come back safe and sound to see you all." After responding to their instructions, she specifically told Shen Yunqing, "Yunqing, wait for me. I will definitely bring your brother back.
So, don't cry so hard.
It hurts my heart to see you like this." Shen Yunqing still had tears on her cheeks and couldn't help but laugh softly. Although Ji Qingzhou didn't yet know the complicated relationship between her and Shen Huai, she truly cared about her. "Okay, I promise not to cry." This conversation was so childish. Ji Qingwan was made to look the most mature in the group, so she helplessly added, "Thanks to Yanbei and Shen Huai, you don't need to worry. You should protect yourself first." Ji Qingzhou stuck out her tongue like a child. Just then, Old Man Zeng came over and said they were about to leave. She quickly straightened up, sat properly, nodded and said she understood, then waved goodbye to everyone outside the car. "Big sister, Yunqing, and everyone in the village, see you again someday." The exhaust pipe puffed out thick smoke as the car slowly started and drove away. Everyone knew it was time to say goodbye. They couldn't help but get teary-eyed, showing how much they didn't want to part. Finally, Jiang He, who had rushed over after hearing the news, only saw the car leaving in the distance. He was stunned, completely speechless. Something was wrong. This was not right. Why did Ji Qingzhou also leave? It was totally different from what he had seen in his dreams. Ji Qingzhou should have been like a delicate wife, only circling around him. Jiang He didn't know where he went wrong, so he felt very anxious. He wanted to stop Shen Yunqing to ask her about it, but before he could squeeze through, he saw Shen Yunqing bend down to pick up her luggage by her feet. "Time's almost up. I should hurry into the mountains now and go back to the research base." Ji Qingwan sighed. "I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I would be the only one left in the village." From the villagers' conversations, Jiang He learned that Shen Yunqing's research project was speeding up and she would be staying in the mountains for a while. In the next month or two, he probably wouldn't see her. Jiang He was stunned again. He had planned to wait until Ji Qingzhou and Shen Yunqing were calmed down, then take both of them back to the capital. But now, before he even had a chance to start his plan, they had already left. Doesn't that mean that before returning to the city, he won't be able to see the two women? What made Jiang He feel even more overwhelmed was that when the villagers heard that the educated youths would be returning to the city soon, they all sent their blessings to Ji Qingwan. When it was his turn, he was only met with eye rolls. Only Widow Wu seemed particularly reluctant and secretly gave him a flirtatious look. "Jiang the educated youth, if you don't want to leave, that's okay. Our village can still accommodate you." Although the villagers found this statement a bit strange, they didn't think much of it. Only Jiang He stood there foolishly, feeling so scared that his body was covered in goosebumps. Ji Qingzhou leaned against the car window, watching the shadows of everyone gradually shrink. Suddenly, she understood that when Xia Yanbei left, the feelings he carried in his heart were probably the same as hers now. Ji Qingzhou thought about this and couldn't help but sigh. Her sister and Shen Yunqing were originally from Beijing, and they would eventually have a chance to reunite. But neighbors like Sister Wang and Sister Li were different. This farewell might be the last time they see each other, and there might not be another reunion. Ji Qingzhou's nose felt sour, and she tried hard to look at the trees and mountains along the road, wanting to remember Baiyin Village deeply and take it back home with her. In the front seat, Old Man Zeng and Old Man Peng were already busy discussing. This batch of soldiers was originally scheduled to return to Beijing first and wait for orders, but because the front lines are tense, they have already rushed to the border overnight. Fortunately, the medical staff haven't reached a crisis point yet. Old Peng, you're getting old, and Qingzhou is so young. Neither of you has been on the battlefield before. After discussing with the higher-ups, we think it's better for you to go last. Old Man Peng frowned and punched his shoulder. Who do you think you're looking down on? Don't think, because I'm older, that I can't handle it. My physical strength is just as good as those young guys in the army. As for my apprentice, you don't need to worry about her. Qingzhou is a rising star. Old Zeng, you might be left behind on the beach. Neither of us needs special treatment. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Ji Qingzhou quickly moved on from her earlier sadness and joined the discussion. Yes, Old Zeng, even though I am a woman, I don't need any special care. The situation on the front line is tense. The sooner our medical staff arrive, the more protection the people will have. When mentioning the border, Ji Qingzhou's eyes show no fear. Instead, there is only firm determination and pure faith. Old Master Zeng really likes this clever and brave young girl. After learning she is from the Ji family, he treats her like his own family member. He immediately waved his hand happily and said, "No need to be so formal. Your grandfather and your great-grandfather are all comrades in arms. Just call me Grandpa." Ji Qingzhou smoothly changed her way of speaking and said, "Grandpa Zeng." Old Master Zeng couldn't help but smile. Qingzhou, on the battlefield, guns and bombs are unpredictable. Whether you're good or not, your master's words don't count. After saying this, he straightened his expression and asked Ji Qingzhou some serious questions. Assisting on the battlefield is not a game. Old Master Zeng knew that if anything went wrong, it could seriously harm this young girl. So, he first asked about how medical staff should protect themselves and handle emergencies when they go deep into the battlefield. Then, he asked about professional skills for treating gunshot wounds and injuries. Unlike military doctors, ordinary doctors usually don't deal with these things, so it's normal for them to lack related knowledge. Old Master Zeng thought these questions might embarrass Ji Qingzhou, but she answered all of them smoothly. Old Peng's eyes widened in admiration for his apprentice. Neither of them expected that Ji Qingzhou, who had been reborn, had experienced much in her past life and now possessed more advanced medical knowledge. To them, she was the most valuable talent. Not only did Ji Qingzhou know how to bandage wounds, but she also understood the different features of various injuries. Even Old Master Zeng and Old Peng were shocked. "Why don't I remember teaching you these?" Ji Qingzhou smiled sheepishly. "I learned them from books. She loves studying, so this explanation makes sense." Moreover, what she just said isn't entirely false. During this time, Ji Qingzhou spent a lot of time reading medical literature in the space laboratory, grabbing every opportunity to learn from all kinds of sources. This gave her enough strength to calmly face every situation. Old Master Zeng listened to Ji Qingzhou's answer and suddenly felt a deep respect for her. He used his medical knowledge to continue talking with her. The car kept moving forward. Meanwhile, Xia Yanbei had quickly gathered his team and rushed to the front line as fast as possible. Because the war was intense, Commander Liu had already arrived some time ago. The officers leading the team were Commander Cheng and Commissar Feng. Commander Cheng, though older and with white hair, was still full of energy. His eyes showed a fierce determination, clearly having fought in real battles before. "For years, we have fought many battles to defend ourselves and build our country's reputation. Our enemies have been driven out, but they still refuse to give up. They have been harassing our borders for many years, ignoring warnings and becoming even more aggressive. Commander Cheng looked around with a commanding gaze. Every soldier he saw stood straight and looked serious. He nodded with satisfaction and then spoke in a deep voice. With the new year coming soon, we want our border people to have a good celebration. This war must not only be fought, but also fought well. We cannot show weakness. Victory will be ours, because we are fighting for justice. The soldiers looked serious and shouted together. We will win this battle. The scenery outside kept changing as they approached the border. The closer they got, the more terrible the damage from the war looked. Even though the soldiers had professional training, seeing such scenes made them feel heavy-hearted. The convoy soon reached Songshi village, where the situation was most dangerous. Because it was very close to the border, there were many landmines planted by the enemy. The villagers here lived in constant fear, suffering greatly. They had been hoping for reinforcements for a long time. When they saw the convoy stop at the village entrance, tears couldn't be held back. The enemy was cruel and unreasonable, risking everything to take their land, even their lives, to fight hand to hand. Sadly, many young soldiers, not even 20 years old, had already fallen on the border. After the car stopped, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai quickly got out. From afar, they saw a tall figure walking toward them. Finally, I've been waiting for you. A cheerful voice rang out. Shawa strode over and patted their shoulders one by one. Seeing his long-lost brothers, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai wanted to greet him. But when they saw how he looked now, their expressions instantly became serious. How did you get hurt like this? Shao's features are naturally handsome and strong. Unlike their cold and serious aura, his vibe has a bit of roughness. Plus, his head was wrapped in bandages, and there were cuts on his face, making him look even more intimidating. But when Shawa smiled, showing his big white teeth, the tough feeling softened a lot. It's just a fight. As long as I'm not dead, these small injuries are nothing. He was quite carefree and optimistic. After all, we finally got together again. Let's not talk about those sad things. Today, the star should be Yan. Shawa happily gave Xia Yanbei a big hug. I was so happy when I heard your leg was healed. I've been looking forward to seeing you every day. His bandages on his head weren't very secure, and with his movements, they seemed like they might come loose. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai watched nervously. Let's celebrate later. First, you should go find the medical team to rebandage your wounds. No worries, no worries. I told you, even a shell can't kill me. What's a little injury? Shawa joked on purpose to lighten the mood. Finally, you two got a chance to go to the battlefield. Just wait and see how I help you earn military honors, especially you, Yan.
He patted Xia Yanbei's chest.
When I was in the army, everyone said you were the true soldier king. But now, with me Shawa here, I'll make sure you don't get a chance to show off. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai's mouths twitched, and they couldn't help but laugh at his reckless attitude. All right, we'll wait and see you show your skills. Shawa exclaimed. I heard that this time, not only did you heal your injuries, but you also got married before us. Don't worry, with your big brother here, I'll definitely bring you both back. He was about to keep joking, but Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai immediately scolded him. After finally stopping his laughter, Xia Yanbei looked up and glanced around behind Shawa several times, feeling like something was missing. Looking for something? Commander Liu and the main troops are still at the base. As soon as I heard you two were coming, I couldn't wait to come pick you up. Pretty thoughtful. Huh? Shawa still looked cheerful, but Xia Yanbei's next words made his expression suddenly freeze. Where's Ding Liang? Why didn't he come with you? His eyes flickered as he looked down, avoiding Xia Yanbei's gaze, and remained silent. Shen Huai thought he was teasing them on purpose, so he smiled and added, that guy who follows a yen around all day, calling him company commander. Now that a yen has finally returned to the army, with Ding Liang's admiration for him, wouldn't he be chasing after you all the way here? Seeing Shao's face freeze, Xia Yanbei suddenly remembered something, and his face changed instantly. He hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing Shao's arm, and asked in a serious voice, where is Ding Liang? Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Xiao forced a bitter smile, and the cheerful mask on his face disappeared. Ding Liang has sacrificed himself. He turned around and looked toward the border, his voice filled with unprecedented bitterness. We are useless. We haven't even recovered his body yet, but after the war, we will definitely bring him home. Although they were used to life and death, the sudden departure of someone so lively around them left Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai with heavy expressions that lingered for a long time. At this moment in the camp, Commander Ching stood beside the radio, looking anxious as he waited. How is it? Can you connect to Commander Lu's signal? The operator was working quickly, adjusting the signal cable, and a crackling sound came from the radio. Commander, we have a signal. Commander Ching immediately moved closer. The radio's green indicator light was on, and Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai stood behind him. Old Lu, Xia Yanbei, and Shen Huai have arrived. Shawa is here too. We'll be at the front lines soon. Commander Cheng's voice was loud, and his chest seemed to vibrate as he spoke. On the other end of the radio, Lu Commander's voice came through. Good, that's great. They arrived faster than I expected, which is the best news. Through the communicator, the sound of gunfire from Commander Lu's side could still be heard. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai stood in a row. Commander Ching looked at these brave and skilled young men and felt a bit more at ease. Our current positions are still in a tough situation. The enemy is scattered, each group far apart, like mice. It's really frustrating. We're just waiting for you young people to turn the tide. Young people are the fresh blood of the organization. No matter what, you must use your strengths. On the other side, Commander Lu was standing unsteadily in the midst of the battle, and the tent was shaking slightly. Outside, there were occasional loud noises, and even from 1,000 miles away, you could feel the tense atmosphere. Don't worry, you just need to hold on a little longer. We will arrive soon. Commander Ching looked at the three young men in front of him and felt more calm. Yanbei, Huai, although you are all young, you are calm in battle and have your own ideas and thoughts. I trust you to go to the front lines this time. But under any circumstances, your safety must come first. Commander Cheng had tested these three young men during the base evaluations. They were all outstanding. When it came to fighting in desperate situations, no one was better than them. Especially last time, when everyone thought the task was impossible, Xia Yanbei not only brought back a national treasure-level scientist, but also ensured that the entire team returned safely. In the end, only he was seriously injured, which shocked the high command at the time. In this period of war, they had basically figured out the enemy's situation. Most of the enemy was conservative. But Xia Yanbei and the others were full of surprises. Once the fight started, only the enemy would be troubled. Rest assured, Commander, we will complete the mission perfectly and will not betray your trust or the organization. Xia Yanbei's voice was firm and strong. When his leg was injured, he never thought he would have a chance to return to the battlefield. Now, someone is insulting the dignity of our country. Being able to fight alongside former comrades again, he truly valued it. The signal from Commander Lu's side was not very clear, intermittent, and only barely understandable. This time, having the three of them come along gave us a big boost of confidence. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Commander Lu's voice was a little excited, and the command transmitted through the crackling sound was full of passion. The enemy treats us as their top opponent, so we must fight back with our fists and show them whether they're worthy opponents. The three of them looked the same, filled with hatred for the enemy and a strong sense of determination. Xia Yanbei's eyes were firm and unwavering. Rest assured, Commander, we will drive the invaders beyond the sacred mountain of our homeland. Anyone who tries to threaten our territory will be dreaming. Commander Ching looked at them with admiration. Young people are full of energy and courage. Although these juniors haven't experienced long battles, each generation has its own mission. The tasks they carry are also heavy. He cut off the communication device and patted Xia Yanbei on the shoulder. Yanbei, I know your abilities, but your leg was injured earlier, and you just got married. You must stay safe. I can't explain to your family if anything happens to you. Thinking of Ji Qingzhou's red eyes, Xia Yanbei showed a hint of pity. He nodded firmly. Yes, Shawa still had dust on his face. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth that looked very handsome. Rest assured, Commander. He's newly married and wouldn't want to die so easily. Besides, we've been brothers for many years. Even if I have to trade my life for his, I won't let him die like that. Xia Yanbei patted him heavily on the back. People about to leave should avoid saying such unlucky words. Xia Yanbei's face was cold. What are you talking about? We all need to stay alive. Commander Qing nodded and placed a small chess piece on the map. He pointed to the piece with a serious expression. This time, we have another task. Besides defeating the enemy, we also need to bring back the remains of our fallen comrades. His face looked sad, and he clenched his fists, leaning on the table. Our comrades want to return home. Their families are waiting for them. Currently, over 100 personnel are missing, including captured soldiers, most of whom are only 17 or 18 years old. While speaking, Commander Qing sighed and sat down, looking a bit tired. Outside, the weather was cold, and the wind seemed to carry ice, piercing straight into people's bones. What was colder than the wind was the distant letters from home. Since the war just started and communication is cut off, the families of our soldiers can't send their letters directly. A letter is worth 1,000 gold, and we must find ways to comfort the troops and reassure their families. The soldiers risk their lives on the battlefield, and the only thing the organization can do is ensure they have no worries. But every soldier on the front has parents and loved ones, constantly worried about them. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai exchanged a glance, knowing how anxious they would feel if they couldn't contact their loved ones. They both chose to serve their country, but at the same time, they didn't want to let their families down. They shared these complex feelings deeply. Thinking of Ding Liang, Xia Yanbei said firmly, Commander, we will bring our comrades back home, no matter how long it takes or how difficult it is. Commander Cheng's eyes lit up with renewed determination. That's good to hear. We must never abandon our comrades. After ending the heavy conversation, Xia Yanbei, Shen Huai, and Shawa each prepared their own tasks. Your approach is too aggressive. When we get to the battlefield, the three of us must work well together. Only by defeating the enemy completely can we ensure the safety of our homeland in the future. Shen Huai was the first to suggest a surprise attack at night, but Xia Yanbei opposed it immediately, and Shawa nodded in agreement. We don't know the full situation yet. Let's plan our strategies based on our strengths, be ready to adapt, and catch the enemy off guard. Then, let's make them go back to their hometowns. At the same time in Beijing, Ji Qingzhou and Peng Lao arrived with Xing Lao. Medical staff quickly checked their qualifications. Seeing that both of them met the standards, they promptly helped them change into new clothes. Because the current situation is quite tense, our environment is also quite rough and somewhat harsh. You may need to adapt quickly. If you face any difficulties, be sure to communicate with us immediately. A doctor with extensive experience in battlefield support accompanied Ji Qingzhou and Old Peng. He briefly explained the upcoming war zone to help them prepare mentally. Oh, by the way, since we are on the front lines of the war, we are always at risk. You must prioritize your safety first and do your best to protect the wounded. Ji Qingzhou nodded. Having lived through 2 lives, this is her first time going to the front to help her country. She has always understood the cruelty of war through images and words. Now, about to experience it firsthand, she already feels some pressure. Her hands trembled a little, but not out of fear. She was thinking that this is the usual work environment of Xia Yanbei. Besides feeling sorry for him, she also felt a deep sense of helplessness. He is always facing danger, but she can do very little to help. Old Peng walked over and patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Your master has also seen gunfire and explosions on the battlefield. Just follow your master and you'll be fine, Ji Qingzhou nodded. Although her master didn't talk much about past hardships, she knew about them. No matter how many misunderstandings or harsh judgments he faced before, he always stayed true to himself. Old Peng is a real hero who saves lives and helps the wounded. because some of the more seriously injured patients need to be moved to the rear of the battlefield, which is the area we can see now. It will take some time to reach our destination. We don't have much time, so let's get on the vehicle. In the medical support team's large vehicle, Ji Qingzhou sat beside old Peng. The ride was bumpy, and scenes kept changing before her eyes. After traveling for a while, the peaceful scene was completely transformed. Buildings in front of her had collapsed, showing signs of shell damage. She also saw injured civilians on the road. People moved slowly and stopped frequently. Everywhere her eyes looked, everything was devastated. Qingzhou, you're still young and haven't seen a real battlefield. If you feel unwell, don't push yourself. Old Peng noticed that Ji Qingzhou looked unhappy as she came over, and he thought the scene might have scared her. He felt a little regretful because Ji Qingzhou's body was naturally weak. In such a harsh place, it could put more strain on her health. Moreover, the doctors on the front lines are trained professionals. Ji Qingzhou had never experienced real danger or violence, and old Peng was worried she might not handle such scenes well. Ji Qingzhou shook her head. Her face showed no change, but a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. Master, I'm not afraid. I just feel we arrived a bit late. If we had come earlier, maybe more people could have been saved. We are doing so little. At this moment, she wished she had 3 heads and 6 arms, so she could dedicate herself fully to helping others. I want to do my best to reduce the loss of soldiers and civilians. She seemed lost in thought. In her memory, thousands of fellow countrymen had disappeared because of this war. Many of them were young soldiers just out of their teens. Although the enemy was defeated in this war, our army also suffered many casualties, about 8,000 or so. The captured young soldiers, before they could be exchanged as prisoners, were executed by the enemy on false charges, with brutal methods. Later, the enemy refused to admit their crimes. Those children, only 18 or 19 years old, were full of life, the bright future of the country. Their lives ended at the most vibrant time of their youth. Ji Qingzhou felt a sharp pain in her heart. She covered her chest with one hand. It was as if something inside her chest was constantly beating. It was her fellow countrymen, connected by blood. Even if they didn't know each other, they shared the same roots and bloodline. The hatred in Ji Qingzhou's eyes was hard to hide, and old Peng looked at her with concern. Qingzhou, your face doesn't look good. Are you feeling unwell? If you can't hold on, you don't have to go to the battlefield. Ji Qingzhou was determined. She thought about what had happened before. She looked steady and said, Master, I'm going. We have no way back. Just like the soldiers on the battlefield, they fought bravely so that future generations could enjoy peace. Ji Qingzhou silently repeated the words of a great person in her mind. One punch can stop 100 punches from coming. Her abilities are limited. She is too small on her own. Ji Qingzhou doesn't know what she can do. But this time, she doesn't want those brave soldiers to suffer more shame. The car keeps moving forward. Knowing a tough battle is ahead, everyone closes their eyes to rest. While everyone is resting, Ji Qingzhou looks around carefully. When she sees no one paying attention, she closes her eyes too, resting, but her mind enters the space. Currently, the front line is short of medical supplies and the quality is limited. These are big problems. If the space could be useful now, it might greatly reduce the number of soldiers hurt. There's always been a button at the lab door, but it was dark red and dull. Now the button is bright red and keeps turning green, as if guiding her to do something. Ji Qingzhou presses the button, and the space quickly upgrades visibly. She watches as the storage room for medicines expands, at least tripling in size. The medicines on the shelves become more vibrant, giving her a sense of safety. At the same time, in the room where medicines are stored, various drugs are sorted by temperature. Besides many anti-inflammatory medicines, there are also some herbal medicines carefully protected with spiritual spring water. They take longer to work, but can treat the root of the problem. She picks a yellow lotus root, and the missing part automatically replenishes. Ji Qingzhou feels surprised but more happy. After the space upgrades, the missing herbs will also automatically replenish. This way, we won't have to worry about a shortage of supplies. A large amount of medical supplies appears before her eyes. If she could control her emotions better, she might jump for joy with her eyes closed. She looks outside. The spiritual spring in the yard has expanded into a lake. Ji Qingzhou picks up the instructions next to the button and compares carefully. Accumulating merit earns points, which can be used to upgrade the space. The level of upgrade depends on the host's points. Currently, the space is at level 3. Ji Qingzhou looks at the lake in front of her and suddenly understands. The merit points needed to upgrade the space probably come from the artifacts she submitted earlier. In her daily help at the clinic and assisting researchers, she must have accumulated quite a few. Now she is about to go to the battlefield, and she may earn many merit points every day. She wonders if these points are enough for the next space upgrade. Ji Qingzhou feels a faint sense of hope. Maybe the space can show its greatest value. Perhaps this is the reason it exists. When Ji Qingzhou pulls her consciousness out of the space, everyone is already asleep. The long journey has worn everyone out. She leans against the car, watching the sky grow darker. She seems to smell the scent of smoke. Ji Qingzhou places her fingers on her wrist, closing her eyes and lost in thought. She wonders how Xia Yanbei is doing now. She doesn't know if they will meet on the battlefield. The cold wind blows outside. She adjusts her clothes and hugs her knees tightly. Again, we must both stay safe. Late at night, after midnight, they finally arrive at their destination. But when the car stops, everything she sees is ruins. Smoke spreads in the air. Ji Qingzhou jumps out of the car, and everyone is stunned by the scene before them. This was our stronghold. We contacted it this morning. This is. Old Master Zheng's eyes are red, and his vision blurs in the dark night. Within a few miles, there is no place to breathe. Realizing what has happened here, everyone's face looks very serious. Peng Lao and Old Master Zheng lead the way, with Ji Qingzhou following behind. Because they drink the spiritual spring water, Peng Lao and Ji Qingzhou have better night vision than ordinary people. Master, look, down there. Peng Lao tries to go further, but Ji Qingzhou stops him with one hand. Peng Lao and Old Master Zheng look ahead together. They squat down, seeing fresh red liquid on the ground, and there is more ahead on the road. It seems someone was injured and hiding nearby. It might be their people. First, they need to find the person and ask what happened.
Yikwing's nods.
The bloodstains spread near the small hut. Their steps pause for a moment. She gently pushes the door open. Bright bloodstains are clearly visible on the ground. Behind the storage cabinet, there is a faint, scattered sound. A girl in a white coat cautiously sticks her head out. Old Master Zheng quickly rushes over. Seeing the visitors, the girl looks weak. Are you here to support us? Old Zheng supported her with one hand and took out his ID card. Yes, we are allies. What happened here? The young girl looked back briefly. The few remaining medical staff, exhausted from blood loss, had all fainted. Ji Qingzhou quickly stepped forward, clutching a work badge tightly in her hand. Her white coat was stained with blood, looking very shocking. The medical staff weakly handed over their badges. Ji Qingzhou's nose twitched with emotion as she held her hand. The name on the badge was Lu Yixia. Ji Qingzhou quickly helped her bandage her wound. Lu Yixia, I saw it. Is that your name? Old Zheng's expression was serious. He looked down carefully again. This girl isn't Yixia. Yixia is the daughter of Commander Lu. She came to the front line with them. She's a military doctor. I've met Yixia before. The young girl was weak and barely able to speak. Everyone's actions didn't stop. They didn't know when they might face enemies again. They were all military doctors without combat experience. The most urgent thing was to move to a safer place. Dr. Lu left yesterday to support another outpost. On the way, they were attacked. She refused to treat the enemy to protect supplies. Dr. Lu was blown up alive to save others. The girl spoke with difficulty, running out of breath. She struggled hard to finish her words. Before anyone could react, she fainted. Old Zheng looked shocked.
Yixia.
She sacrificed herself. He couldn't imagine how Commander Lu would react. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed with grief. Ji Qingzhou made a quick decision. We can't stay here. We need to leave quickly. These medical staff are coming with us. Everyone moved fast and helped carry the wounded. They couldn't wait any longer. Without treatment, the few remaining medical staff might also die. Old Zheng's face was heavy. He temporarily put aside his grief. We'll go to Old Lu first. His situation is still stable. We'll stay there for now. I contacted him before we left, but he didn't expect that in just a few hours, when he contacted Commander Lu again, he would have to deliver the news of his daughter's sacrifice. In the car, Old Zhen wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely heavy. Ji Qingzhou took a deep breath and looked at the unconscious person. She was the first to stop the bleeding. They won't last much longer. I know everyone is very sad, but there are more important things than mourning right now. Let's all stay strong. Her voice was clear and firm. In the dark night, her strong words seemed to give everyone a new sense of direction. One injured person still had a pulse, but refused treatment. The situation at the front is more urgent than here. Medical supplies are limited. These supplies are protected with great care by Dr. Lu. We must use them for the soldiers. Everyone hesitated, afraid to waste even a little of the supplies. Ji Qingzhou and Old Peng exchanged a look. She took out some first aid pills from her bag. We have enough supplies. Using them on you isn't a waste. Only if you get better quickly can you help more people. She spoke, then gave the pills to the injured person and took out a bottle of spring water. These things can't save lives, but they can keep the injured person alive a little longer. With the pills working, seriously hurt people could hold on until they received proper treatment. The spring water could help stop internal bleeding and inflammation. The environment inside the vehicle was very quiet. Everyone felt nervous, but since they were busy caring for the injured, they soon had no extra energy to think about anything else. Even before reaching the battlefield, everyone was already focused. Old Zhen looked at Ji Qingzhou with respect. She seemed the youngest, but she was the most experienced in handling emergencies. At first, he doubted her. A delicate, weak girl like her wouldn't be scared to cry on the battlefield. She must have some courage. Unexpectedly, this girl really did have some skills. Old Peng's gaze fell on Ji Qingzhou. Their mentor and student had always been good at first aid. Maybe this time, traditional Chinese medicine could prove its worth. Be sure to clean the wounds carefully. The road is bumpy, so everyone should move gently to avoid causing secondary injuries. Ji Qingzhou swayed in the vehicle, moving between the injured. Everyone worked together quickly, bandaging the wounds. Although two of them were still unconscious, the bleeding had stopped. Old Sun leaned against the side of the vehicle. In the dark night, they couldn't see the way clearly. Old Peng, it seems your apprentice really has some skill. Compared to you when you were young, she's not much worse. His voice was soft, and everyone was busy with their tasks. Only Old Peng could hear him. He was most proud of his chosen disciple. Of course. That girl, with more practice, will be much better than me. Elder Zeng didn't speak, but he felt hope grow in their team. Ji Qingzhou was unaware of the two elders' praise. She was fully focused on cleaning wounds, applying medicine, and bandaging patients. These steps looked simple, but they required great care. If the wounds weren't cleaned carefully, infections could be deadly. She knew these tasks well and couldn't relax for a moment. Finally, after bandaging the last patient, her tense nerves eased a little. She sat down, her arms tired and sore. She shook her arms heavily and moved her fingers, feeling grateful inside. If she hadn't been nourishing her body with spiritual spring water every day, her old body would have already been exhausted and running a fever. How do you feel? Can you still handle more? Old Peng came over, looking worried. The situation ahead might not be good. You're already weak. He hesitated, worried, but didn't say it aloud. Ji Qingzhou understood his concern and looked at him with a firm gaze. Throughout her journey, she saw war everywhere. The peaceful home she once knew was turned into ruins, and countless refugees were displaced. She had made a silent promise. No matter how many difficulties she faced, she would never give up. Master, don't worry. I'm fine. The soldiers risk their lives to protect the country. If we can't even provide basic medical care, it would break their spirits. Seeing her look gentle but strong, old Peng showed approval in his eyes. Soon, their medical team arrived at the command center. The situation there was not good either. Everywhere showed signs of shelling. Among the ruins, simple tents had been set up for the wounded. People came in and out, carrying patients who looked barely alive, some missing arms, others missing legs. Some soldiers were instantly blown into pieces, with no chance for rescue. The soldiers were covered in blood, quietly resting inside the tent, with their eyes closed. Even those seriously injured, to avoid disturbing others, only groaned softly through clenched teeth. Finally, we've waited for you. Everyone was very excited when they saw the medical team. The leading officer quickly stepped forward and firmly shook hands with Oldzeng. Our unit just fought a battle with the enemy, and there were many casualties. Right now, we urgently need medical staff and medical supplies. Ji Qingzhou followed the team, feeling heavy as she saw injured soldiers being carried in one after another. Under Oldzeng's command, the medical team efficiently unloaded the supplies and began rescue work. Captain, Huzi is not going to make it. A soldier hurried over to the officer who had just spoken.
Take me to him.
Ji Qingzhou took her medical kit, speaking calmly. The soldier who delivered the message looked at Ji Qingzhou and then at the officer, seeming hesitant to speak. What are you standing there for? Take this girl to him. After being scolded by the officer, he swallowed his words and hurriedly followed. Ji Qingzhou approached the injured soldier without hesitation. She first took out emergency pills, mixed them with spiritual spring water, and fed them to him. Seeing his weak breathing improve, she carefully examined his wounds. The injured man's legs had 2 bloody holes from landmines, with many fragments embedded in the flesh. To save his life, amputation seemed to be the only option. The young man in front of her looked only about 18 or 19, in the prime of life. Such a result was too cruel. Amputation is the safest choice. Your condition is very dangerous now. If you don't amputate, it might be. Ji Qingzhou found it hard to continue, her heart aching. She took deep breaths repeatedly, trying to stay calm enough to speak. The young man, just reaching adulthood, had soot and blood mixed on his face. Even though he was in pain, sweating on his forehead, he still smiled at Ji Qingzhou with clear, trusting eyes. Comrade, I believe in you. Do whatever you think is best. His unconditional trust moved Ji Qingzhou, her eyes welling with tears and her nose feeling sore. All right, I'll perform the surgery immediately. Ji Qingzhou carefully laid out all the surgical instruments and began disinfecting them methodically. If you feel pain, shout loudly. Comrade, just go ahead boldly. I don't feel pain. Not at all. After calming her mind briefly, Ji Qingzhou quickly got into her work. She moved carefully with each step, afraid that one mistake might cause lasting harm to the young man in front of her. She made a circular skin incision near the lowest part of the wound, and the sound of flesh being cut was clearly heard. Ji Qingzhou thought the young man would cry out in pain, but surprisingly, he only tensed his body the whole time. Even when the pain caused spasms, he clenched his teeth tightly and didn't make a sound. His strong willpower amazed and deeply impressed Ji Qingzhou. But in an instant, she pushed aside all distractions and tried to finish each step as quickly as possible. She just hoped to cause less pain to the young man. Everyone in Ji Qingzhou's medical team was busy and overwhelmed. Life is too small and fragile in the face of war. At the command center, Chief Lu was calmly assigning tasks. Lu Jun, Gu Fuyang, you two lead teams to check along the way and clear obstacles for the main force. As soon as he finished speaking, someone voiced a different opinion. Commander, let me take on the task. Yes, assign it to us. Captain Liu and Captain Gu just finished a tough battle yesterday and haven't rested. They can't handle more. Everyone spoke quickly, but Chief Liu interrupted them with a deep voice. He pursed his lips, his heavy gaze falling on his son Lu Jun and son-in-law Gu Fuyang. What are you two thinking? We will obey the officer's orders. The two replied in unison. Chief Lu looked pleased and nodded, patting their shoulders. This task is tough. Remember, be careful. The two of them saluted sharply and confidently, preparing to set out. Until everyone had left, A look of vulnerability and sadness appeared in Chief Lu's eyes. He took out a torn, old photograph from his pocket, trembling as his calloused hand reached for the person in the picture. Carefully and repeatedly he moved. Unknowingly, tears had already filled his eyes. The person in the photo was his daughter. Just before assigning tasks, Commander Lu learned that his daughter had died yesterday while supporting the front. There was no time to think. He quickly sent out his only son and his son-in-law, whom he regarded as family. At this moment, his complicated feelings were beyond words. This tough man, who had been strong for most of his life, could no longer hold it together. His straight back suddenly collapsed. In the wounded area, everyone saw Commander Lu send out his son and son-in-law to check, and they all welled up with tears. Commander Lu has been through so much. Just yesterday, his daughter supported the shouting outpost. To protect supplies, she refused to treat the enemy and was blown up alive by those monsters. Her body still hasn't been found. Now, he is to endure the pain of losing his daughter and send out his only son and son-in-law to check again. Everyone present was experienced in war, and they knew that going out was risking death. Ji Qingzhou was deeply moved by these words, and her eyes welled up with tears. Looking at the wounded soldiers she had helped, each one a strong man who faced life and death without fear, now crying like children. Ji Qingzhou's throat went dry, and she couldn't say a word. Meanwhile, a war was about to begin. Old Xia, do you hear the gunfire? Shen Huai heard the noise and quickly found Xia Yank, his deep eyes showing a hint of worry. It's probably the enemy sneaking in under cover of darkness. Let's go and see. Xia Yank was just studying a map of the terrain. Hearing Shen Huai's voice, he looked up with a serious expression. His mind quickly considered possible situations and reacted first. They were now in a trench. Climbing to the highest point would give them a clear view of the surroundings. Shen Huai followed closely, silently handing him the binoculars. Looks like only a small group of enemies. Xia Yank observed carefully and quickly thought of a battle plan in his mind, then returned the binoculars to Shen Huai. Shen Huai took the binoculars and looked in the direction he had just indicated. The number of enemies was small, but they were well-equipped and likely elite soldiers. Behind us was a village with civilians, so we must eliminate them completely and prevent them from entering the village. Xia Yende nodded, agreeing with Shen Huai's plan. I'll stay here and have the guards bring over a box of grenades. You go gather the sharpshooters who are good at shooting and tell them to take positions at the back. When they see the enemy, they should shoot them hard. Okay, wait for my signal, then come find me. Shen Huai moved quickly. In less than 5 minutes, he gathered the snipers. Meanwhile, the sound of grenade explosions echoed in the sky, tearing the dark clouds apart like a. Xia Yanbei leaned out half his body and pulled the pin on a grenade. He aimed in the direction of the enemy and threw it forcefully. Within just a few seconds, his actions were smooth and coordinated. Seeing the bodies blown apart, they still dared not relax. At the same time, the enemy launched a fierce counterattack. They crawled on the ground to find cover, and snipers aimed their guns at Xia Yanbei's head, pulling the trigger harshly. Be careful. Shen Huai didn't have time to say more. He quickly rushed over and pressed himself onto Xia Yanbei. The sound of bullets piercing flesh rang out. Xia Yanbei's heart was held tight, and his whole body seemed to freeze as his blood stopped flowing. Old Shen, don't worry, I won't die. Shen Huai's left shoulder was shot through. He endured the pain and crawled up from Xia Yanbei's body. Even though his face was pale and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, he kept a faint smile on his lips, as if comforting his good brother.
Don't just stand there.
If the enemy reaches our home, it'll be a huge shame. Xia Yanbei looked at the terrible wound on Shen Huai's shoulder, his gaze growing colder. The man grabbed a grenade, gathering all his strength to throw it at the enemy. He threw more than 10 grenades, seemingly tireless. The enemy was blown into daylight, and all their traces were exposed. A few survivors who hadn't been killed by the blast tried to approach, but they were all shot down by the snipers with machine guns. In just over 10 minutes, it felt like a long time had passed. All the enemies were wiped out, the gunfire gradually stopped, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Yanbei's eyes fell on Shen Huai's injured left shoulder. Now all that's left is to clean up the battlefield. I'm enough here. You should treat your wound quickly. The tense feeling in his chest eased as Shen Huai knew his good friend's abilities. He just straightened up when suddenly gunfire erupted at this moment. A bullet narrowly missed his face. Get down. Everyone get down. Xia Yanbei reacted quickly, knocking him to the ground, while loudly warning the other soldiers. Several shells exploded overhead, making his relaxed heart tighten again. Xia Yanbei grabbed the binoculars he had set aside and carefully observed the situation across the field. It seems the enemy reinforcements have arrived. That stubborn enemy is like a stubborn rash. If they want to die, don't let any of them go. Shen Huai lowered his head, looking at his left arm, which was still bleeding heavily. He squinted coldly, a murderous look in his eyes. He casually took a grenade from the basket, weighing it in his hand. While you've been healing, I haven't stopped training for a day. Dare to compare? Xia Yanbei silently glanced at his injured left arm, lips slightly pressed. There's nothing to fear. I'm just worried that if I lose, you'll refuse to admit it, saying I bullied a wounded soldier and that I didn't fight fair. Shen Huai grinned and grimaced, clutching his shoulder. You really dare to say that? Shen Huai first moved, using his mouth to hold the grenade's pin, then gently knocked it against his body. With all his strength, he threw it toward the enemy's moving direction. Even with his left hand injured, it didn't significantly affect his performance. Seeing the enemy blown apart by the grenade, the man spat out the pin from his mouth and raised an eyebrow at his good friend. How was that? Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai looked at each other but said nothing. Instead, they took out grenades, moving smoothly. The man threw his grenade farther than Shen Huai. Still want to compete? Shen Huai knew that, even now with his injury and even during normal training when he was uninjured, he probably couldn't beat Xia Yanbei. But he still didn't admit defeat with his words. The two of them kept throwing grenades toward the enemy, like a never-ending competition. With the help of rifles, machine guns, and other weapons, they successfully eliminated another wave of enemies. After defeating 4 or 5 waves, the enemy's rush slowed down noticeably. Hurry, get the wounded down first, Shiao ordered the guard. The enemy's sudden reinforcement had caught them off guard, and many were injured without preparation. Company commander, I'm fine. I can still hold on. Many soldiers shared the same attitude, refusing to fear pain and determined to stay on the battlefield. Faced with their stubbornness, Shiao sternly scolded them. Shen Huai immediately said, All right, company commander is doing this for everyone's good. I understand your determination to fight, but war also needs strategy. You can't just rush in blindly. Since you're injured, you should treat your wounds first. Now the enemy is afraid of us and won't attack easily. Take this chance to tend to your wounds and protect yourselves so we can better protect our country and people. Shen Huai and Shiao played good cop and bad cop, successfully convincing the stubborn soldiers. I'm enough here. Your arm is badly hurt, so go and treat it, Shiao said kindly. Seeing Shiao's good intentions, Shen Huai forced a relaxed smile and said, You underestimate me. It's just a small injury, no big deal. Shiao knew that although Shen Huai appeared gentle and easygoing, he was stubborn inside. He didn't say more. The man's deep, cold gaze looked behind him. In the distance, orderly rows of houses with smoke rising from chimneys could be seen. Inside were civilians unarmed, needing their protection. He vaguely heard the rising sounds of pain and muffled crying. In this war, some lost loved ones and others were disabled by shell explosions. But no one ever thought of retreating. Even if only one person remained, they would still build a fortress with flesh and blood. In their final moments, they vowed to defend the country to the death. When Shiao looked away, he caught sight of Shen Huai's injured left arm again. The sense of relief from the enemy attack had vanished instantly, replaced by a heavier weight in his heart. Recalling Ji Qingzhou's nightmares and the worried, reluctant looks when they parted, his eyes grew darker. Xia Yanbei silently clenched his fists, worried about himself. He didn't know that Ji Qingzhou had already gone to the battlefield nearby. She was also using her skills to save injured soldiers and villagers. Xia Yanbei snapped back to his senses, reached into the basket, and took out a grenade, handing it to Shen Huai. Don't try to be brave. If you can't hold on, tell me immediately. Shen Huai smiled, but before he could speak, the sound of enemy artillery fire came from behind them. The two, who had relaxed a moment ago, instantly became alert. What's going on? Quickly used the binoculars to check. They saw that Shawa was leading a group of people, taking advantage of the enemy's moment of rest to flank from the left. Good, now we can attack from 3 sides and make sure none of them escape. Xia Yanbei quickly came up with a plan. He gathered the guards and split his soldiers into 2 groups. One group stayed with Shen Huai to hold the position, while he led the other to approach the enemy's right flank. Shen Huai agreed enthusiastically. Don't worry, I'll cover you. Guards, give each person 20 grenades. Just throw them. Throw all at once. While the guards distributed the grenades, Shen Huai and Xia Yanbei exchanged glances. Their years of training and practice made them very in sync. Even without speaking, they understood each other's intentions. Once everyone had their grenades, Xia Yanbei had already assembled his team. At the command, the troops quickly moved toward the enemy. Seeing this, Shen Huai didn't hesitate. He pulled the pin and shouted confidently, "Throw!" A row of grenades was thrown out in perfect order, like rain falling on the enemy's heads. Within a few seconds, all 20 grenades per person had been thrown, causing heavy damage to the enemy. The situation, as Shen Huai predicted, became more intense. The fierce attack angered the enemy, and a barrage of artillery fire rained down on them. Shen Huai didn't plan to confront them head-on. He guessed that with the cover from earlier, Xia Yanbei had already reached the designated spot. Quick, find cover and hide. Once the artillery fire weakens, we'll start the attack. When Shen Huai temporarily withdrew his forces, the enemy on both flanks began to attack wildly. Just as the enemy was about to focus on both sides, Shen Huai immediately ordered his soldiers to launch a new round of attacks. Shen Huai, Xia Yanbei, and Shawa worked together smoothly. The enemy was beaten so badly they could not fight back. Seeing that they would be defeated soon, the enemy commander quickly organized a retreat, leaving a small team of brave soldiers to delay them. Their goal was to buy time for the main force to escape. The enemy was driven away, and everyone cheered happily. Clear the battlefield. With Xia Yanbei's command, the soldiers eagerly collected all the enemy's equipment. The 3 of them gathered together. Shawa raised an eyebrow and punched each of the others on the shoulder. How about that? My brothers, I arrived just in time. Xia Yanbei saw his fist about to hit Shen Huai and tried to stop it, but it was too late. Fortunately, Shen Huai was prepared and easily dodged. Can you stop touching me every time? I almost got killed by the enemy's cannonball, and then you almost hit me with your fist. Shawa only then noticed the injury on Shen Huai's shoulder and scratched his head in regret. Didn't see it? Well, I'll let you hit me back to vent your anger. He then grabbed Shen Huai's hand and pushed it toward his chest. Shen Huai was caught off guard and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He quickly pulled his hand back. Go treat your wound. Once you're done, we'll review today's battle and improve our strategy. Shawa got excited when he heard that. Yes. Once we optimize the plan, we'll wipe them out one by one, 2 at a time. Hearing his passionate words, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai exchanged smiles. After Shen Huai finished treating his wound, the 3 of them drew a detailed map of the terrain based on their memories. On the left side, there's a pile of rocks. We can stockpile stones and wood there. When the enemy comes within range, we roll the stones and wood down to hit them. Shawa thought of many strategies and spoke excitedly. Commissioner Feng and Old Master Cheng listened and showed approval. Having brave, daring soldiers like this is a great blessing for the country. By the way, I just received news that Old Lu's side has too many enemies. We urgently need reinforcements. Yanbei and Huai take a short rest. Before it gets dark, head towards Old Lu. Hearing this, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai immediately agreed, without hesitation. Unexpectedly, just after reuniting, they had to part ways. Shawa looked at his two good brothers with deep reluctance. Seeing his expression, Yanbei and Huai shivered in unison. Enough, kid. Stop making such a fuss. It's kind of embarrassing. Shawa wasn't discouraged by his two friends' reactions and continued to cling stubbornly. It's rare for us brothers to fight side by side. Now we're about to split up so soon. He turned his head, eyes shining, and looked directly at Yanbei with a sincere tone. You don't know, when you went back to rest after being injured, I almost thought you wouldn't come back. Luckily you did. Shawa couldn't imagine how regretful he would feel if his brother truly didn't return. When did you become so sentimental? Seeing him get more and more sad, Yanbei quickly interrupted. He punched Shawa in the chest. Shawa, seeing this, smiled and punched back at his good brother. I don't know what's wrong with me either. Maybe because we haven't seen each other for a long time. This time, fighting side by side, we defeated the enemies so thoroughly that they dare not come again. It was so satisfying. This time we part ways, I don't know if we'll meet again. Promise me you'll come back safe. When we return to the unit, let's have a good spar. Stop being so sentimental. As usual, the loser washes all the dishes for the whole squad. Although Yanbei said this with a bit of impatience, his eyes toward Shawa always carried a faint smile. Scenes of their training in the army appeared in their minds. Though tough, it forged an unbreakable brotherhood among them. Come on, during the days you're home, I've been training day and night. I've definitely surpassed you already. Shawa raised an eyebrow confidently, then looked at Shen Huai, eager for him to help prove it. Huai, be our witness, so he won't be unhappy if he loses. Seeing his childish side, Shen Huai glanced at Yanbei and smiled helplessly. Who keeps cheating every time, I wonder? When Shen Huai exposed him, Shawa awkwardly scratched his head. Why talk about old, useless matters? I am confident this time that I can handle him. All right, it's a deal. Yanbei agreed quickly and extended his hand to Shawa. Shawa placed his hand on his, and their hands clasped tightly. It looked like they were discussing future training, but it was actually a subtle promise that they would come safely off the battlefield. After resting, Yanbei and Shen Huai took advantage of the dim light before nightfall and led their troops toward Director Lu's position. The ground where bombs had fallen was now a wasteland. Mixed with broken limbs and large pools of blood, it looked very sad and bleak. Until dawn, near the command post, loud and chaotic footsteps could be heard. Unfortunately, these footsteps did not belong to the support team. They were from Lu's and Gu Fuyang's troops, sent out to investigate. Doctor. Where is the doctor? Gu Fuyang, who had looked lively when leaving, was now carried back on a stretcher by soldiers. He was completely unconscious, his left leg gone, and a large amount of blood soaked the stretcher and dripped onto the ground. Put him down first. Qingzhou knew his condition was dangerous. If they didn't stop the bleeding quickly, he could die from blood loss. She hurried to the stretcher, took out some emergency medicine. One pill to be taken to stabilize his life. Another dissolved in spiritual spring water and applied to his wound to stop the bleeding. While she was working, Director Lu heard the noise and came out to see what was happening. His tall, sturdy body suddenly looked much thinner. His face was full of grief, almost overflowing with sadness, but he held back his emotions because of his status. What happened? Gu Fuyang's guard stepped forward, looking dirty and exhausted. He lowered his head in shame when he looked at Director Lu. Director, Lu and Gu were on a patrol when someone accidentally stepped on a landmine. They ordered the troops to retreat to safety, but they ignored the danger and went back to rescue a soldier. They didn't have time to escape. Director Lu was killed instantly by the explosion, and Gu's left leg was also blown off. The guard really couldn't bring himself to speak further. Just as he hesitated, a soldier suddenly rushed out of the group and knelt down with a thud. Chief of Staff, Commander Lu sacrificed himself to save me. I also caused Commander Gu to lose a leg, and I don't know if he will wake up. I am to blame. He gathered his courage and, after saying this, Tears mixed with the blood of the two commanders as he frantically slapped his own face. It's all my fault. Both commanders survived dozens of explosions. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't be like this. He couldn't forgive himself. He pulled out his pistol and aimed it at his forehead, intending to end his life. Everyone saw his reaction and was shocked, quickly trying to stop him. Don't move. It's my fault for hurting the two commanders. I deserve this. As he spoke, he closed his eyes harshly and was about to pull the trigger. But his hand was kicked with great force, causing intense pain and making him drop the gun. He frowned and opened his eyes, only to see Chief of Staff Lu glaring at him with angry disappointment. Just dying won't bring back their lives. Chief Lu's stern words made him stand frozen in place. Commander Lu and Commander Gu are remarkable people. Even if he died, what difference would it make? Thinking of this, his expression grew more pained. He closed his eyes in despair, a feeling of helplessness spreading through his body. Seeing him calm down, Chief Lu reached out both hands and gently helped him to his feet.
You are not to blame.
If the situation were reversed, and I asked you to save them, I believe you would do so without hesitation. If you really took your own life, it would be a betrayal of them, a waste of their sacrifice. If you feel guilty, then get your body in good shape and go fight the enemy. Only by driving the enemy out of our land, making sure they never dare to invade again, are those who sacrifice themselves truly worth it. After saying this, Chief Lu ordered the guard to take him away. Notify all leaders to prepare for a meeting. Now is not the time for sadness. Lu Jun has sacrificed himself, and Gu Feiyang's life is in danger. The task of clearing mines is urgent, and 2 more teams must be selected. Meanwhile, the enemy in the distance has also begun to move. The situation is critical. Chief Lu can only turn his grief into motivation and quickly make arrangements. On the other side, medical staff also began to work quickly. In a makeshift medical tent, Gu Feiyang slowly regained consciousness. He looked around blankly, his mind filled with images of Lu Jun just before he died. Just before the landmine exploded, Lu Jun used all his strength to push him away. To save his life, Lu Jun didn't hesitate to press his body onto the landmine, blocking most of the blast. However, the remaining force still injured him. Brother-in-law, stay strong and live on. Lu Jun's voice still echoed in his ears. The landmine shattered his body, along with his smile. Gu Feiyang was in so much pain, he couldn't make a sound. Looking at his empty left leg, he realized he no longer had the chance to avenge his good friend. Endless pain wrapped around him, more painful than when his leg was blown off. Commander Gu Yu, Nurse Wang Ailin, who was caring for him, looked at his condition and wanted to comfort him, but she couldn't find the words. Seeing him hit himself in guilt and regret, she quickly rushed over to stop him. Don't do this. Lu Jun's sacrifice isn't your fault. You're injured now, and although the bleeding has stopped, moving so violently might reopen your wound. In front of life and death, Wang Ailin ignored gender differences and desperately held Gu Feiyang to stop him from hurting himself. Only when footsteps approached did she loosen her grip. Ji Qingzhou followed Peng Lao to Gu Feiyang's side to check his injuries and assess the situation. Gu Feiyang's injury was different from Huzi's. His entire leg had been blown off by the landmine. Along with extensive burns, his condition was very serious. Master, I'll clean his wounds first. Ji Qingzhou turned to look at Peng Lao, who nodded in approval. She used a military water bottle filled with spiritual spring water to rinse his wounds. She tried to be gentle, but couldn't fully ease Gu Feiyang's pain. He refused to cry out, biting his lip tightly. Blood seeped from his lips, but he never relaxed. Seeing his body tremble uncontrollably and his eyes turn red from pain, Ji Qingzhou sped up her movements. Peng Lao watched her work and nodded repeatedly. This girl was smart, steady-handed, and even showed signs of experience. Now you come and perform the surgery below. Old Peng lowered his voice and gave a reassuring look to Ji Qingzhou when she looked over. Ji Qingzhou took a deep breath and carefully took the scalpel he handed her. Without hesitation, she skillfully removed the decayed flesh, stitched, and bandaged the wound all in one smooth motion. Finally, she took out an emergency pill and used spiritual spring water to help it dissolve. All right, rest well during this time. Try not to get too emotional or overexert yourself, so the stitched wound doesn't open again. Gu Feiyong heard her words, and his tense veins gradually relaxed. Before he could thank her, everything went black in front of his eyes, and he fainted completely. Old Peng stepped forward, gently feeling his pulse with one hand, speaking calmly. He just fainted, nothing serious. Ji Qingzhou's worried heart finally eased. When the nurse was called to care for him, the two of them silently went to treat the other injured soldiers. Old Peng, how is the son-in-law of the Liu family? Old Zeng had just finished treating a soldier whose shoulder was injured by a landmine shrapnel. Seeing Peng Lao and Ji Qingzhou approaching, he couldn't help but ask. His life is safe, but his leg. Old Peng sighed, a look of sadness flickering in his eyes. The two old friends exchanged a glance, both feeling regret and sympathy for Gu Feiyong. If it hadn't been for this incident, with his achievements, his future would have been limitless. Most pitiful was Commander Liu. In just 2 days, he lost his daughter, son, and the most promising son-in-law, who also lost a leg in the explosion. The pain and sorrow in his heart are beyond what others can understand. As a commander, he didn't even have time to grieve properly before rushing back into battle. Old Zeng instinctively reached into his chest pocket, feeling a hard object inside, his eyes growing darker and more sorrowful. Only after all the wounded were taken care of did he hesitate and enter the command tent. Commander Liu had just finished planning the strategy. Once everyone left, his forced composure collapsed like a dam breaking. He sat down with a look of deep weariness. His once sharp and bright eyes now looked dull and dull-witted. He gazed blankly at a point ahead, memories of his son's farewell ceremony flashing before him. Tears silently fell from Chief Lu's eyes, and this scene was just seen by Old Zeng as he entered, which made it very heartbreaking. Old Zeng quietly wiped away his tears, walked behind him, and took out a small work badge from his chest pocket, handing it to him. Old Liu, I got this from Ishia's comrade when I was coming here. Now I give it to you. Chief Liu tremblingly reached out his hand, looking at the badge stained with his daughter's blood. He wanted to touch it but was afraid. After a long struggle, he finally took it and held it tightly over his heart. A brave man who fought on the battlefield, risking his life and shedding blood, never cried even when bullets pierced his body. But now, holding his daughter's badge, he was crying like a child. Even in old age, having to endure the pain of losing a child is more heartbreaking than having his heart cut out. Seeing his old comrade's eyes red with tears, Old Zeng turned his head away, unable to watch anymore. Old Liu, the children are all good. They sacrificed themselves to protect the country, the people, and their comrades. You should be proud of them. They are heroes, our pride. We all have to hold on. We must drive the enemy out ourselves and make them never dare to threaten our country again. I think that's what the children would want to see most. He raised his hand and deeply placed it on his old comrade's shoulder. Chief Liu clenched his daughter's badge in his hand, refusing to let go even as it cut his palm. Don't worry. The fight isn't over yet. I won't fall. When he said this, it seemed he used all his strength. After saying that, he slowly loosened his grip and pinned his daughter's badge to his chest. He wanted to fight with his children's strength to drive the enemy away. Old Zeng saw this and gently squeezed Lu's shoulder, saying nothing more, then turned to leave. Back at the wounded area, he saw Old Peng and Ji Qingzhou working together to treat new injured soldiers. Their teamwork was so smooth that they could handle a minor injury in just a few minutes. Especially Ji Qingzhou, a young girl in her 20s, was not inferior to Old Peng and Old Liu, who had been doctors for over 30 or 40 years. Sometimes her wound treatment was even more delicate than theirs. It was truly impressive. Thinking about the enemy's full counterattack, I initially believed the command center would be safe from the fighting, but now I see that even it might be affected. Old Zeng looked at the two with a bit of regret. Old Peng, he started to speak but then stopped himself, seeming hesitant and conflicted. What's wrong? Peng Lao and Ji Qingzhou looked at him at the same time, both surprised. Seeing their reactions, he sighed and said quietly, "I thought coming here would be safe, that you wouldn't need to go to the front lines. But I didn't expect the fighting to be so serious, and that even here would be affected." Peng Lao immediately understood what his old comrade meant and felt he had caused trouble for them. "Don't say that. Since you chose to come, you were already ready to sacrifice. Even if we are told not to go to battle, if the country needs us, we won't just stand by and watch." Ji Qingzhou nodded in agreement. "Master is right. No matter how hard the road ahead, we won't back down. Enough. Don't be so sentimental." With this time, you could be treating several patients. Seeing their firm expressions, old Zeng suddenly realized he had been overthinking.
It was his mistake.
"Yes, I was overthinking." Having spoken openly, old Zeng no longer hesitated. Meanwhile, wounded soldiers kept arriving from the front line. The three quickly got back into action, directing them to carry the injured inside, treat their wounds, and bandage them. After a busy day, Ji Qingzhou felt her body almost not her own. While using the restroom, she entered her space and checked the medical supplies she was missing. Instead of going to the laboratory to get medicines first, she checked her virtue points. Over the past few days, she had been helping treat wounded soldiers and had accumulated quite a few points, but it still wasn't enough to level up. She didn't know how many points were needed to reach the next level or what changes would happen in her space after leveling up. With little time left, Ji Qingzhou suppressed her curiosity and went to the laboratory. She took all the medicines she had thought of earlier, especially anti-inflammatory and bandaging supplies. While everyone was busy and she couldn't remove the medical supplies, she slipped into the vehicle and used her mind to directly place all the medicines inside. The storage room's medicine cabinet is the same as before. No matter how much is taken, it automatically replenishes itself. Doing these tasks took a lot of mental effort from Ji Qingzhou. She crouched outside the yard by the spiritual spring, cupping a handful of sweet, clear spring water. Not only did it soothe her dry throat, but it also washed away her fatigue. Her whole body felt refreshed, as if cleansed. Her previously sore body now felt light and comfortable. Ji Qingzhou stood up, stretched a bit, and thought about how everyone had been tired all day. She decided to find a way to replace all the drinking water at the base with spiritual spring water. When she returned to the wounded soldiers area, Peng Lao and Zhang Lao were just resting. "Old Peng, your health isn't good. You should rest now. I'll watch over things here," Zhang Lao said, worried about his old friend. Seeing him pat Peng Lao's shoulder tiredly, Ji Qingzhou understood that he wasn't feeling well either. "That's enough. With so many of us, we're almost overwhelmed. If I leave, you'll just have to share my work. My old bones are still strong enough. No need to treat me specially," Peng Lao replied. Zhang Lao was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Ji Qingzhou returning. "Master, Zhang Lao, the weather is cold tonight. I'll go get hot water for everyone to warm up," she said, taking the opportunity to change the water. "Xiao Ji, you've been busy all day. Finally, take a break. Don't overwork yourself," Zhang Lao said, watching her every move with genuine admiration. He also heard from Peng Lao that she was physically weak, which made him feel even more concerned. "It's okay. The distance isn't far. I can walk a few steps." Ji Qingzhou smiled, taking the military water bottles from the three of them. Before Zhang Lao could say more, she had already stepped outside. Seeing her lively and seemingly tireless, Zhang Lao looked at her with envy and couldn't help but share his thoughts with his old friend. Being young is really great. If only they could be 10 or so years younger, they wouldn't be so exhausted and could better serve the country. Peng Lao, hearing his disciple praised, a smile appeared in his eyes. He proudly agreed. Of course, meanwhile, Ji Qingzhou arrived at the water barrel filled with water. She glanced around carefully. Once she was sure no one was paying attention, she pretended to pour water, but in reality, she used her space ability to draw the water out of the barrel and replaced it with spiritual spring water. Seeing the full barrel of spiritual spring water, a faint smile appeared on her lips. He looked around at the water jars, followed the same method, and was finally satisfied before leaving. Back at the wounded soldiers, Ji Qingzhou first handed the military water bottle to the two men. "Master, old Zeng, drink some water to warm yourselves." They didn't refuse her kindness. They each opened their water bottles, which still emitted gentle steam. After blowing away the steam, they took a big sip. The water was warm and comforting. With a sweet taste, it washed away the fatigue of the whole day. They drank half a bottle each, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. "Little G, did you put something in this water? It tastes sweet, and I feel more energetic all over." Old Zing felt his shoulders relax more, and he looked at Ji Qingzhou with surprise and happiness. Ji Qingzhou played it cool. "Maybe it's just psychological." "Is that so?" Old Zing frowned, but he clearly felt more lively. Could it be his imagination? He looked at his old friend and saw that Peng Lao was also looking at him with the same puzzled expression. While they were still confused, Ji Qingzhou quietly left a check on the injured. If anyone showed signs of high fever, she immediately arranged for fever-reducing injections and told the nurses to watch carefully. After a quick round, the sky, which had some faint light earlier, was now completely dark. Everyone stayed up all night, feeling tired and sleepy. Just as they were about to fall asleep while walking, the shift nurses finally arrived. Leading them was a tall man who showed great respect when speaking to Old Zeng. "Old Zeng, you and your comrades have worked hard. We will take over now." Old Zeng nodded, a look of admiration and satisfaction in his eyes. He turned to introduce his old friend. "This is Gu Chongchuan, my old friend's grandson. During this mission, he volunteered to come support the battlefield." "Master." Ji Qingzhou finished checking the last injured person and was just returning when she interrupted Lao Peng's train of thought. Her voice caught Gu Chongchuan's attention. The man looked at her, and when he saw her face clearly, a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Suddenly hearing someone call his name, Ji Qingzhou slightly frowned and looked over with curiosity. Gu Chongchuan met her surprised gaze, calmly took off his mask, revealing a kind and neat face. "I am Gu Chongchuan." Such a familiar name. Ji Qingzhou hesitated, trying to recall where she had heard it before. Finally, she remembered, he was an old classmate of hers from Beijing. "I didn't expect to see you here. Are you also a medical worker?" Ji Qingzhou was very beautiful and was a popular figure at school, so she left a deep impression. She had heard that she was sent to the countryside as a youth, and thought she would never see her again. Gu Chongchuan looked at her face, feeling she was even more beautiful than before, with her innocence gone and a touch of maturity. Seeing Ji Qingzhou, he had many words to say, but didn't have time to chat. His companions called him away. "Since you've arrived, you haven't rested well. You worked all day and night yesterday. Go get some sleep." Lao Prung looked at Ji Qingzhou with concern and told her and the other nurses to rest. The nurses had seen Ji Qingzhou perform surgeries and did not look down on her because of her young age. Instead, they admired her and eagerly wanted to give her the better beds. "Miss Ji, you sleep here." She also helped her tidy up a little. Faced with their warm care, Ji Qingzhou felt a bit shy and quickly waved her hand. "Thank you, everyone. I can just sleep here." She pointed to the nearest bed. It was more like a simple wooden plank bed, made of a few pieces of wood with no mattress underneath. Lying on it was hard and uncomfortable, but even so, it was better than most people had. Ji Qingzhou found a comfortable position and lay down, watching the nurses around her fall asleep exhausted, covered with thin jackets. The vast sky above had only a few stars, and listening to the gradually loud snoring nearby made the surroundings even more quiet. She looked up at the sky, feeling it was dull and gray, missing the bright moon and sparse stars she used to see in the countryside. Thinking about the time when I stood under the stars with Xia Yanbei, I couldn't help but feel a little sad. I wonder what he is doing right now. Is he looking up at the same sky as I am? Ah Yen, promise me you'll come back safely. I have so many things I want to tell you, so many moments I want us to share. Let's not end this life with regrets. Ji Qingzhou gazed at the twinkling stars, feeling as if they were gathering together to form Xia Yanbei's face. She quietly whispered to herself, then remembered she needed to organize medical help for the injured villagers tomorrow. She must rest well. She forced herself to stop thinking about Xia Yanbei and tried to fall asleep quickly. Maybe she was really exhausted, because as soon as she closed her eyes, sleepiness took over her. Before falling asleep, her hand unconsciously rested on her belly, gently stroking it, feeling strangely safe. She saw two little figures from her recent dreams, smiling sweetly at her. Could her unborn children be protecting her? Lost in her thoughts, she gradually drifted into unconsciousness. After some time, she was awakened by a loud, chaotic noise. Something's happened, something's happened. Ji Qingzhou frowned and reluctantly woke up from her sleep. She instinctively looked around and saw that the nurses nearby had also sat up. The rest was too short. Some people were yawning widely, their eyes red and bloodshot, looking quite frightening. What's going on? Ji Qingzhou was confused. She got out of bed and walked toward the source of the noise. When she arrived, she saw a crowd gathered around a person. She squeezed her way in and saw it was Chief Lu. He was lying on the ground, his pale face full of grief. What happened? Ji Qingzhou asked as she approached, pinching Lu's pressure point to check his condition. Someone who knew the details explained that the soldiers had found the remains of Lu Yixia and Lu Jun, shattered by an explosion, and had sent them back. Seeing this, Chief Lu was overwhelmed with grief, gasping for breath and fainting. It was so terrible. Commander Lu's face was torn to bloody pieces, and Dr. Lu. He couldn't even fight back. This violent and brutal scene is too shocking for strangers to watch, let alone a father with his own child. Why does heaven seem so unfair? Good people never seem to get a good outcome. I heard that Director Lu's wife doesn't even know about this yet. I really don't know what to say. Hearing everyone's sighs, Ji Qingzhou felt a sharp pain in her heart. She kept working with her hands, but Director Lu still showed no reaction. Xiao Ji, what's wrong with old Lu? Old Zeng and old Peng hurried over after hearing the news. Director Lu couldn't handle seeing his children. His blood pressure surged, blocking his head. We need to unblock it quickly, or it could be dangerous. Ji Qingzhou briefly explained the situation to them and made a quick decision. Master, please continue pressing on Director Lu's pressure point. I will use acupuncture to clear the blockage. Both Old Zeng and Old Peng trusted her skills completely. Old Peng followed her instructions and pressed on the pressure point again. Ji Qingzhou took out silver needles and inserted them into several points on his head. Soon after, Director Lu slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, tears still lingered in his eyes. He looked around confused, took a moment to remember what had happened. How do you feel now? Is anything uncomfortable? The pain of losing a child is like a deep wound. With Director Lu's status and long-standing worries, it was very bad for his health. I'm fine, really. Ignoring Old Zeng and Old Peng's attempts to stop him, Director Lu struggled to stand and immediately apologized to everyone. I'm too old and useless now. Sorry to trouble you all. I'm fine now, so everyone can go back and rest. He looked especially guilty as he glanced at Old Zeng, Old Peng, and Ji Qingzhou. It's all my fault for involving you. I should have taken the chance to rest properly. Old Lu, what are you saying? Old Zeng pretended to be annoyed but carefully supported him when he saw him swaying. Drinking water eagerly, the water in the jug was soon finished. Seeing his face look much better, Ji Qingzhou finally relaxed. Master, it's about time. Let's pack up and go support the nearby villages. Commander Lu immediately agreed upon hearing her words. Yes, the villagers have also been affected quite a bit this time. They don't have doctors or medicine. Our base has enough supplies, so take some with you. Be sure to help the villagers well. Finally, Old Zeng assigned someone to stay at the base, while Old Peng led a team of medical staff to the surrounding villages. Meanwhile, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai hurried day and night and finally reached near the command post. Old Shen, there's a situation. Xia Yanbei sensed something was wrong. After a brief talk with Shen Huai, he led his soldiers to hide. Sure enough, just as they concealed themselves, a large group of enemies advanced toward their previous position. Where are they heading? Shen Huai looked in the direction they were moving and frowned. As far as I know, besides our troops, there are no other forces in the north. Could they be attacking our base? Probably not. Xia Yanbei silently estimated that with so few people, if they really attacked their base, it would be like moths flying into a flame. Suicide. Look at their marching speed. They don't seem to be going far. His words made Shen Huai even more confused. What are they really trying to do? Xia Yanbei's brow furrowed tightly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his sharp gaze turned even colder. They might have received news that we are coming to reinforce, and are rushing to ambush us. Shen Huai felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if they had noticed the enemy's intentions and had run into them directly. These dogs must be killed. He glared angrily at the disappearing figures and then turned to look at Xia Yanbei. We can't let them go easily. Otherwise, no matter which direction they attack from, it will be very bad for us. You're right. Thank you for sharing the text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Xia Yanbei strongly agreed with him. Before coming here, Old Chung already told me about the situation at the command center. The enemy has been attacking constantly, so we're on the defensive. If the enemies realize this and surround the command center, the situation will become very dangerous. We must take the initiative and fight back. No matter the cost, we need to defeat these enemies. It seemed he had made up his mind. He took out a map of the area and pointed at it in front of Shen Huai. Meanwhile, under Old Peng's leadership, the medical team's support to the village was going very well. They not only treated villagers, but also taught them basic medical skills and left some medical supplies behind. Ji Qingzhou took the chance, when no one was paying attention, to change the village's water source to a spiritual spring. Before leaving, the villagers were reluctant to see them go. They voluntarily brought out rice, flour, and vegetables to thank the medical team. Fellow villagers, take these back. We can't accept these, Peng refused repeatedly, but the villagers' enthusiasm was hard to resist. It wasn't until Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junya, who were military doctors in the team, reminded everyone about discipline that they finally stopped. On the way, they encountered injured soldiers. Ji Qingzhou helped bandage their wounds. Qingzhou, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. Did you learn this in the capital? Gu Chongchuan helped Ji Qingzhou and kept watching her with intense eyes. His gaze was so hot that she felt a little uncomfortable. Ji Qingzhou was focused on treating the wounds and only replied briefly to his questions. Gu Chongchuan didn't notice. She didn't want to talk to him. He even moved closer on purpose. After this war, do you think you can go back to the capital? Do you have any plans? Seeing his former crush, he believed that this reunion was a sign from heaven, bringing them together. He was determined to seize this chance. I see you're such a good doctor. Have you thought about going back to be a doctor? I can help recommend you. He kept talking excitedly, but Ji Qingzhou didn't listen. When she finished bandaging the last injured soldier, ignoring Gu Chongchuan, she suddenly stood up. Master, it's getting late. We need to hurry and keep moving. We shouldn't wait until dark to get back. Although Commander Lu sent a few soldiers to protect them, their small force had no chance against the larger enemy army. These people were very weak and helpless, only able to wait to be taken advantage of. Old Peng understood her words very well. All right, men, support the wounded. Women, go ahead. No one should fall behind. Under Old Peng's orders, everyone moved in an orderly way. During this time, Gu Chongchuan wanted to talk to Ji Qingzhou, but Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junya blocked him. They held Ji Qingzhou's arms from both sides and said, Miss Ji, where did you learn the needle technique to save Commander Lu? When we go back, can you teach us? Ji Qingzhou was happy to share since she had no intention of hiding her skills. Seeing their eager expressions, she gladly explained. She briefly talked about a few acupuncture points and basic needle techniques. Oh, I see. Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junya, who didn't like Gu Chongchuan bothering Ji Qingzhou, used this as an excuse to listen. They were both trained in Western medicine and didn't know much about traditional Chinese medicine. They even had some prejudice against it because of past experiences. But after Ji Qingzhou's explanation, they started to see Chinese medicine in a new light. As the three of them talked happily, Gu Chongchuan couldn't get in and looked at them with displeasure, silently following behind. Everything was peaceful until suddenly, gunfire erupted ahead. The loud noise made their hearts tremble. Ji Qingzhou felt the ground beneath her shake with the sound of the explosions. Someone shouted, and a shell landed not far from them. Flames spread across the sky, and a wave of heat hit their faces. A large hole was blown into the ground in front of them, affecting everything nearby. This was the first time Ji Qingzhou had been so close to an explosion. She couldn't imagine what would happen if they moved forward. Her eyelids twitched, and she had a bad feeling. "Qingzhou, are you all right?" Lu Chunyan quietly asked when she saw Ji Qingzhou looked unwell. At this moment, Ji Qingzhou felt even swallowing was difficult. To avoid causing worry, she still forced herself to stay calm, pinching her fingernails into her palm, and reluctantly shook her head. How can there be gunfire out of nowhere? Could it be aimed at us? Although the rescue team was on the front lines, they usually stayed in the back and no one had truly experienced war. Ji Qingzhou took deep breaths repeatedly, calming her restless heart. Finally, she spoke in a low, rational voice. "No matter what, everyone should find a safe place to hide. Qingzhou is right. I know these roads well. Let me lead the way." Gu Chongchuan suddenly jumped out from the back of the group, his eyes fixed on Ji Qingzhou as he spoke. "Qingzhou, don't worry. I will make sure you get out safely." At that moment, a shell exploded on the left. Boom! Everyone was terrified. Without thinking much, they all ran in another direction following Gu Chongchuan. After a short run, Gu Chongchuan suddenly stopped. "What's going on?" People behind him, unaware of the situation, immediately asked with concern. The current situation was dangerous. Shells could explode around them at any moment. Stopping here was too risky. "We can't go further. The bridge ahead has been destroyed." Gu Chongchuan frowned, his heart pounding. It was fine when they arrived, but in just a day, everything had changed so much. The sound of gunfire behind them showed no sign of weakening. "What should we do? Is there no other way?" The already uneasy team became even more restless, falling into unnecessary panic. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's take a detour and see if there's another way out." Ji Qingzhou spoke softly and calmly, with enough soothing power to comfort everyone. "Qingzhou is right." Gu Chongchuan saw that everyone's mood was calming down and he spoke again, trying to assert himself. He had taken such a big risk to come to the front line. How could he not make a contribution? He had been looking for an opportunity all these days, and now it had finally come. "I know these roads well. Follow me, and we won't go wrong." Gu Chongchuan looked confident, making bold claims while his gaze stayed fixed on Ji Qingzhou. Seeing her finally look up at him, he immediately straightened his back. At first glance, he still appeared to be the steady and sensible Gu Chongchuan he always was. But unexpectedly, Ji Qingzhou didn't pay attention to him at all. Her gaze skipped over Gu Chongchuan and landed on the path blocked by him. "I don't know if the road ahead is easy to walk. Everyone should travel in small groups and take care of the injured." Yes, I was just about to say that." Gu Chongchuan nodded repeatedly and kindly moved closer to Ji Qingzhou. "Qingzhou, look at us. We're so lucky to think the same way." She was tired of his repeated attempts to bother her and frowned in annoyance. She walked straight to the other end of the team to help the injured. Her attitude was very clear, but Gu Chongchuan ignored it completely and kept trying to make up for it in his mind. He probably thought he was being too enthusiastic and that it was embarrassing to do this in front of so many people. He showed a look of certainty, and his behavior finally became a little more restrained. However, on the way to lead the way, Gu Chongchuan still couldn't help but sneak closer to Ji Qingzhou. "Qingzhou, can you hold on? Do you want to rest for a while?" Her response to his concern was not caring but rather disgust.
"Ai fine."
The injured person just finished treating their wound. Walking so quickly is very exhausting and could cause their wounds to reopen. If possible, please consider the injured behind when you lead the way. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone agreed with her, especially Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junya, who helped support the injured person with a leg injury. Gu Chongchuan was walking too fast. If it weren't for the soldiers behind helping to protect them, they would have fallen behind long ago. "Gu Chongchuan, you're walking ahead alone, and nothing will happen. Can the injured people really keep up?" Lu Chunyan was straightforward and didn't notice Gu Chongchuan's changing expression. This clueless girl dared to embarrass him in front of everyone. Gu Changchuan squinted, feeling annoyed inside. Instead of slowing down because of Lu Chunyan's complaints, he walked even faster. Gu Changchuan, are you crazy? Now, not only Lu Chunyan but everyone else was complaining bitterly. But Gu Changchuan seemed not to hear them. He was holding back his anger and continued walking as he pleased. Until he reached a fork in the road, he stopped and looked like two little caterpillars with twisted eyebrows. What's wrong? Old Pring saw this and asked about his situation. It's nothing. Gu Changchuan hesitated, unable to decide which way to go at the fork. Why are you wasting time? Didn't you say you knew the way? Lu Chunyan, already angry, couldn't help but mock him. Who said I don't know the way? Gu Changchuan couldn't keep his pride and insisted stubbornly. Then go ahead. Am I not going? Can I think about it? Gu Changchuan got angry and his attitude became worse. Jiang Junyao saw Lu Chunyan was about to speak again and quickly held her back to stop her. She turned around and gently said, I remember this path. It should go to the right. But Gu Changchuan didn't listen and said, You said right, but I remember it's left. Gu Changchuan, what do you mean? Yaya kindly gave you directions and you respond like this. No need for your help. Women, do you even have a sense of direction? Do you know which way is south or north? Gu Changchuan spoke with disdain and contempt. Just follow me. This path is definitely the safest. Nothing will go wrong. He was confident and ignored others, leading the way to the left. Lu Chunyan was also angry and turned around to go the opposite way. Yan. Jiang Junyao looked worried and reached out to hold her arm. This small path is hard to walk, and the injured can't handle it. Ji Qingzhou spoke, looking at Lu Chunyan and explaining the pros and cons. The most urgent thing now is to find a way out quickly, before it gets dark, and return to the command post. Seeing the sun about to set, everyone's eyes showed some worry. Lu Chunyan understood Ji Qingzhou's concern was reasonable, but she couldn't hold back her frustration. Her once pretty and pure face was almost scrunched into a bun. In the end, Jiang Junyao kept comforting her, and she finally calmed down. Gu Changchuan saw Lu Chunyan coming over and snorted mockingly, a look of pride on his face. He was about to continue speaking but was interrupted by Ji Qingzhou. Enough. Since you have time to talk, come help carry things. If there's more internal fighting, I will have to take action. As she spoke, she stepped on a branch on the ground, breaking it with her foot. Gu Changchuan's face changed instantly, and he became obedient. Old Master Ping also couldn't stand it anymore. Enough, everyone be quiet. Getting to our destination is the most important. With a sharp shout, his stern gaze was as sharp as a blade. Gu Changchuan felt nervous under his stare and dared not cause trouble anymore. He finally calmed down. The path on the left was bumpy and overgrown with weeds. If not careful, one could fall into a big pit. Gu Changchuan almost fell in, but was pulled back just in time to stay safe. After several times, the road ahead became more deserted, and he felt less confident. This looks like a road that has been abandoned for many years. We might not even get out ahead. Gu Changchuan, do you know the way? After walking for another half-hour, someone finally couldn't hold back and questioned him. Gu Changchuan was unsure himself, but didn't want to admit it, so he kept pretending to be confident. Don't worry, really, we're about to get out. Before he finished speaking, a shell landed right in front of him. Its huge power seemed to shake the earth. Nearby, steep rocks kept falling apart and tumbling down. What's happening? Everyone was frightened by this sudden change and felt their legs go weak. Only Ji Qingzhou remained calm. She immediately said, Everyone stay still. Duck down and cover your heads. Before she finished, another shell exploded nearby. Falling stones hit people, causing pain and chaos. Gu Changchuan lost his previous arrogance and looked terrified, his face turning pale. Without hesitation, he covered his head and ran out, quickly finding a perfect hiding spot and hiding there. Such a coward! What kind of man are you? Lu Chunyan sneered at his behavior, then turned her gaze directly at Ji Qingzhou. She looked delicate and weak but showed no fear on her face. She ignored her own injuries and helped the wounded instead. Old Master Peng and others also hurriedly helped the injured around them, worried that the shelling might continue. When everyone was hiding behind the big tree, Ji Qingzhou suddenly sensed something. She raised her hand and made a gesture. "Wait a moment, I think someone is here." Understanding her signal, everyone held their breath and focused. In the quiet air, footsteps and gunshots could be heard one after another. Are they enemies? What should we do? What do we do? Everyone's hearts tightened at the same time. The gunfire grew closer, as if they would appear in the next second. Ji Qingzhou's face looked very serious. Before the danger to their lives arrived, her first thought was of Xia Yank. In her past life, she let Xia Yank down. In this life, they finally got together, but now they might have to face separation again. Her hand unconsciously touched her belly, and her palms were sweaty. Just as everyone thought another round of attack was coming, the gunfire suddenly stopped. The whole space fell into complete silence. Seconds felt like years as time slowly passed. After a while, steady footsteps sounded again. "Commander Xia, over here." A strong, clear voice came from nearby. Xia Yank looked at Shen Huai beside him. "Go and check. They had tracked here after fighting off enemies." The scouts found signs of movement and spotted a small group of enemies along the way, launching a fierce attack. They kept fighting until all the enemies were defeated before coming here. "Everyone, don't be afraid. We are reinforcements." The guard next to Xia Yank announced their unit number. When they realized it was reinforcements, the medical rescue team finally relaxed. Gu Changchuan, who had been hiding in the corner, suddenly rushed out. He quickly changed from a scared state, grabbing the guard's hand tightly. "Comrade, you're here." He couldn't stop smiling and boasted to his comrades, "I told you this was the right path. Thanks to listening to me, otherwise, how would we have met the reinforcements?" Everyone was disgusted by his shameless act of rushing to take credit. The others ignored him, but Lu Chunyan was not used to his behavior and directly confronted him. "You talk so nicely, but why weren't you so brave just now? As soon as you heard gunfire, you ran faster than anyone else. That's really shameless." Gu Changchuan was blushing from her rebuke and wanted to argue, but he found he had nothing to say. "You, a woman, know nothing." In the end, he could only snort coldly and turn to Ji Qingzhou. "Qingzhou, I'll help you." He caught a glimpse of Ji Qingzhou tending to the injured's broken wound and immediately stuck close like a sticky patch. Ji Qingzhou had just finished bandaging the wound carefully, but Gu Changchuan's touch made her have to rebandage it again. She slapped him back. Smack sound. Lu Chunyan's eyes lit up. "Well done." Ji Qingzhou looked cold and said, "If you come to help again and cause more trouble, I'll slap you to death."
Don't bother me.
I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help." Gu Changchuan still wanted to explain, but Ji Qingzhou didn't want to listen. She pushed this fool away heavily, disinfected the wound again, and rebandaged it. "This place isn't safe. It could collapse at any moment. Come, I'll support you out." Ji Qingzhou reached out to help, but the injured man's leg was hurt, and all his strength was on her. She couldn't hold it and started to lean uncontrollably to one side. Just as she was about to fall, a young soldier from the army caught her and steadied her. The young soldier withdrew his hand and took the injured person from her arms. "Let me do it." "Comrade, thank you." Ji Qingzhou sincerely thanked him. He didn't speak, only gave her a shy, honest smile. Then, it seemed he saw someone and immediately ran forward to report to Commander Xia. "The count of people is complete. After the fight just now, 5 soldiers died, and 16 were injured." The report came from nearby. Ji Qingzhou heard the name Commander Xia in the words. Her heart trembled involuntarily, and her fingers clenched into a fist. Thinking about this possibility, Ji Qingzhou couldn't hold back her excitement. She bit her lip, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and looked toward the direction of the voice. When her gaze fixed on Xia Yank, the man also looked up. In that moment, as their eyes met, everything around them seemed to lose its color, leaving only the two of them. "Old Xia, what are you looking at now?" Shen Huai didn't get a response from Xia Yanbei and frowned as he looked at him. Seeing him frozen in place, Shen grew even more surprised. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Ji Qingzhou not far away. Ji Qingzhou was here too? Not only was Xia Yanbei shocked, but Shen Huai almost thought he was seeing things. That young girl was being far too reckless. In such a chaotic place, wasn't she afraid something might happen to her? Shen Huai quickly looked around, worried that Xin Yunqing might have followed her here as well. The thought alone made him anxious and angry. Why is your wife here? When his friend asked the question, Xia Yanbei didn't even hear it. All his attention was fixed on the other side, on his beautiful wife, whose fair face was now covered with dust, looking as fragile as a small rabbit lost among wolves. There was a small cut on her cheek, with a faint trace of blood. Just seeing that made Xia Yanbei's heart tighten painfully. Only one thought filled his mind. Why was his Qingzhou here? And she was even hurt. Sensing the worry in his eyes, the delicate young woman across from him seemed to drop her brave front, her eyes turning slightly red. Xia Yanbei could never stand to see her sad or upset. Instinctively, he reached out, wanting to hold her close and comfort her. He took a few quick steps forward, but when he remembered where they were, he stopped himself. Yanbei. Ji Qingzhou, who was always calm and composed in front of others, suddenly wanted nothing more than to run into his arms. She worried about him just as much as he worried about her, afraid he might be hurt, wanting to ask so many things.
How was his leg?
Was he injured anywhere else? But when she saw his restraint, she remembered her own position and forced herself to stay calm. She reached out her hand toward him. The noise around them broke their thoughts. They only held hands briefly before letting go. In that brief touch, warmth and emotion passed silently between them. Xia Yanbei's hand, hanging by his side, clenched into a fist. Finally, he gently wiped away the blood on her face, showing restraint in his actions as he looked into her adorable eyes. How did your face get hurt? Ji Qingzhou sniffled, trying to hide her sadness, and shook her head. It's nothing serious, just a small scratch. Are you all right? She knew that this man was desperately checking to make sure she was unharmed. Xia Yanbei's lips pressed tightly together. After a brief moment of surprise, fear and panic filled his heart. He didn't dare to think about what might have happened if he and Shen Huai had not discovered the enemies in time. He wondered what Ji Qingzhou would be like now. Ji Qingzhou noticed Xia Yanbei's eyes growing darker. For the first time, she saw a cold seriousness in his gaze. He was trying hard to control the anger that briefly appeared. Xia Yanbei took a deep breath. Then Ji Qingzhou softly asked, Yan, are you angry with me? His hand, veins bulging, clenched into a fist. No, don't think too much. I would never be angry with you, he said. His anger was directed at himself, for not caring enough and letting her get into such danger. Just one look told him Ji Qingzhou was still shaken. He could roughly guess why she came here and what her purpose was, and it was probably related to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Ji Qingzhou adjusted her emotions and whispered, You still need to take care of the injured. I won't hold you back. Xia Yanbei sighed deeply and raised his hand. He simply patted her head gently and spoke softly, soothing her. It's okay now. Follow our main group, and we'll be back soon. His gaze fell on the injured members of the medical team, and he praised her. You've done very well. Ji Qingzhou rubbed her nose, stopping herself from crying. She smiled and said, Okay, you go ahead. I'll follow you. In his calm and steady eyes, she finally relaxed her tense heart. Xia Yanbei forced himself to look away from her and ordered in a deep voice, Guard, lead a team to the medical team away first. Ji Qingzhou knew he needed to lead everyone back quickly. She hurried back to old Peng's side. She quietly looked towards Xia Yanbei, feeling a mix of emotions as she heard they were leaving. I didn't expect to meet Xia Yanbei at this moment. He saved her again, just like last time. The medical team and the soldiers had finished organizing and were leaving. Ji Qingzhou was busy helping, despite the pain from the impact earlier. She hurried to assist Jiang He, supporting the seriously injured. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai discussed briefly and ordered Jiang He lead the team at the front, with the injured in the middle. Shen Lieutenant and I will cover the rear. For a while, Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei each did their part, one in the middle of the team, the other at the back. Throughout the journey, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai kept alert to their surroundings. Until they reached a safe area near the base, their serious expressions eased a little. Shen Huai thought about the danger they had just faced. If they had arrived a moment later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. All right, you don't need to look so serious. Miss Ji was already frightened. If you keep that face, you might scare her even more. Xia Yanbei glanced at Shen Huai and said calmly, I think your face looks worse than mine. People who didn't know better might think he was a family member of his wife. That stern look just now seemed like he was about to scold someone at any moment. How could I show a bad face to your wife? Shen Huai pushed Xia Yanbei. I just thought my sister was here too. Both of them remembered the shock from just now. There was no joy, only fear. Who would have thought that a girl from Baiyun village would appear on the battlefield? Xia Yanbei fell silent again. Shen Huai looked a bit worried. What should we do now? We can't let her go back, but staying here is too dangerous. He imagined himself as Xia Yanbei. He definitely wouldn't agree to Shen Yinqing going to the front lines. His tone was gentle, but to Xia Yanbei, it was like throwing a big stone into a calm, smooth lake. Old Xia, are you okay? Shen Huai noticed he wasn't responding and frowned, looking at him. Xia Yanbei's lips pressed tightly, his eyes heavy. His hand clenched into a fist in the dark, and sweat on his palm couldn't stop. Xia Yanbei was never afraid to go to battle, even indifferent to life and death. But just now, when he saw Ji Qingzhou, an inexplicable panic suddenly overwhelmed him. It was as if an invisible hand was choking his neck tightly. Xia Yanbei felt fear for the first time. He couldn't imagine what he would do if he arrived a moment later and something happened to her. Qingzhou, are you tired? Do you want some help? The young nurse called out to Ji Qingzhou, bringing Xia Yanbei back to his senses. No need, he replied. He saw Ji Qingzhou smiling and waving her hand. Her gentle expression clearly comforted those around her. Unbeknownst to him, she had become everyone's emotional support. Sensing the man's gaze, Ji Qingzhou turned to look at him. Her soft smile instantly eased all his tangled feelings. Xia Yanbei was defeated by her bright eyes and kept his eyes fixed on her. After a while, he remembered Shen Huai was still waiting eagerly for his reply. He casually said, It's fine. What else can I do? Just listen to my wife. Shen Huai. The old man and Ji Qingzhou, accompanied by the guards, returned safely to the command center. When they heard the noise, Commander Liu and Old Xing immediately came out to greet them. Their faces were full of worry. When they saw him, they hurried over, supporting him from both sides. You really scared us. At the command center, Commander Liu and Old Xing, hearing the voices, felt their hearts tighten with concern. You're back. They looked at each other at the same time, eager to go outside. Commander Liu had recently experienced 2 devastating losses of his children and was still trying to recover. He was also worried that his carelessness might cause them and the young, ambitious soldiers to lose their lives. If Old Xing hadn't happened to see his pale face and stepped in just in time, he might have fainted already. But even now, his face was still frighteningly pale. Old Liu, your heart can't handle such emotional ups and downs, Old Xing warned quickly, reaching out to help him. But he avoided the help. Don't worry. I'm not a kid. I know what I'm doing, he insisted stubbornly. Seeing everyone return safely, his tense heart finally relaxed. He let out a long breath, swayed, and then collapsed backward. Fortunately, Old Xing noticed him in time and reached out to support him. Commander Liu took a moment to recover before feeling able to move freely. At the same time, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai also came over together. They first instructed their soldiers to take care of the wounded before approaching Commander Liu. Commander, Old Cheng and Commissar Feng received news and sent us to help. Shen Huai explained the situation on the way, telling how they discovered the enemy, launched a surprise attack, and completely defeated them. Commander Liu did not blame their reckless actions. He even praised them warmly. Good job. The enemy should taste the strength of our People's Liberation Army. I'll have Captain Zhao give you a detailed update on the current battle soon. Feel free to share your opinions and ideas. Be bold and do your best. Thanks to Commander Lu's full support, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai felt very excited. On the way here, they had sent scouts to observe the terrain and made detailed maps. They already had a rough plan in mind. Old Zeng, who knew little about troop formations, handed over command to Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai and then went to his old friend. He looked at him repeatedly, as if trying to see through him. You really scared me. The gunfire outside was so loud, I thought. He sounded genuinely frightened, his voice trembling unconsciously. Dr. Peng saw this and couldn't help but smile. He patted his old friend's shoulder to comfort him. Aren't I fine? As the saying goes, good fortune favors the brave. We went out and met a benefactor, turning misfortune into good luck. He spoke casually, but old Zeng still couldn't help feeling scared afterward. It's okay now, but if something had gone wrong, he wouldn't know how to face his old friend. Honestly, I should thank Captain Lian and Captain Shin properly. Hearing this, Dr. Peng nodded in agreement, his gaze falling on the two who were talking with Commander Lu.
Exactly.
If they had arrived a little later, who knows what would have happened. Thinking back now, it was truly a relief. At this moment, Guo Changchuan, who had finally relaxed outside, remembered that his credit was gone and quickly tried to make up for it. This time, I led the way. If it weren't for me, everyone would have been caught by the enemy just by listening to her. After saying this, Gu Changchuan couldn't help but glance at Jiang Junya, giving her a teasing look from top to bottom. Jiang Junya felt both wronged and sad when she heard him, and her eyes immediately turned red. Lu Chanyan couldn't stand to see her good friend upset, so she stepped forward and stared at Gu Changchuan. She made him feel uncomfortable by glaring at him, even though he was acting proud and arrogant earlier. Gu Changchuan, do you have no shame? We're safe now only because the People's Liberation Army saved us. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Chanyan spoke very straightforwardly and loudly, attracting curious glances from people who didn't know the full story. Gu Changchuan's face turned red and white from her words, but he still refused to admit defeat. It does matter. If I had led the way, how would we have been lucky enough to meet the army? Without me, we wouldn't have found the army at all. And if we didn't find them, even the best soldiers couldn't save us. He became more confident as he spoke, almost convincing himself of his own lies. Seeing Gu Changchuan boast shamelessly, Lu Chanyan couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? No one paid attention to him. He didn't feel embarrassed at all, and even deliberately walked in front of Jiang Junya. The person who should thank me the most is you. Everyone almost got surrounded because of your reckless directions. Are you out of your mind? Seeing him still stubbornly sticking to his story, Lu Chanyan rolled her eyes at her. She turned and pulled Jiang Junya to help the injured. Don't pay attention to him. He's just a crazy person. Luckily, when the enemy came, he was so scared he almost wet his pants and ran away. Now he's acting all brave again. What did you say? Gu Changchuan, hearing Lu Chunyan's insult, refused to back down and wanted to argue with her. But he found she was ignoring him completely. You have poor eyesight. That's all you can see. He left angrily, making a harsh remark. When he finally left, Lu Chanyan and Jiang Junya looked at each other and couldn't help but complain. How can there be such an annoying person? It's just speechless. If the situation had allowed, she really wished she could give him a dose of medicine to make him mute. Gu Changchuan turned to look for Ji Qingzhou, urgently searching among the crowd. Qingzhou, where are you? Qingzhou. Girls are often delicate and fragile. At this moment, taking the opportunity to comfort her is the best choice. When Ji Qingzhou heard him call her name, her eyes gradually turned cold and sharp. You came to support the battlefield. There are so many injured here. If you're not helping, just shouting loudly isn't enough. If you're not busy, go back and don't cause trouble for others. Ji Qingzhou spoke, quite bluntly. Gu Changchuan immediately blushed with shame and stayed quiet for a moment. I'm just worried about you. Gu Changchuan lowered his head, sounding a little wronged. Ji Qingzhou was almost overwhelmed by the strong, fresh scent of him. But she didn't care whether he was feeling wronged. Her eyes caught sight of Xia Yanbei's appearance, and she immediately looked over. The tall, handsome man exuded a natural, mature, and steady aura. Seeing him made her feel safe, and everyone else felt the same. Thinking of this, Ji Qingzhou's bad mood suddenly disappeared. She smiled slightly, feeling a strong urge to hug the man. However, when she saw him and Shen Huai still reporting to Commander Liu, Ji Qingzhou quickly pulled herself together. She suppressed her longing, forced herself to look away, and turned to tend to the wounded. Qingzhou, let me help you. Gu Changchuan, not remembering past lessons, immediately rushed over like a sticky patch, even reaching out to touch her. Ji Qingzhou frowned, about to speak. Lu Chunyan saw she couldn't free her hands and quickly moved closer, pushing Gu Changchuan far away. Qingzhou, I'll help you. It's a good chance to learn from you. What are you doing? Gu Changchuan, caught off guard, almost fell flat on his face. Just as he steadied himself and was about to get angry, Jiang He followed Lu Chunyan's example and pushed him away again. Some people have a bit of self-awareness. Last time they got slapped and still didn't learn. Really, a tree without bark is doomed. A person without shame is invincible. Why didn't I notice before that someone is so shameless? The two of them teased each other, making Gu Changchuan speechless. You all. What are you? You can't even speak clearly? Dreaming of eating swan meat with a toad, I spit on that. Lu Chunyan directly slapped away his outstretched hand, rolling her eyes as if she wanted to look up to the sky. I'm too lazy to bother with you two shrews, Gu Changchuan retorted, but seeing Lu Chunyan about to get angry, he quickly took a few steps back, afraid she might hit him. Seeing his shameless attitude, Lu Chunyan was too tired to waste more time on him. She turned and handed Ji Qingzhou the bandage she needed. Qingzhou, you look about our age, maybe even younger. When something like that happens, you stay so calm. It's really impressive. She looked at him with admiration, and Ji Qingzhou felt a bit shy. Actually, I was scared too, but I just forced myself to stay strong. The three of them, all about the same age, quickly found common ground. Ji Qingzhou noticed that their way of treating the wound had some mistakes, so she pointed them out, earning their respect instantly. There's no more bandage. I'll go get some. Ji Qingzhou stood up and headed toward the supplies storage. Gu Changchuan's eyes stayed on her the whole time. When he saw her leave, he immediately followed. Qingzhou, what happened earlier was really dangerous. If I hadn't been there, we might have died. He blocked her way, and Ji Qingzhou looked annoyed. Get out of the way. Do you want me to slap you? Her voice was cold and a little impatient. Gu Changchuan shrank his neck and instinctively said, I just wanted to make sure you're okay. But don't worry, next time I'll protect. Gu Changchuan, are you annoying? Still talking about protecting? You ran away so fast and I didn't see you protecting Qingzhou. Lu Chunyan saw that Ji Qingzhou hadn't come back yet. When she looked up and saw Gu Changchuan sticking to her, she immediately stepped between them and started teasing. Stop with your little schemes. Qingzhou's husband is a handsome and capable officer. If you keep pestering her like this, you'll ruin her marriage with the army. Be careful or you'll end up in jail. When did I ruin her marriage? Stop talking nonsense here. Gu Changchuan was a bit startled by that title, but he quickly reacted. Qingzhou was sent to the countryside as a young, educated person. She'll be transferred back to Beijing later. How could she get married in the countryside? What kind of officer is in the countryside? This woman must be crazy to be talking nonsense. Gu Changchuan's evil heart is not dead. He still wants to go beyond Lu Chunyan and Jiang He to be close to Ji Qingzhou again. Unfortunately, Lu Chunyan and Jiang He are like a wall, blocking him completely. At this moment, a deep and strong voice comes from nearby. Ji Qingzhou instinctively looks over, and she sees Xia Yanbei, dressed in a neat military uniform, walking toward her. The man's cold eyes soften, showing only deep affection for her. It feels as if time has stopped at this moment. Without any words, their strong love seems ready to flood over like a tide. Xia Yanbei gazes at Ji Qingzhou with intense eyes. Seeing tears flickering in her beautiful eyes, his heart tightens. He quickly walks over and pulls her into his arms. Their breathing is filled with familiar scent. Ji Qingzhou closes her eyes and hugs Xia Yanbei tightly. Until now, she finally feels it truly. Yan, I miss you so much. Ji Qingzhou's soft voice carries a slight nasal tone. Xia Yanbei lowers his head, wrapping his arms around her waist and holding her close. Worried that their height difference might make her uncomfortable, he makes her step onto his shoes. His hand gently strokes her waist, as if expressing how much he has missed her all these days. Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junya, both single, have never seen such a scene before. They cover their mouths, almost unable to hold back excited screams. Gu Chongchuan, however, stands frozen like struck by lightning, wishing he could stuff a duck egg into his mouth. How is this possible? No one pays attention to his feelings. Everyone is happy for Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei, the newlyweds who just reunited after marriage. The fact that they can be together here and remain safe and sound is already the greatest luck. Ji Qingzhou looks up at the handsome face she has been dreaming of day and night, her eyes turning red unconsciously. He seems a bit darker and thinner than before. Yan, is your leg okay? Did it relapse? Worried she might hurt him, Ji Qingzhou quickly steps down and pushes Xia Yanbei away. She looks at him carefully from head to toe, inspecting thoroughly. She even touches him again. Only when she confirms there are no injuries does her tense heart finally relax. Xia Yanbei looked at her anxious face and caring expression. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. He hugged her again, holding her too tightly for fear of hurting her, but too loosely felt unreal. They parted reluctantly after a long time. Why didn't you put on medicine? Xia Yanbei's gaze fell on Ji Qingzhou's cheek, noticing her wound was still untreated, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ji Qingzhou instinctively touched her face. I was too busy and didn't get around to it. Hearing her answer, the man's brows knit tightly, and he lifted her up around the waist. Ji Qingzhou was startled by his action and instinctively hugged his neck tightly. Their bodies pressed close together, so near they could almost hear each other's heartbeat. There are so many people here. Please put me down. Ji Qingzhou's cheeks flushed with a suspicious blush. Xia Yanbei's gaze fixed on her face, watching her shy expression. His Adam's apple moved uncontrollably, and his eyes gradually grew more intense. The next moment, Ji Qingzhou was placed on a small wooden stool. Xia Yanbei took her military water bottle and gently cleaned her wound. Hearing Ji Qingzhou take a sharp breath, Xia Yanbei immediately stopped. He looked at her nervously. Did I hurt you when I moved? His guilty and self-reproachful eyes fell on Ji Qingzhou. She spoke, but a sweet smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Xia Yanbei's lips pressed tightly together, resisting the urge to hold her tightly and kiss her passionately. He handled her more carefully, afraid of hurting her. After applying the medicine, the man slowly stood up, his eyes mixed with emotion. Qingzhou, I have a task. I need to go now. Ji Qingzhou knew his mission. Although she didn't want him to leave, she suppressed her reluctance and gave him a big smile. Go ahead. I'll be here waiting for you. Xia Yanbei looked at the faint tears in her eyes and gently embraced her. Wait for me. I'll be back tonight. Yes, I will obediently wait in the tent for you. After saying this, Ji Qingzhou felt her words might have a double meaning. Her face turned red, and she was about to explain. But the man kissed her on the forehead and then turned away. Ji Qingzhou watched his distant figure fade away, feeling as if a piece was missing from her heart. She reached up and touched her cheek, feeling the spot where he had just touched, still warm with his lingering heat. Turning her head, Ji Qingzhou saw Lin Chunyan and Jiang Junya covering their eyes, afraid to look. She instantly felt a little embarrassed. Stop looking and go get the medical supplies. Lin Chunyan and Jiang Junya were so happy they followed her with excited steps. They looked perfect together, truly a match made in heaven. Gu Chongchuan, this troublemaker, should stay away. As time went on, Ji Qingzhou finished counting the supplies inside the tent. Today, more injured arrived, and supplies were running out quickly. The hemostatic medicines were almost gone. Ji Qingzhou, it's been a tough day. Sit down and rest for a while. Lin Chunyan patted her knee and sat on the ground, watching Jiqing Zhou busy herself. Jiqing Zhou turned around. Many injured people inside the tent were already asleep, and the others were resting too. Lin Chunyan spoke softly, but her words caught her attention. Rest first. I'll check the supplies quickly. Jiqing Zhou held a notebook filled with detailed notes. Some medicines were hard to transport, and their consumption was high. She looked around. Everyone was closing their eyes, resting. Jiqing Zhou took her coat, grabbed her notes, and hurriedly left the tent. Inside the space, some delicate herbs had already been cultivated into large plants. She carefully checked the list of medicines, filling in the missing ones. Only when all the medicines in the warehouse were in place did she stop. Grow well, and someday you'll have your chance to shine. Jiqing Zhou watered the spiritual fields with spiritual spring water. The herbs grew healthily, and the right temperature made them look even better than outside. The books on difficult illnesses proved useful now. Many people had broken arms and legs, and performing surgery in such harsh conditions was too risky. After thinking it over, she decided to use the advanced equipment inside the space. The instructions for the space equipment were simple and clear, easy to learn. Jiqing Zhou felt hope reignite in her heart. Once the medicinal supplies in the space were replenished, she quietly sneaked into Commander Lu's camp and replaced all the drinking water with spiritual spring water. Just as she finished, squad leader Wang from the kitchen team came over. Dr. Ji, what are you doing here? This makeshift tent held everyone's food supplies. Although the kitchen team seems unimportant, they are responsible for everyone's daily needs, so their work is very important. Jiqing Zhou smiled slightly and waved the steamed bun in her hand. Lily just woke up from surgery and said he was hungry. I thought I'd come see if there's anything to eat. Squad leader Wang looked excited. Lily woke up. Lily was the youngest soldier in the team. He was injured while chasing the enemy. His arm was broken. Only a layer of skin remained attached. Fortunately, Jiqing Zhou and Old Pring arrived just in time to save him. But the child was still young, and after being unconscious for a day and a night, he hadn't woken up yet. Everyone was very worried.
Jiqing Zhou smiled brightly.
Don't worry, he said he was hungry as soon as he woke up. He should be recovering well. Tears welled up in squad leader Wang's eyes. Everyone always hopes the best for their younger teammates. That's good, as long as he's awake. He couldn't help but feel excited. Thank you, Dr. Ji, for taking care of him. I'll boil some hot water for everyone to warm up. Soon I'll go see that kid. Jiqing Zhou nodded, holding the steamed bun, and went to the tent. The spiritual spring water she had just replaced was boiled and quickly shared among everyone, helping them regain some strength. I tell you, you really are getting old. When you were young, you didn't dawdle like this. In the warehouse, Peng Lao's voice was full of disdain. Compared to when you were young, what's improved? I'm not as young as I used to be. Have you turned back the clock? Zheng Lao is not willing to be outdone. He sped up his medicine preparation, feeling some soreness in his shoulders. Because they moved back and forth so quickly, he was almost moving with his body, feet barely touching the ground. When Jiqing Zhou arrived, the two were arguing fiercely. Master, I already told you I should handle the medicine making. It's so late now. Neither you nor Zheng Lao should rest properly. How can we guarantee we're in good shape for tomorrow's work? She said this, found a stool, sat down, and started preparing medicine with them. Making emergency pills is not very difficult. The key is to control the heat when roasting the herbs and to apply the right amount of pressure when rolling the pills. If the pressure is too light, the pills will fall apart easily and may break apart in the mouth before swallowing, leaving a bitter taste and little effect. If the pressure is too heavy, the pills become hard and difficult to swallow, and they may in hot or cold weather, making storage difficult. To make the pills, you need to shake the wooden board with your wrist, rolling the long herbs until they form small round pills. Then, add some sweet-tasting licorice paste to give the pills a slight sweet aftertaste, making them smooth and effective without bitterness. Old Peng, as people get older, they tend to worry about all sorts of things. I can't sleep well. It's better to stay busy. Old Peng's mold is quite old. His master used the same 1 year ago. Now, he has become very skilled at using it. Even though he is older, he still has strength. In less than 10 quick moves, he can make evenly sized emergency pills. Zheng, who is injured on the battlefield, works a bit slower but is still determined. I told you to rest long ago. Your body is weak, and this is your first big job. Don't overexert yourself. If you get sick, I won't be able to explain to your family or your parents. Don't worry, old Peng. We'll supervise her. She won't overwork herself. Just after old Peng finished speaking, Lin Chunyan and Jiang Junya pushed open the door. Cold air came in, and Ji Qingzhou shivered. Seeing the two suddenly appear, she looked suspicious. Weren't you just resting? Why are you here again? Jiang Junya sat beside her. Making pills is a professional job, and they couldn't help much. They only helped pack the boxes and prepare the herbs. Chunyan woke up and saw you hadn't gone back. We knew you must have come to the warehouse. We're all friends, so it wouldn't be polite if you came alone. Ji Qingzhou shook the mold in her hand, lifted the lid, and poured the emergency pills into a wooden box. You've all worked hard today. I feel a bit embarrassed to disturb your rest. The number of pills needed is very large. Even if they are in a hurry, they can't rush the process. She couldn't do everything alone, but she found it hard to ask others for help. Lin Chunyan spread out the heated herbs, and the smell of medicinal plants filled the entire warehouse. If you say that, it means you don't see us as friends. We're all doctors. If you can do it, why can't we? Jiang Junya agreed. That's right, Qingzhou. You're overthinking. We're not too delicate. Young people's way of talking is always different. Old Zheng and old Ping shook their heads with smiles. A group of young girls are now very tough. The burden of rebuilding the country is on their shoulders, and that's not a shame. When Commander Liu came to check, he saw a happy scene in the warehouse. They weren't family by blood, but sitting together made them feel like kin. He smiled slightly. In war, this was the only precious scene. Now, the sky was darkening, and the stars weren't very bright. Even the air smelled of gunpowder. But the only difference was that behind them were millions of fellow countrymen. Ji Qingzhou had just finished her work tiredly and was heading toward the tent. She didn't expect it to be so late. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai were still going out for another reconnaissance. It was finally evening, and she thought she could rest a little with Xia Yanbei. But he didn't have time to rest, and was about to go out again. Ji Qingzhou rubbed her temples. She felt a bit overwhelmed. The soldiers still hadn't had a break. Her health had improved a lot now. Otherwise, with such a heavy workload, she didn't know how many times she had fainted. Report to the Chief of Staff. The 1st Battalion is ready. Xia Yanbei wore a heavy old-fashioned bulletproof vest. He saluted with a firm look in his eyes. Shen Huai's eyes were equally deep, and his voice was strong and clear. Report to the Chief of Staff. The 2nd Battalion is ready. In just a few days, Commander Liu had lost his children one after another. His hair was now streaked with white, and he looked much more worn out. But the seriousness in his eyes couldn't hide his sadness. He looked up and gently patted their shoulders. Before you leave, I have a few words to tell you. No matter what, you must come back safely. Living lives were fighting for the country, but he didn't want to see anyone sacrifice. Mountains are filled with the bones of the brave. Here, just having his 2 children is enough. This makes others feel that their husbands, fathers, and children must all stay safe. Because he deeply understands the pain of losing loved ones, a pain that seeps into the bones and is unforgettable for a lifetime. The family housing has been chosen for you. After this war ends, take your wife to live there. Let's add a few more brave young men to the big courtyard and send these arrogant troublemakers back to their hometowns. Xia Yanbei nodded, and when he thought of Ji Qingzhou, his expression softened. He was never afraid of death. If one day he could wear the national flag, it would be an honor. But he promised Ji Qingzhou a lifetime, and he couldn't bear to let her suffer alone in the second half of her life. All right, finish counting the supplies and get on the vehicle. Commander Liu gave the 2 battalions 5 minutes. Everyone quickly packed their backpacks and boarded the vehicle in an organized way. Just as Xia Yanbei was about to get on, Ji Qingzhou suddenly spoke. She ran over, her face flushed. Xia Yanbei reached out to help the panting girl. Qingzhou, why did you come here? Ji Qingzhou held his hand tightly, trying to hold back the urge to hug him. Knowing he was in a hurry, her eyes flickered on him, and she took out basic medicines from her pocket. This is first aid medicine. I taught you before. If needed, it can save lives at this critical moment. Xia Yanbei's hand still felt the warmth of Ji Qingzhou. His expression was full of regret. His heart wanted to jump out, but he had to leave. I have to go now. Be careful in everything. Ji Qingzhou blushed, and her eyes welled with tears. Her voice was soft. Go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. Xia Yanbei nodded and turned to get on the vehicle. At the moment the vehicle started, Ji Qingzhou suddenly ran after it. Xia Yanbei, remember your words, come back alive. She couldn't keep up with the vehicle and soon had to stop. In the rearview mirror, the person grew smaller and smaller until they became a tiny white. Xia Yanbei stuck his hand out the window and shouted, Stop chasing. Go back. Wait for me. As the vehicle moved farther away, Ji Qingzhou's vision blurred. A cool feeling touched her face, and she raised her hand, not knowing when tears had fallen. There isn't enough time to feel sad for long. Each day brings new battles. Since I have no sleep left, and I need to keep an eye on the injured, Ji Qingzhou simply gets back to work. Lin Chunyan injects anti-inflammatory fluid into the 4 bottles, and everyone starts working again. Ji Qingzhou sorts the herbs, taking a moment to breathe. She glances at the ruins outside, feeling a jumble of emotions. She places a hand on her chest and prays, May heaven bless, Yan will live a long life. She asks for nothing else, only wishing him safety. She doesn't know how much time has passed, but the stars in the sky are sparse. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai finally return, both looking dusty and tired, as if they rolled through dirt and sand. Chief of Staff, there's a forest area to the east. There are landmines there, roughly in this spot, Xia Yanbei reports, marking all the mine locations on the map with a red flag. Good. Thank you. You've done well. We will change our plan and reroute. It's late now, go rest first. Commander Chung and I will decide the new route. The mined area isn't within our country's borders. As long as we avoid the danger zones, our troops can march straight in and defeat the enemy. Shen Huai looks exhausted. The two leave the tent and see Ji Qingzhou waiting outside. They are surprised. Xia Yanbei quickly steps forward. Qingzhou, why aren't you resting yet? Ji Qingzhou follows behind them. Since everyone is resting in the same tent camp, it's just a short walk away. Just finished working and I saw you guys coming back. Ji Qingzhou picks up a water bottle and pours hot water for both of them. She glances at Xia Yanbei, noticing he has no injuries, and feels a little relieved. Shen Huai holds his cup, his frozen hands finally feeling some sensation. He takes a sip, and it warms his stomach immediately. Dr. G's water is sweet. I wonder if she secretly added sugar? It's much better than the water Captain Wang made. Shen Huai rarely jokes, but today he makes everyone laugh with his humor. Ji Qingzhou pours water for the soldiers in the camp, handing it out one by one. Water indeed had something added to it. I put in some slices and a few warming herbs to help everyone get warm quickly. The young man with frostbite on his face grinned, his chapped lips turning purple. Sister-in-law is so kind. We and Lieutenant Xie are treated the same. She personally poured the water. Even if I'm about to faint, I'll finish drinking it. Outside, the wind started to, but everyone's hearts felt warm. Some people held their water and praised Ji Qingzhou as if they had opened a conversation box. Sister-in-law is like a fairy, beautiful and so gentle and kind. Lieutenant Xie is so lucky. Everyone laughed. Shen Huai's lips curled into a smile as he sat in a chair, looking into the distance. When someone mentioned a fairy, Shen Yunqing's face appeared in his mind and wouldn't go away. Although they hadn't been apart for long, not seeing each other for a day felt like 3 years. After they left, the researchers also got busy. With Ji Qingzhou there, Shen Yunqing and she took care of each other, so he probably wouldn't miss her so much. But now, Shen Yunqing was alone, and he didn't know how she was doing. Shen Huai raised his head, feeling upset inside. He wanted to talk to Xia Yanbei to ease his feelings. But when he saw Xia Yanbei, the man had completely become a tracker for his wife. His gaze was fixed on Ji Qingzhou, unmoving, like a carrot stuck in the soil that couldn't be pulled out. Shen Huai. After Ji Qingzhou finished distributing water, Xia Yanbei directly took her hand and never let go. Shen Huai didn't just want to talk to him. He felt like going over and hitting him, and he wouldn't even fight back. It's really hard to watch. Shen Huai covered his eyes with one hand. It was a little later. Ji Qingzhou looked out the window. Everyone was getting ready to rest. She hesitated, wanting to go back, but Shen Huai was the first to stand up. There's an empty bed in Li Yi's tent. This tent only has space for 2 people. It's too cold. I'll go squeeze in with them to stay warm so I won't bother you guys. After saying that, he thoughtfully grabbed his quilt and left. Ji Qingzhou blushed as she watched Shen Huai's back. Are we being a bit too much? The tents for officers above the rank of captain were shared by Shen Huai and Xia Yanbei. That night, he went to squeeze into someone else's tent alone. After all, he was Shen Yunqing's brother, and Ji Qingzhou felt a little guilty about it. Xia Yanbei held Ji Qingzhou's hand, his rough fingertips gently brushing hers. He won't let himself suffer. If there's a chance, I'll give in to him next time. When the others left, they finally had some time alone. As soon as Xia Yanbei closed the door, Ji Qingzhou couldn't wait and hugged him tightly. Yan, I've been so worried about you. Only now do I finally feel at peace. She had been uneasy all day, knowing both her past fate and his destiny. She couldn't stop worrying. Xia Yanbei held her closer. Their hearts beat fast, and the air was filled with each other's warmth. Before he could speak, Ji Qingzhou stood on tiptoe and gently kissed him. Her lips were soft and cool. Xia Yanbei froze for a moment, then wrapped an arm around her waist and deepened the kiss. Yan, she whispered. He kissed her with urgency, holding her hands so she wouldn't pull away. All their worries and longing were poured into that kiss. Ji Qingzhou's breath trembled as she clutched his collar tightly. Though he tried to be gentle, his longing was clear. They stayed close, lost in the moment. Xia Yanbei carefully helped her sit on the bed, placing a hand behind her head so she wouldn't get hurt. Ji Qingzhou looked up at him, her breath soft and steady. She closed her eyes, her lashes trembling slightly, as if giving silent trust. Xia Yanbei's voice was low and filled with emotion. He had meant for the moment to go further, but seeing her gentle face and warm eyes, he couldn't help but lean down and kiss her again. Yan, I'm happy, Ji Qingzhou murmured softly. Xia Yanbei was about to reply, I like you too. Suddenly, Ji Qingzhou spoke shyly and cutely.
Like.
Kiss me. This almost shattered all of Xia Yanbei's self-control. He took a deep breath, his hand trembling with veins bulging as he supported himself beside her, barely holding back. Qingzhou, please be gentle with me. Ji Qingzhou blinked, seeming not to understand what the man meant. Xia Yanbei's low, hoarse voice was a little rough. He took her hand and let her feel for herself. Ji Qingzhou, who was teasing him, immediately stopped talking. This was too harsh. Her face instantly turned bright red. Ji Qingzhou still remembered how painful her waist was before she left. She asked in a gentle tone, Can we change the subject and calm down? Xia Yanbei knew it wasn't the right time either. He lowered his head and gently bit her lip. Ji Qingzhou didn't dare make a sound, afraid to upset him. The man leaned over her, closed his eyes, and the surrounding silence was frightening. After a long while, they finally separated. Ji Qingzhou hugged his neck and weakly said, You're back safely, that's really good. Xia Yanbei pressed her hand, worried she might be uncomfortable. His whole body tensed, not daring to use much strength. I won't forget what you said. If you wait for me, I won't get lost. After saying that, he gently kissed her forehead. Sorry for making you feel wronged, wife. She was a girl from Beijing, the apple of her parents' eyes. She should have lived a wealthy life, but in the countryside, he felt she was wronged. Here, war was raging and danger was common. His guilt toward Ji Qingzhou was quite heavy. Ji Qingzhou pressed her nose against his, and he could hear her breathing. There's no need to feel wronged. Everyone is fighting for the country. I'm proud to help. They hugged tightly, reluctant to close their eyes. Xie Yanbei pulled the blanket over her, covering her tightly. Outside, the cold wind howled, but they didn't feel the cold at all. Ji Qingzhou's delicate hand gently wandered over Xie Yanbei's back. He held her even tighter, and she couldn't move in his arms. It's getting late. Rest early tonight, as you have work tomorrow. You will be very tired. Xie Yanbei restrained his impulse. The environment here is harsh, and he only wants Ji Qingzhou to rest better. Ji Qingzhou's arms wrap around the man's waist. She knows he has many worries. Before he speaks, she takes the initiative to explain. I know you're worried, but I am a doctor. If I can do something for everyone, I am happy to do it. It's my responsibility and my mission. You're a soldier. I understand that your orders are strict, but you also understand my job, right? Xie Yanbei sighs helplessly. The soft, fragrant girl in his arms sounds a little wronged. He has never truly blamed her. Of course, but this place is too dangerous. The battlefield is not like a clinic. You are always facing the threat to life. He does not agree with Ji Qingzhou's choice. But he understands her personality. She is a lively person, and when the country needs her, she will definitely answer the call. I just hope you stay safe. Ji Qingzhou slightly lifts her head and presses her lips to Xie Yanbei's. Her long eyelashes brush his face, feeling ticklish and itchy. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Xie Yanbei kisses her gently, savoring this rare happiness. Outside, the moonlight is cold. Xie Yanbei's expression shows some compromise. The two face each other, and Ji Qingzhou closes her eyes. Perhaps because she is too tired recently, Ji Qingzhou quickly falls asleep. Her steady breathing can be heard in his arms. Xie Yanbei opens his eyes and gently pats her, as if soothing a child to sleep. It's not yet dawn, and the dew on the road is heavy. When Ji Qingzhou gets up, the sound of the soldiers' horns calling for assembly is already heard outside. Xie Yanbei, who is beside her, has already gotten up at some point. She hurriedly puts on her clothes. Outside, everyone is having breakfast. A warm bowl of soup, with the bottom filled with tiny millet grains, nothing else. Seeing Ji Qingzhou come out of the tent, Xie Yanbei quickly walks over. He holds a bowl of porridge. You got up just in time. The porridge is still hot. Ji Qingzhou looks at the bowl of millet porridge in front of her, almost covered with foam, then looks at the others. They do the most physical work, marching and fighting. Without proper nutrition, they are already halfway defeated. I haven't washed up yet.
You eat first.
I'll come soon. Ji Qingzhou made an excuse to leave. She returned to the tent, but Xie Yanbei didn't follow. After upgrading her space, besides a large amount of medicinal herbs, portable instant food was also improved. She opened the space panel and chose concentrated nutritional supplements. In the next second, a cardboard box appeared in front of her. She took the nutritional supplements out of the space. When Xie Yanbei saw her come out of the tent, she was dragging the box alone. He quickly walked over. Qingzhou, what is this? Ji Qingzhou straightened up. Ian, you came just in time. This is nutritional supplement. Help me distribute it to everyone. A flash of doubt crossed Xie Yanbei's eyes. But when he looked up and met Ji Qingzhou's gaze, he didn't ask the question that was on his mind. It seemed she had many secrets he didn't know. But he knew she would never hurt him. Xie Yanbei looked up at Shen Huai in the distance and put a hand to his mouth. Shen Huai, come help. Shen Huai looked over, saw what he was holding, and picked it up to take a look. Nutritional supplement? Nice, where did you get this? The weather was cold now, and these supplements could be heated and taken directly. Xie Yanbei looked at Ji Qingzhou's face, which was red from the cold, and held her hand. Qingzhou expected such a situation when she came, so she prepared these things in advance. Although she didn't know how long they could be used, having them was better than not. Even though he didn't ask Ji Qingzhou directly, he found a reasonable excuse to give her all the credit. Shen Huai, she couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Your Qingzhou is so thoughtful. The group of grown men didn't think much about marching and fighting. Now, just having hot soup was good enough. Indeed, this world couldn't do without girls. I just did what I should. Everyone will be busy soon. Since we have some time now, let's distribute these things to everyone. The three of them carried the boxes forward. The nutritional supplements were made based on trace elements from later generations, enough to meet basic human needs. If Shawa knew, he would probably be even more curious about you. He has always wanted to meet you, but he's been too busy lately. This person is actually quite shy, even though he seems tough on the outside. Shen Huai was walking and thinking about Shawa. The situation is complicated now, and he's not sure how things are going on his side. With Ji Qingzhou here, the environment doesn't seem so difficult anymore. Shawa? That name sounds familiar. Yan has mentioned him a lot. You two are very close, right? When Xia Yanbei's leg wasn't healed, he often talked about his friends he fought alongside. Now that he's met them all, Ji Qingzhou is more curious about Shawa, whom he has never met before. We've been together from the start. Most of our missions were done as a team. If this mission weren't special, Shawa probably would have fought with us too. Ji Qingzhou has a peaceful smile on his face. Hearing this, he feels a little nervous. He was not this nervous when he saw Xia Yanbei's mother. These people are close friends of Xia Yanbei, and Ji Qingzhou is worried about losing his manners. There's nothing to be nervous about. He seems a bit cheeky normally, but he really admires Yanbei. Since you're his wife, he respects you. The more Shen Huai explained, the more nervous Ji Qingzhou felt inside. Xia Yanbei held her hand and kept some distance between them. Don't tease her. You're not her brother. If you're so talkative, go find your sister. Shen Huai's eyes nearly popped out. Don't be so arrogant. Even though Qingzhou isn't my sister, I treat her like family. Xia Yanbei coldly said, stop taking advantage of us. Shen Huai rolled his eyes. Who would want to take advantage of you? If I had a brother like you, I probably wouldn't live this long. They argued back and forth, each refusing to back down. After breakfast, everyone prepared to leave. Shen Huai looked at the team nearby. I'll go ahead and check. You should hurry too. They both put away their casual attitude and focused on the task at hand. Ji Qingzhou looked at his departing figure. Before she could speak, Xia Yanbei had already taken her hand and led her into the tent. If you really want a brother, I can reluctantly be your brother for a day, he said with a playful smile on his usually mature face. Come on, little sister, call me brother first. Ji Qingzhou patted his shoulder and said, who wants a brother like you? Xia Yanbei held her hand. Ji Qingzhou's hands were small. He could hold both her wrists with one hand. She struggled half-heartedly, pushing him gently, but he held her tighter. Then just call me that first, he said. Ji Qingzhou blushed and pushed him lightly. Everyone's waiting outside. Hurry up and stop making a fuss here. Xia Yanbei gently kissed the back of her hand. They were so close, but they couldn't stay like this for long. Okay, wait for me to come back. Your brother will take good care of you. Go quickly. Everyone's getting impatient, she said. Realizing what he was about to say, Ji Qingzhou quickly covered his lips with her hand before he could finish. Xia Yanbei straightened his clothes and picked up his bag, then said seriously, be careful on your way. Ji Qingzhou nodded, watching them leave, her heart tightening again. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai waved goodbye. As they turned, they immediately shifted into a serious mode. Lin Chunyan nudged Jiang Junya. How about it? Still think the best ones are the ones chosen by the country. Xia Yanbei was already married. Even though he attracted many young girls, he was very respectful. It was a pity for Shen Huai, who was still single. Every day after missions, many girls surrounded him, like a flock of larks. Xia Yanbei put an arm around Shen Huai's shoulder. All these girls' eyes are practically glued to you. You're the most popular man here now. Shen Huai felt uncomfortable and shook his arm off, his tone a bit teasing. Compared to you, I'm far behind. Back in our camp, you were famous for being a handsome soldier. Xia Yanbei shook his head with a smile. Things change. Who can stay the same forever? You see, yesterday those young girls were chasing after you like butterflies. I told you, you're not young anymore. Have you ever thought about settling down and taking care of your life? In front of Shen Huai's eyes, the face of Shen Yunqing flashed. He waved his hand. Right now, national affairs are more important. Love can be talked about later. Xia Yanbei felt like he was caught between two worlds. He quickly caught up. Your personal matters and national issues can be handled together. You probably got scared by those enthusiastic girls, right? Shen Huai pretended to stay calm and snorted. I've seen real fights before. Do you think I'd be afraid of a bunch of young girls? Xia Yanbei remembered how Shen Huai ran away in a mess last night and didn't hold back from exposing him. Yes, Shen Lianzhong isn't afraid, but I wonder who it was that saw those girls last night and was so scared they ran away first. Shen Huai was speechless. Good men are afraid of strong women, even though he had clearly refused several girls multiple times. But the next day, another group would come continuously. As long as he didn't find a partner, those girls wouldn't give up. Shen Huai was unusually worried. Meanwhile, after Xia Yank left, Ji Qingzhou quickly got back to work. She checked the wounds of the injured as usual. Thanks to the healing spring water, most of their conditions didn't worsen. You're recovering well. In a while, it might feel itchy. Be careful with the new skin, and don't scratch it hard. Ji Qingzhou carefully rebandaged the patient's wound, took some ointment from the medical box, and kindly reminded him. Thank you, Dr. Ji. My leg has been hurting a lot these past 2 days. Can you prescribe some painkillers for me? The man held the medicine and pressed his knee. Since he was injured, he hadn't dared to use that leg much. Ji Qingzhou rolled up his pants and pressed her hand 3 centimeters below his knee. Is this the spot? He nodded. Yes, right here. Ji Qingzhou touched further down. Does it hurt here? He honestly answered. It hurts, but not too badly. Ji Qingzhou had her answer. She took out an acupuncture kit from her medical bag. Relax, it's not a big problem. You have some inflammation on your leg, just need a quick injection. As she spoke, different sized needles were already prepared. Ji Qingzhou held a needle in one hand, found the right acupuncture point with the other, and gently inserted it into the skin, turning slightly. The numb, tingling feeling on the leg indeed reduced much of the pain. Taking painkillers only masks the problem, but acupuncture today will help reduce the inflammation. If there's one more treatment tomorrow, you'll be fine. Everyone was curious and amazed. I've heard of acupuncture before, but this is the first time I've seen it so closely. Lao Tian, how do you feel? The person called Lao Tian waved his hand. No pain, just a tingling sensation. It feels very comfortable. In a tent with about a dozen patients, it was almost noon after this round of treatment. Gu Feiyang's condition was improving. Ji Qingzhou straightened up and used spiritual spring water to rinse his wound. You're doing pretty well. Keep it up, and there shouldn't be any problems. Gu Feiyang's wound was clearly healing. Ji Qingzhou had been worried about infection if it worsened before. Seeing the wound healing gradually, everyone could relax. Xiao Ji, I really have to thank you for pulling me back from the brink. Gu Feiyang looked at Ji Qingzhou, seeming to think of something, his expression a bit gloomy. Ji Qingzhou smiled. It's mainly because of your strong willpower. This is what I should do. As a doctor, saving lives is my duty. You don't need to worry. They exchanged a few more words. When Ji Qingzhou left the patient's tent, Peng Lao was just finishing replenishing the emergency pills. Qingzhou, you came just in time. Look, these emergency pills are just right. We can continue using them. In the storage room, Peng Lao neatly arranged the supplies. Ji Qingzhou put down the medical record book. Great. With these, our follow-up work won't be so rushed. Zheng Lao happened to come back from patrol and saw the two looking happy. Why are you so happy? What are you looking at? Zheng Lao suddenly spoke. Peng Lao looked up, raised a hand to greet him. Look at this. Our emergency pills are now ready for mass production. According to clinical tests, these emergency pills are suitable for most people's health. Most of the injured in this batch are seriously hurt. In critical moments, these are life-saving items. Elder Zhen looked a bit surprised. He looked up to see countless small paper boxes, holding everyone's hope. I didn't expect you to actually produce these items so quickly. Old Peng, maybe you can do other things too. For example, giving traditional Chinese medicine a good name. He looked at Ji Qingzhou with admiration. The young person is impressive, and that's all there is to it. At first, Ji Qingzhou was too young, and he didn't think highly of him. If it weren't for Elder Peng's favor, he might not have noticed the shining talent of Ji Qingzhou. Old Peng, your little apprentice, is amazing. I think she will become a great person in the future. Elder Peng was even more proud. Compared to the emergency pills he made, having a capable apprentice to show off was more worth bragging about. Of course. Don't look down on my little apprentice just because she's young. She's not necessarily more reckless than your students. Elder Zheng nodded repeatedly. The calmness and composure Ji Qingzhou showed was rare among young people. Such courage on the battlefield is even more rare. This talented person seems born to do this kind of work. Compared to her, Gu Changchuan, whom he previously admired, seemed like a slap in the face. Elder Zheng sighed inwardly. Ji Qingzhou, who had been praised constantly, blushed. She laughed and explained, "That's because my master taught me well. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today." Elder Zheng looked very pleased. With Ji Qingzhou and Elder Peng in the medical team, there was no need to worry about this battle. Towards the direction of the sun, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai continued, without stopping. Inside the enemy camp, chaos had broken out. "You bunch of useless people. Do you just eat and do nothing? Holding such a good position, yet you're being pushed back step by step." They caused trouble first, but ended up fleeing in all directions. If this news reached the home country, they would probably be laughed at for their incompetence. "General, we initially had the advantage, but it seems the enemy changed their tactics. They used a retreat to lure us in. Our people were ambushed, and many were killed or wounded. If we don't withdraw quickly, our losses will be even greater." A flicker of anger crossed Pan Qingyun's face. He slammed his cup onto the ground, shattering it. The camp fell silent. "Losses? What kind of weapons are you using? Our weapons are outdated. The only thing the enemy has that can match us is their numbers. They lack supplies and proper medical care. How can you not win?" "General, Second Lieutenant Pan has returned." Just as Pan Qingyun was about to explode in anger, someone hurriedly entered the tent, looking anxious. When he heard his son had come back, Pan Qingyun's expression softened a little. He firmly stuck a flag into the map at the border of their country. "Let him in quickly." After he spoke, the tent flap was lifted, and a cold breeze entered.
Ouch. Ouch. Ugh.
"It hurts so much, Dad, help me." The first to come in was not Pan Guang, but a soldier carrying a stretcher. Pan Guang was lying on the stretcher, his face twisted in pain. His arm was bloody and mangled, missing a hand. Because of the pain, he curled up on the stretcher like a hunchbacked shrimp. The first thing Pan Qingyun heard was Pan Guang's wailing. "Guanger, what happened to you?" The father and son were brave warriors, known for their courage. Except for a defeat years ago, they had never been looked down upon.
Who? Who was it?
"I want to kill him, avenge my son." Pan Qingyun's eyes were red, but he dared not touch Pan Guang's wounds. Thick blood flowed out like water. Pan Guang bit his back teeth, his eyes filled with deep hatred. "It was the same person who injured me years ago, Dad. Let him die." "He must die," Pan Guang roared angrily, like a nine-headed serpent whose head had been cut off. His crimson eyes shone with a strange, resentful light because he couldn't accept this. As he prepared to attack the trench from close range, he vaguely saw a face, someone he knew. Years ago, this person had beaten him badly. Revenge was inevitable. Fate had brought them together again. It's Xia Yanbei. Pan Qingyun had fought with Xia Yanbei several times. He knew that although Xia Yanbei was young, he was clever and resourceful. Many times, he was defeated by him, and he truly accepted it.
But times have changed.
He clenched his teeth and said, "Son, don't worry. I will make him pay for this." Pan Guang's forehead veins bulged as he tightly held the stretcher, sweat dripping down his face. There is also Shen Huai and others.
They have always fought side by side.
I didn't see Shawa, but they should be together. He forced himself to speak his last words before fainting from the pain. Pan Qingyun's heart clenched. Son? Soon medical staff arrived. "General Pan, the second lieutenant needs to stop the bleeding quickly. Pan Qingyan waved his hand, and Pan Guang was pushed away. He slammed his hand on the table, filled with grief and anger. Send my orders. Whoever can kill Xia Yanbei will be rewarded with a large sum of money and a first-class merit. After he finished speaking, there was suddenly a commotion outside, and the tent flap was opened again. General, Major Huang has returned. Major Huang led a team and successfully ambushed the enemy. After several days, good news finally arrived, and Pan Qingyan couldn't help but feel very happy. He excitedly stood up from his seat and hurried out to greet him, only to see Huang Weilin surrounded by a group of people. During wartime, some countries formed secret teams that were even more terrifying than death squads. Their main task was to attack enemy command centers and eliminate top commanders. Huang Weilin was the leader of this team. Pan Qingyan nodded with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Huang Weilin looked proud and confident. General, I led the team to kill 2 political commissars of the Huagua Artillery Regiment. Now they have no leader, and they are no longer our match. Pan Qingyan laughed loudly, feeling a sense of revenge fulfilled, but he knew this was not enough. Weilin, you did well, but now is not the time to be proud. There is something even more important for you to do. Thinking about Pan Guang's serious injury, he felt worried. Now, Huagua has sent more troops. Guang was injured today by Xia Yanbei and is still being rescued. His arm might not be saved. He only had one son. Since Pan Guang was 14, they had fought together as father and son. Now, with Pan Guang missing an arm, he would never fight on the battlefield as he used to. Huang Weilin's face froze for a moment. The name Xia Yanbei felt so distant to him now. If no one had mentioned it suddenly, he almost would have forgotten that there was still someone like him in Huagua. Rest assured, General. I will definitely bring back Major Xia Yanbei's head to avenge the Major. With this sentence, Pan Qingyan's eyes lit up with hope. He said firmly, Good. Indeed, the younger generation is impressive. I look forward to awarding you a first-class merit. Huang Weilin was unbothered. It's just a company commander. Killing him is easy. He patted his chest heavily as he spoke. Rest assured, General. In a month, during Huagua's Spring Festival, I will capture Xia Yanbei's head. Our soldiers will wipe them out and reclaim our land. His words boosted everyone's morale. They all shouted loudly, Wipe them out. Reclaim the land. Pan Qingyan nodded repeatedly. Good, good. I'm glad you have confidence. But the most important task is that Xia Yanbei and his 2 companions must die. Huang Weilin's eyes sparked with fighting spirit. His warrior instincts roared inside him. When he came out of the tent, his subordinates approached him. Major, we've counted the supplies we seized. They are mostly outdated weapons with little use, only some medicines that might be useful. Huang Weilin took off his hat and casually tossed it on the table. He looked at the battle map, where Huagua's positions were marked in red. Any useful intelligence. Compared to the insignificant supplies, he was more interested in the intelligence held by the 2 political officers. They both held high positions and surely had information. If we could intercept it successfully, we would have more confidence fighting Xia Yanbei. His subordinates looked uneasy, shaking their heads with grim faces. Those 2 are really despicable. At a critical moment, they destroyed the documents with their lives. We got nothing. Huang Weilin casually took a sip of water and then spat it out indifferently. A few years ago, I drank Huagua's tea. It was rich and sweet, but the people of Huagua are still as foolish as ever. They could have survived, but they chose to fight to the death. He sneered and said, Since they can't protect their own culture, I will do it for them. After lunch and a short rest, Huang Weilin immediately lined up, and Pan Qingyan personally came to see him off. Weilin, I know your skills, but are you sure you don't want to make any more adjustments? Huang Weilin's face was firm, eager to compete with Xia Yanbei. General, the Chinese fight best when they strike with full force. We should take advantage of the victory and pursue. Furthermore, through Pan Guang's simple description, he had already obtained important information. Xia Yanbei, Shen Huai and Shawa are now operating separately. This is a good time to take them down one by one. Pan Qingyan's eyes gleamed with pride. Huang Weilin was well trained, and soon the soldiers were assembled. Their team was small, but they only aimed to kill the enemy's top commander. They were usually elusive and intimidating on the international stage. Coordinate inside and outside, responsible for passing signals. Your team will set up ambushes. Keep your eyes wide open. Identify the target clearly. Everyone else, follow me. Before setting out, the soldiers cheered passionately, vowing to avenge Pan Guang no matter the cost. On China's border, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai had just finished patrol. Shen Huai sat on the ground, eating a compressed biscuit. He had some crumbs around his mouth and mumbled, "This afternoon, it's pretty calm." After speaking, he weighed the biscuit in his hand, took a sip of water, almost choking on it. "This stuff is really terrible. Better in the countryside, where my wife and kids are warm and cozy." Xia Yanbei glanced at him. His water was warm, given by Ji Qingzhou earlier that morning, sweet and comforting. He held it close, reluctant to share with Shen Huai. "This place is nice too, except it's a bit unstable. The scenery is quite rare." Xia Yanbei looked up. Below their feet was the land of their homeland. The border of their country was so majestic. As long as they were here, they would never let those with ill intentions step in. Shen Huai chuckled softly. "That's true. Your loved one is here, so everywhere is beautiful." Xia Yanbei stood up. "You eat first. I'll go change the brothers and let them rest a bit." Shen Huai reached out a hand and helped himself up from the ground. "I'll go with you." When everyone was resting, Xia Yanbei was quietly looking at the exchanged documents, feeling a bit stunned. Shen Huai touched his arm lightly. "What are you thinking about?" Xia Yanbei handed the documents to Shen Huai. "Look at this person. I saw him a few years ago. His name is Pan Guang, and he's the son of Pan Qingyun." After saying that, he picked up the binoculars and looked outside the temporary tent. "Pan Qingyun, you should still remember him, right?" Shen Huai clenched his teeth and said, "He's from the aggressive faction of the enemy country, the top commander of the last battle plan. Because of Pan Qingyun, many of our comrades who fought alongside us sacrificed their lives. That war was hard won, mostly achieved by stepping on the shoulders of our brothers. We didn't get to see the victory with our own eyes, which is a regret." Shen Huai slammed his hand on the table heavily. "It's only been a few years, and they dare to come back." Xia Yanbei put down the binoculars. From here, they couldn't see the base clearly. "With Pan Guang here, Pan Qingyun is probably nearby. After we fought Pan Guang, he should know we're here soon." On the battlefield, Xia Yanbei didn't like Pan Qingyun's style. Not because they were on opposite sides, but because he was too self-interested. People like that, without personal gain, can't produce good soldiers. If he dares to come, we dare to send him back. I just wonder if he's brought a box of ashes this time, so there's no body to recover. He suddenly pounded his hand on the table. "We're ready to attack now, catch him off guard. If we can find his main camp and capture him and those old traitors alive, to exchange for our captured comrades, wouldn't that be a double win?" Hearing Pan Qingyun's name, Shen Huai was already filled with hatred. Now, driven by revenge, he only wanted to capture Pan Qingyun alive. For the country, he was the #1 enemy. Moreover, his base had many enemies, most of whom were important figures to the enemy country. Holding them hostage would be like holding the enemy's lifeline. Xia Yanbei shook his head, looking worried. He studied the terrain map carefully and said, "No, even though we know his methods, the timing isn't right yet. Acting rashly will only increase our losses." Xia Yanbei suddenly woke the person dreaming, and Shen Huai understood clearly. "You are right. This morning news came that 2 artillery regiment political officers had died. The support troops couldn't arrive quickly, so all their actions had to be carefully planned. Let's go outside and take a look." Today outside was strangely peaceful, and Xia Yanbei always felt something was wrong. It seemed like some danger was lurking nearby. Actually, knowing that Pan Qingyun was coming wasn't necessarily a bad thing for us. During the patrol, Shen Huai thought for a long time. He suddenly stopped. "We have experience defeating him and understand his style. We recently injured his son, so he's missing his right-hand man. He's reckless and a bit clever, but not enough to scare us." Shen Huai and Xia Yanbei already knew about his character. Even Shawa could figure out his tactics for sending troops. If they hadn't had advanced weapons, the last battle wouldn't have been so difficult. It's true what they say, but we can't be careless. Since he's confident he can come back, there must be things we don't know. We should stay cautious. After speaking, Shen Huai and Xia Yanbei stopped at the same time. There was some movement in the distant grass. Although the wind was blowing now, their sharp hearing, thanks to drinking spiritual spring water, caught it. They exchanged glances and quickly locked onto the sound. Silently, they drew their guns and aimed instinctively. The guns were loaded, and they pulled the triggers. Sure enough, although the other person didn't fight back, they heard a faint groan. They looked at each other, holding their guns, and carefully moved forward. In the nearby grass, bright red blood flowed out, very noticeable among the green. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai ignored the visual prediction, making Yuan Dong, who was observing from the other side, break out in cold sweat. How did they manage not to expose their vision? Everything seemed normal, just a breeze blowing. Xia Yanbei's eyesight couldn't be so incredible. At such a long distance, it is impossible to see anyone in the grass with the eye. Shen Huai and Xia Yanbei stood back to back, pulling signal guns from their waists. Blue powder exploded in the air, and the resting soldiers quickly gathered. Commander Xia, Commander Shen, all members of Team 1 and Team 2, assemble. Within just a minute, dozens of people moved in one direction, well-trained and coordinated. Enemies nearby. There are probably more than one group. Everyone be careful and cover each other while shooting. Xia Yanbei couldn't be sure of Rondong's exact location, but based on experience, there was definitely more than one team here. They fired shots and threw grenades into the bushes where they heard noise, hitting almost every time. Seeing they couldn't avoid it, the enemies stopped hiding and started fighting back with weapons, revealing their hiding spots. Rondong shouted angrily, "A bunch of useless fools. How could you not hold them back?" Their exposure meant the mission was already failing before it even started. When it looked like someone had noticed them, Rondong clenched his teeth and said, "Let's go. Everyone, retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, firewood will always be available." Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai nodded in understanding. Everyone focused on Rondong, quickly identifying their leader. Except for few injured prisoners who were and guarded, the rest of the team continued the pursuit. Shen Huai changed his guns twice along the way. No matter which route the enemies took, he could find the best shot to take them down. Xia Yanbei stopped him with one hand. "Huai, these enemies are not many. It might be a trap. Don't kill them all, leave some alive. If there's a chance of turning them, their losses will be much less." Rondong successfully escaped with the others' protection. Xia Yanbei and his team chased all the way to the border. Seeing that the enemies had disappeared, Shen Huai leaned on the border stone, panting heavily. "These guys are brave, but they're not very capable. They run pretty fast." Xia Yanbei looked at the prisoners they captured, more than 20 in total, 6 dead, 3 caught. After clearing the battlefield, Shen Huai kicked aside an enemy from the neighboring country. His black mark on the neck caught Xia Yanbei's curiosity. He crouched down, and Shen Huai looked over as well. "Is there a problem?" Xia Yanbei reached out and loosened the man's collar. Shen Huai suddenly seemed to remember something. "It's an assassination group from the enemy country. Do you remember? In the military school, they said that they recognize people by their insignia. Our 2 political commissars were killed by them." Shen Huai was filled with righteous anger, holding back his frustration. Xia Yanbei looked at Li Yi, "Take people to increase patrols. Make sure no one slips through. Everyone stay alert. If you see suspicious persons, you can shoot first." After speaking, he and Shen Huai stood up at the same time. "We're going to report to Commander Liu." The two quickly got into a vehicle. Inside Commander Liu's tent, several people were discussing eagerly. Commander Chung, on the other end of the communication device, hesitated slightly. Commander Liu first gave his approval.
"Good.
But based on your plan, how do you intend to fight this battle? Young people these days are very opinionated, each with their own ideas." Report to the commander. "I personally think we should keep chasing. The enemy's elite force isn't large, about 35 to 40 people. We've already injured some of them, so we've had some contact. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai agreed on this. The enemy's elite troops are definitely formidable. If we don't take this chance to wipe them out, problems could arise later. Commander Cheng agreed naturally. All right, follow your plan. Only success is acceptable, failure is not. With orders from above, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai prepared to move out. Then hurry up and get ready. The two came out of the tent. Suddenly, the red string in Shen Huai's hand slipped off. He was momentarily stunned. He picked it up from the ground, looking at the red string with a serious expression. This was something his mother had asked for him and Xin Yunqing to have when she was still alive. Each of them had one, said to bring safety. He had carried it with him all these years. Xia Yanbei patted his shoulder with one hand. Maybe you shouldn't go on this mission. They often went together with Shawa, so they naturally knew the story behind the red string. Shen Huai casually retied it and put it back on his wrist. Don't believe in superstitions. I see this as my mother's good wishes. We promised to fight side by side. How could I be absent? Let's go together. Ji Qingzhou had just helped someone change a bandage. As she stepped out of the tent, she saw Xia Yanbei preparing to leave for battle. Her eyelids twitched, and she suddenly felt anxious without knowing why. Seeing Ji Qingzhou, Xia Yanbei quickly walked over, taking 3 steps in one. Qingzhou, I have to go on a mission again. This time, it might take a while.
Don't worry about me.
Take good care of yourself. They didn't need much time, so Xia Yanbei kept his words brief. Didn't you just come back? Why are you leaving again? Did something happen? Xia Yanbei nodded at Ji Qingzhou, but didn't say much. She couldn't help much with these things, and it would only make her worry more. It might be tricky for others, but for us, it's just a normal operation. Besides, you've been helping me recover recently, so even at night, my eyesight is good. I will take care of myself. Knowing that the spiritual spring water was helping, and thinking about how the space might be useful at critical moments, Ji Qingzhou's anxiety eased a little. She held Xia Yanbei's hand, her eyes full of worry. If there's danger, don't rush forward. Come back safely, understand? Although Ji Qingzhou worried every time Xia Yanbei went out, this time was the strongest she had felt. Her emotions seemed to be torn, a helpless feeling of not being able to control her fate making her struggle. Xia Yanbei restrained himself from pulling her into his arms. He looked at the vehicle ready to depart. I will. I'm leaving now. You should go back. Ji Qingzhou's nose felt sour. She wasn't usually sentimental, but her emotions came suddenly this time. She tried hard to hold back her tears. Go quickly. Xia Yanbei turned around. He took 2 steps, then restrained himself from looking back. The vehicle started, and Ji Qingzhou waved goodbye through the rearview mirror. Xia Yanbei looked deeply at the person in the mirror, as if trying to remember her face forever. This kind of separation, life and death, felt familiar. It seemed like he had experienced it before. Watching Xia Yanbei's car drive away, Ji Qingzhou suddenly felt dizzy. She supported herself with one hand on a nearby tree. The past few days of overworking her body had taken a toll, but it was mostly just fatigue. Today, she felt many uncomfortable symptoms, which made her face look pale. Lin Chunyan noticed her unsteady steps and immediately came to support her. Qingzhou, you don't look well. Have you been too tired lately? You should rest properly first. Everyone knows that Ji Qingzhou is weak. These days, her face looked tired, and she only felt a little better after drinking some water. Ji Qingzhou nodded, her voice weak. She was almost leaning all her weight on Lin Chunyan. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Don't worry, just eat something to feel better. Recently, she had been drinking spiritual spring water to recover, so she wasn't too worried about her health. Lin Chunyan spoke sincerely. I know you're worried about Xia Yanbei, but you and he have tough jobs. When he's not here, you need to take good care of yourself. Ji Qingzhou's ears seemed to go deaf for a moment. She rubbed her ears with one hand and felt a little better. I understand, Chunyan. Thank you. She said this and then looked again in the direction where Xia Yanbei had left. There were no more signs of the car. A feeling of helplessness suddenly overwhelmed her. Ji Qingzhou pressed her hand to her chest, and Lin Chunyan sighed helplessly. Look at your condition now. You should rest first. There aren't many injured, and Junya and I can handle things. Although things have been quite unstable lately, thanks to the good teamwork between Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai, there haven't been many new injuries. Ji Qingzhou really didn't want to push herself too hard. If she fell seriously ill, she might cause trouble for everyone again. She nodded with a guilty look. Sorry, I haven't been able to help much and only caused you to worry. Lin Chunyan held her hand and poured her a glass of water. No one's body is made of iron. You're just feeling unwell, not trying to hold us back. Don't think too much. Ji Qingzhou is very thoughtful, and her strong sense of justice makes her feel responsible for everything. If you still feel unwell after resting, let Peng Lao check on you. Don't push yourself. Because of overwork, several medical staff members are already bedridden. Especially now, with the cold outside, even a slight cold needs careful treatment and a long time to recover. Ji Qingzhou sat on the stool, holding hot water in her hands. There's no need to bother Master. If he finds out, he'll worry again. I have this old problem, and it was worse before. You go ahead and do your work. I just need to rest for a while. Last night, she almost had nightmares all night because she was worried about Xia Yanbei. If she hadn't been woken up in the morning, she wouldn't know how long she might have been trapped in the nightmare. As medical staff, they naturally understood that the biggest concern now was wasting supplies and resources. Lin Chunyan didn't say anything more. Before leaving, she reminded Ji Qingzhou to eat something and handed her the leftover compressed biscuits from yesterday. This is what I didn't finish yesterday. I only nibbled at it. Eat more, maybe you'll recover faster. Food was just as scarce as medical supplies. Everyone shared a small amount of rice, dividing it into several meals. Ji Qingzhou felt touched. Here, take it. I'm really not hungry. There were no delicious dishes here. Just filling the stomach was already a blessing. This biscuit, in a critical moment, could even save a life. Lin Chunyan forcefully pressed the biscuit into Ji Qingzhou's hand. You're not feeling well now. We don't have anything nutritious here. Just make do with this. Ji Qingzhou looked uncomfortable, seeing her guilty expression. Lin Chunyan chuckled. Don't feel bad. Just treat it as a loan for me. You'll pay me back later. She then said, I'm from the countryside. I've never been to the capital. If I get the chance someday, I'll go to the city. You can treat me then. Children raised in the countryside always have a special, inexplicable attachment to the city. Maybe it's because the older generation once fought hard there. Lin Chunyan's biggest dream was to go to the capital and explore once peace returned. Ji Qingzhou's eyes welled up with tears. She smiled and said, Okay. The simple promise between the two girls made them smile at each other. Lin Chunyan got up again. I have to go back to work. I can't stay with you anymore. Ji Qingzhou nodded. Go ahead. Lin Chunyan left, and Ji Qingzhou drank some spiritual spring water. Her strength finally started to recover. But her headache hadn't completely gone away. She checked her pulse with one hand. Strange. I was feeling much better before. Why do I feel unwell today? Spring water nourishes her body, and after so long, her physical condition is almost the same as that of an ordinary person. A few minutes later, Ji Qingzhou withdrew her hand and became more confused. This pulse feels like pregnancy, so strange. She checked her pulse again but couldn't feel anything unusual. Could it be because I'm too tired? But I was running up and down the mountain in the village earlier, and I didn't feel this exhausted. What exactly is wrong? Her pulse still showed no major problems. Although it was a bit fast, it didn't affect her. Maybe she was a little overheated from overexertion, but none of these symptoms explained her dizziness. Could it be that her recent fatigue has caused other health issues? Ji Qingzhou couldn't figure it out. Her pulse was still strong and steady. Even after drinking the spring water, her head still hurt badly. She tried placing her hand on her arm again. Besides feeling a bit heavy, her pulse was also a little smooth and quick, but not very obvious. She calmed down and focused completely. Soon, her pulse returned to normal. Ji Qingzhou felt a bit worried. Without knowing the cause of her illness, she couldn't find the right treatment. Her task from Xia Yanbei wasn't finished yet, and she couldn't collapse on the battlefield. She drank another cup of spring water, and her discomfort finally eased a little. She leaned on the pillow, feeling completely sleepy. Before leaving, Xia Yanbei carefully checked everything. Everyone's military water bottles contained spring water, and the emergency pills had been replenished. There shouldn't be any big problems on his side. This time, we must stay together forever. Even if it means life and death, they shouldn't be separated. She packed up the miscellaneous items on the table and placed her silver needles into her medical box. "Qingzhou, are you inside?" Just a short while after she stood up, Peng Lao's voice came from outside. Since she was staying in a temporary tent for girls, Peng Lao couldn't come in and could only stand outside. She didn't care about her own discomfort and hurriedly pulled aside the curtain to go out. "Yes, master. Is there something urgent?" "I'll come right away." Meanwhile, Shao also received his mission. Send someone to count the troops. Depart in 2 hours to support and coordinate with Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai's team to attack the enemy. Shao had already received the notice. Xia Yanbei judged that the enemy leader was the same person they had fought before, Pan Qingyun. He had no good feelings toward this sneaky and cunning old man. He remembered how Pan Qingyun had caused many of their brothers to die. This grudge was still fresh in his mind. Finally, he had a chance to take revenge. And he would do it together with his 2 good brothers. Shao felt nothing but excitement. His blood was burning with energy. Based on what he knew about Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai, he guessed their tactical plans. "Captain, here you go." The messenger handed Shao some paper and a pen. "Everyone has written their family letters. Only yours is left." Shao took it, his gaze firm as he looked at his soldiers. Seeing the trust and passion in their eyes, a deep, unspoken sadness filled his heart. What they called family letters was really a last message, in case they didn't come back. Every soldier understood this, but no one hesitated. Since they joined the army, they had already accepted life and death. They dedicated themselves fully to the country, without regrets. Shao's eyes grew moist. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. "All right, everyone do a final check. We leave in 10 minutes. His words were met with firm, confident replies. Shao nodded with satisfaction, then quietly walked to a place where no one was around. He stared at the blank white paper, his hand trembling slightly, unsure how to begin. He had a hard life. When he was young, his family left one by one, leaving him alone. He didn't know who to entrust his future to. The only person he cared about was a young girl he hadn't seen in years. Sometimes he thought it was absurd. This girl, who had accidentally entered his world, had healed him deeply. Over time, her face became blurry in his memory. But just thinking of her made his heart race, and he couldn't ignore that feeling. Shao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at a certain spot, lost in thought. He remembered the first time he saw her, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. When he was still a young boy, his parents both died in an accident. He couldn't handle such a big, and fell seriously ill. He was eventually taken in by relatives. His uncle was a kind man, but his aunt often scolded him behind his back, saying he was a burden. Living under someone else's roof, he gradually became quiet and withdrawn, unwilling to talk to others. By chance, he saw a little girl from next door. She was crouched in the yard, crying, curled up with her arms and legs, looking very sad and pitiful. Maybe she was too annoying, so Shao went over, casually handed her the candy his uncle had given him, and said, "Don't cry anymore." He kept a serious face, and his voice was cold. The girl was startled when she heard someone talking and shrank back. She slowly looked up, her small face streaked with tears. When she looked at Shao, her nose was sniffling. Not sure if she was scared by his stern look, she stopped crying. The girl had big, round eyes, innocent and simple, looking at him, her voice trembling a little. "Thank you, big brother. Are you from around here? I've never seen you in the alley before." Seeing her cautious eyes, Shao smiled. He didn't expect this little girl to be quite clever. "My uncle's house is right next door," he explained simply, tossing the candy into her arms, then turned to leave. The girl watched him go, pouting, and was about to cry again. "Stop crying." Shawa frowned at her expression. Realizing he was too stern, he awkwardly softened his voice. "Eat the candy, don't cry anymore." "It's too noisy." The girl reluctantly put the candy in her mouth. As she tasted the sweet flavor, a feeling of happiness filled her heart, and she couldn't help but shed tears again. But this time, she carefully looked at Shawa and didn't make a sound. Large, heavy raindrops fell, looking so pitiful. "Just cry if you want to." Shawa looked at her, sighed, and silently offered his arm. From her intermittent crying, Shawa gradually learned her name was Qingwan. Her parents had recently passed away, and she was all alone. After this exchange, the young girl seemed to recognize him. Every day, she secretly climbed the ladder and used a secret code known only to the two of them to call him out. Shawa always pretended to be reluctant, but each time he still went out honestly. He put the sugar triangle made by his aunt into Qingwan's hand. Watching her careful manner, he couldn't help but frown. "I don't like to eat it." When he said this, Qingwan took the sugar triangle, took a small bite, and the sweet taste filled her mouth. "Brother, this is so delicious. Why don't you like it?" Holding the big sugar triangle with her small hands, she wore a bright, cheerful smile. Shawa pursed his lips without speaking, but inside, he was also smiling. These days were simple and happy, but suddenly, one day, Qingwan mysteriously disappeared. He stubbornly waited at her house, refusing to leave. But 2 months passed, and there was no news of her. This matter always remained a regret in his heart. Shawa slowly pulled himself out of his memories and took out the half of the jade pendant close to his heart. It was the only thing the young girl had left him. He took the jade pendant from his chest, held it in his hand, and carefully rubbed it. The jade was smooth and warm, like the young girl's skin. Shawa's eyes flickered. Carefully, he tucked the jade pendant back into his chest and picked up his pen again. He had only written 2 lines when he heard the voice of a guard. "Company commander, 10 minutes left. All squads are assembled and ready to depart at any moment." Shawa put down his pen, even before signing his name, and stood up. Looking at the neat and solemn team, his gaze was sharp. "Let's go." Thinking about soon meeting his 2 good brothers, Xiao and Shen Huai, and fighting side by side, his chest was filled with fiery passion, and a fierce fighting spirit burned in his eyes. With his command, the team set off. Shawa led at the front of the team, occasionally looking back to see the orderly troops, his heart firm. This time, they would definitely defeat the enemy completely, so they would never dare to invade Huagua again. At Baiyun village, Shen Yunqing, after seeing Shen Huai and Ji Qingzhou off, had been busy at the base. In the midst of her busy and dizzy state, she took a moment to think about Shen Huai. "I don't know where his unit is now or if they have encountered any danger. Yunqing, do you have time now to go down the mountain and get some supplies needed for the research?" Shen Yunqing looked at the nearly finished project, then slightly moved her neck and shoulders. On the way down the mountain, Shen Yunqing kept feeling a strange sense of unease. For some reason, she kept seeing Shen Huai's figure in her mind. Her restless mind made her completely unaware of the hole under her foot, and she stepped into it. She lost control and fell to the ground. Instinctively, she used her arms to break the fall. Half of her forearm and part of her palm scraped harshly against the ground, leaving bloody wounds. A sharp pain shot through her, and Shen Yunqing gasped. Looking at the blood beads slowly oozing out, her heart pounded loudly, and her eyes became strangely hazy. A bad thought started to form in her mind, and gradually spread. Researcher Shen, an ant passing by, noticed her, frowned, and came over to help her up. "Are you okay? How did you fall? It looks pretty bad. Does it hurt?" Young girls shouldn't have scars. It would be so unfortunate. Tears welled up in Shen Yunqing's eyes, and her panic made her speechless. Seeing her pitiful look, the aunt felt a pang of sympathy. She immediately helped her to the clinic to treat the wound. Since Peng Lao and Ji Qingzhou are no longer here, the organization sent new health workers to take over. "Researcher Shen, why did you fall so hard?" Sit down quickly. The health worker was startled when she saw Yunqing's injury and quickly made space. She hurriedly took disinfectant and carefully cleaned her wound. Yunqing looked at the two thick braids of the young girl in front of her and felt a bit uncomfortable. Help me pass the bandaging supplies. As soon as the girl finished speaking, 3 or 4 people simultaneously handed over the supplies. Yunqing watched as her wound was bandaged little by little. The bright blood still seemed to be in her sight. She bit her lip, feeling an indescribable worry and fear in her heart. She didn't know what Shen Huai was doing now, or if he was safe. Yunqing could only suppress her helplessness and silently pray. In front of Xia Yang and Shen Huai was an open map. 2 people pointed at the map, planning their strategy. Everything is ready now, just waiting for the right moment. Shen Huai's eyes were serious as he looked toward the enemy's location. Any news from Shawa yet? Xia Yanbei frowned, a hint of worry in his eyes. Since 2 hours ago, there had been no news from Shawa's troops. For them, about to go into a big battle, this was not a good sign. Shen Huai shook his head, his excitement fading, replaced by full concern. Keep trying to contact them until we get a message. Xia Yanbei took a deep breath, his face showing more anxiety. Captain Xia, something big has happened. A soldier rushing over brought urgent news. What is it? Hearing this, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai immediately tensed up. Our information was wrong. Outposts 8 and 9 were mixed up. Outpost 8 is held by the enemy, and 9 is our own. Both of them spoke almost at the same time, completely thrown off guard. How could such an important piece of information be wrong? This concerns lives. Shen Huai was angry, but at this critical moment, blaming anyone was too late. Clearly, Xia Yanbei understood this too. The enemy leader this time is Huang Weilin. He's usually sneaky and cunning. Shawa might suffer against him. More importantly, he's leading a support team that values speed, with not many men. I'm worried. Xia Yanbei didn't finish his sentence. But after years of fighting together, Shen Huai knew what he meant without words. There's still a chance. You stay here and lead the main force. I'll take a small team to try to stop Shawa. If we catch him, we'll follow the original plan, attack Outpost 9 from both sides with heavy fire, and try to wipe them all out. Xia Yanbei pushed down his worries and tried to look calm. After giving instructions, he quickly organized his team and ran toward Shawa's direction. The man who never believed in gods or spirits was silently praying to the sky. He hoped Shawa's team would slow down just a little longer. Meanwhile, Shawa had already received the news and was leading his troops toward Outpost 8. As they approached, he vaguely noticed that the soldiers across from them were not wearing their usual uniforms, but looked more like enemy soldiers. What was going on? Shawa frowned and ordered his team to stop moving forward. Guard binoculars. The guard took out the binoculars and squeezed out from behind the troops. Shawa took the binoculars and confirmed his suspicion. Almost instantly, he realized there was a problem with the intelligence. He wanted to order the troops to retreat, but it was too late. Fire was blazing nearby. Commissar Feng Sun, Fengzhen, had already set out ahead of them, and his artillery was engaged with the enemy. Seeing the enemy's almost crazy attack, Shawa's eyes turned fierce. One mistake, and we've fallen into these traps. There was no way to run now. If they retreated, not only would a company of artillery be destroyed by the enemy, but they would also be chased down. At that point, they would be even more vulnerable. Right now, the only option was to hold their ground. Brothers, for our comrades, for our country and the people behind us, let's fight these. Shawa shouted to the troops behind him, grabbed his machine gun, and charged ahead. The soldiers, inspired by his passion, also resolutely took up their weapons. Amid the fierce gunfire, they pushed forward. The battlefield was ablaze with fire. One by one, people around him fell, but others quickly took their place. Shawa was the first to reach the artillery position. Just a second before he arrived, a shell landed near Fengzhen. Shawa shouted desperately, trying to warn Fengzhen. But it was too late. He watched helplessly as a living life was torn apart right before his eyes. The tough man, nearly 2 meters tall, was shattered by the explosion. Blood and flesh splattered onto Xiao Shua's face with a huge shockwave. His vision turned red, blurry, as if he saw Feng Zhen's face just before he left. Back then, they had joked and said that after this war, they would go back and have a good meal. But, unfortunately, there was no chance now. Xiao Shua felt a hot sensation rising in his eyes, as if tears were about to burst out. He took a deep breath, raised his hand with a serious and calm look, and carefully wiped away the blood covering his eyes. In the next moment, he decisively moved to where Feng Zhengong was. There were remains of his good brothers under his feet. Xiao Shua felt a surge of anger inside and fiercely attacked in the enemy's direction. Everyone was fighting with all their might, facing the fierce enemies in a life-and-death struggle. The men of China are willing to sacrifice, but will never admit defeat. Meanwhile, Xia Yanbei led a small team along the road, moving forward carefully. But he never saw Xiao Shua's figure. His uneasy feeling grew stronger. Suddenly, he seemed to hear loud gunfire nearby. Xia Yanbei's heart sank sharply. He ordered the team to stop and frown deeply. Turn around and go back. Hearing the clear gunfire, he understood very well. It seemed they were a little late. Xiao Shua was already fighting the enemies. By the time he and his team arrived, the battle was reaching a fierce stage. Both sides had casualties, but Xiao Shua's side was clearly more hurt. Xiao Shua was at the front, covered in blood. It was hard to tell if it was his own blood or that of his comrades. Perhaps sensing something, Xiao Shua instinctively looked back. In the chaos of the battlefield, Xiao Shua saw Xia Yanbei's figure. At first, he thought he was seeing things. Until the firepower on their side suddenly intensified, Xiao Shua realized that reinforcements had really arrived. With the help of the reinforcements, the soldiers who had already given up hope of survival rekindled their will to fight. Everyone's grip on their machine guns grew stronger as they desperately fired at the enemy. Watching the tide turn in their favor, Xiao Shua smiled slightly and nodded at his good brothers. But they also knew that the small number of soldiers brought by Xia Yanbei was not enough to turn the tide completely. No one relaxed their guard. Xia Yanbei, undaunted by the fierce artillery fire, charged forward bravely. At the same time, a bullet precisely hit Xiao Shua's chest. Xiao Shua. Xia Yanbei watched his good brother fall straight down, overwhelmed with grief and anger that words could not express. Meanwhile, grenades rained down from all directions. Thinking of the comrades still fighting bravely behind him, Xia Yanbei could only force himself to stay strong, suppressing his sadness deep inside. He quickly adjusted his battle plan and launched a new, fierce counterattack against the enemy. These sneaky, cunning villains. Kill them to avenge Captain Shiao and our fallen brothers. Someone in the crowd shouted, reigniting everyone's fighting spirit. Qiangzi, who came with Xia Yanbei, was even more reckless, rushing forward without regard for safety. When their bullets ran out, they scavenged from the bodies and kept firing wildly, tireless in their effort. Their fierce attack was unexpected by the enemy. Seeing enemy soldiers fall one after another, everyone felt a small sense of relief. Unfortunately, they were too few, outnumbered 3 or 4 times over. Surviving this long was already a miracle. As their comrades around them dwindled, only about 20 remained, all looking exhausted, covered in dirt and wounds. A strange sense of tragic heroism spread among them. "Captain, we're out of bullets," one said. "If this keeps up, we won't get reinforcements in time and will be completely defeated." Xia Yanbei's bullets also ran out at that moment. He frowned, looking at the discouraged soldiers, then took a deep breath. "Don't be afraid. Without bullets, we still have grenades. Let's gather all the remaining grenades. When the enemy comes, will them all up together. Even in death, they wouldn't let the enemy have an easy victory." "I agree with the captain," everyone said almost in unison. Just as they made their final, desperate decision, gunfire suddenly rang out behind them. The hopeless crowd's hearts ignited with hope for survival. "Is the reinforcements here?" someone asked. As his words fell, The main force burst out from behind them, launching a fierce attack. The enemy was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, the sky gradually darkened, and they could only see vaguely in the moonlight, unable to clearly identify where the enemy was. Huang Weilin, in the enemy camp, was furious at the unexpected reinforcements that had appeared from nowhere. He hadn't expected the sky to suddenly turn dark, and for a moment, he felt he had seized a great opportunity. Thank goodness, the fools from Huagua will surely be confused in the dark and lose their composure. Thanks to Qianbei's cleverness, since he has fallen into our trap, this time we must make sure he never escapes. Capturing him would be a great achievement. At this moment, Huang Weilin was overwhelmed with joy from their victory. He ordered his soldiers to continue attacking fiercely, while he himself carried a heavy machine gun toward the battlefield. He had suffered many setbacks at the hands of Qianbei before, so he was determined to seize this golden opportunity, shoot him in the head himself, and take his life. However, Huang Weilin didn't expect that as soon as he stepped out, Qianbei immediately spotted him. In the dark night, the man's eyes were very sharp, able to see even the smallest expressions across the distance. Even Qianbei was a bit surprised. When did his eyesight become so good? Unbeknownst to them, both had drunk the spiritual spring water from Ji Qingzhou's space, which not only improved their physical condition but also enhanced their vision. In the next second, the elite snipers in the team took their positions, each aiming their guns at Huang Weilin. Huang Weilin was still desperately searching for Qianbei's figure, unaware that death was quietly approaching. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and a bullet pierced through Huang Weilin's head. It was Qianbei who fired. Immediately after, dozens of bullets were fired, all hitting Huang Weilin's head, turning it into a mess of flesh and blood. Thud sounded. Blood was everywhere on Huang Weilin's body. His eyes widened, and before he could even feel fear, he collapsed straight down. Not bad. Good aim. Shen Huai, who had come to support, saw Huang Weilin's body torn and bloody. His tense heart finally relaxed a little. Qianbei heard his good brother's sincere admiration and simply nodded. Now that Huang Weilin is down, his elite squad, led by him, will be in chaos. Their ideas were aligned. After killing the enemy commander, their morale was high. They decided to press the attack, aiming to wipe out the enemy completely. Old Shen, I'll lead the brothers from the front to attack. Since the enemy is now leaderless, no one is in charge. You take your team and flank from the left. We'll attack from both sides, take the base, and then capture Pan Qingyun alive. Their understanding allowed them to avoid unnecessary words. Shen Huai knew he could trust Qianbei completely and directed his troops. While the enemy was fighting, no one noticed their movement. They quietly circled around and attacked, quickly defeating the chaotic enemy army. In just half an hour, they successfully took over Point 8. At this moment, Pan Qingyun in the command center was unaware of the latest news. He had just received the news that Shawa was killed and was very excited. Great! With Shawa dead, Qianbei and Shen Huai's fighting strength will weaken. They have fought side by side for many years, sharing a deep bond. This will be a big to them. Pan Qingyun felt more and more excited as he thought about it. If they could wipe out Qianbei and the others in one go, he would make a big achievement. Then his position could be upgraded, and maybe he could also give his son a better future. Thinking about his son Pan Guang, who lost an arm in the explosion, his anger surged. Anyone who hurt his son deserved to die. A fierce fire seemed to burn in Pan Qingyun's eyes, ready to burst out. Dad, is Shawa really dead? Before anyone saw him, his voice already reached them. Pan Guang looked pale and staggered into the room, his arm missing. When mentioning Shawa, his eyes showed deep hatred. Guang, why did you come out if you're still injured? Seeing the black stubble on his lips and his disheveled appearance, Pan Qingyun felt both pain and anger. Pan Guang gritted his teeth and said to Pan Qingyun, Dad, it's all their fault.
Help me get revenge.
I want them to suffer. Don't worry. Pan Qingyun agreed immediately. They fight fiercely and work well together. It's a pity one is dead now. It's like a fortress with a big hole. The remaining two are no longer so scary. We just need to defeat them one by one. He spoke confidently, as if victory was already certain. Dad, I want the heads of Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai. They blew off my arm. I will peel their skin, make drums from their heads and skins, and use their leg bones as drumsticks. Pan Guang had already thought of 10,000 ways to torment Xia Yanbei, Shen Huai, and others. Good. You are truly my son. Your methods are quite cruel. Instead of stopping such brutal tactics, Pan Qingyun praised him even more. All right, go rest now. Sleep well. And when you wake up, I promise to bring the heads of Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai to you. He ordered his men to take Pan Guang back to the rest area. Pan Qingyun left the command post and went to the outside trench. He passionately encouraged his soldiers. Soldiers, the leader of Huagua has just been blown up by us. They're already at their weakest. Now is the time to attack. For each officer we kill, you will be promoted 3 levels and rewarded heavily. Kill.
Kill.
Kill. His words made the soldiers' blood boil. Suddenly, a grenade was thrown into the sky. Before they could react, the grenade exploded right in their ranks. What's going on? They watched helplessly as their comrades were killed by the explosion, unaware of who was responsible. Pan Qingyun felt a chill down his spine. Besides anger, he was filled with deep fear. Is it the enemy army from Huagua? Didn't their commander get blown up already? Shouldn't they be in chaos and unable to fight? The troops were in chaos, everyone feeling insecure. Pan Qingyun wanted to stabilize the soldiers' morale, but before he could speak, shells rained down like they were free, each one hitting with deadly accuracy, as if the enemy had eyes everywhere. In less than 10 minutes, Pan Qingyun's team was shattered. Many soldiers, scared and defeated, lost their fighting spirit. Don't fight anymore. Capture Pan Qingyun alive. Xia Yanbei shot a glance at Shen Huai beside him. They looked at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts. Capturing the leader first was the key. As long as they caught Pan Qingyun, the enemy army would fall apart on its own. Because of Shawa's situation, both of them were filled with anger and vowed to avenge him. Bright blood stained their eyes. Under the cover of their comrades' firepower, the two of them moved as if guided by divine help, easily reaching the enemy's side and capturing several small officers' heads. Their heads were severed from their necks, rolling onto the ground. Even in death, their eyes remained wide with defiance. In response, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai showed no fear. Instead, they fought even more bravely. For the countless soldiers who were killed by their bombs, and for the good brothers who trained day and night and risked their lives. Old Xia, Pan Qingyun is over there. Shen Huai immediately noticed Pan Qingyun. The two of them, covered in blood, quickly moved closer to him. Their presence was cold and fierce, making people feel scared. Pan Qingyun looked at his proud Special Forces team being completely destroyed. Besides despair, he felt only frustration and anger. He knew very well that in this situation, even if he managed to survive, he would face military punishment. To protect the dignity of the soldiers, he made a crazy decision. Bind all the explosives to ourselves. We're soldiers. We would rather die honorably than live shamefully. The Chinese want to wipe us out, but we will never let them succeed. At the moment he strapped on the explosives, he had already decided he would die. But even in death, he wanted to take them down with him. Pan Qingyun looked over the battlefield full of corpses. He gave his last order to the remaining soldiers behind him. Don't let the Chinese underestimate us. He charged first, heading straight for Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai. Seeing his intention, Xia Yanbei's eyes grew serious. Use the machine guns to shoot. The next second, Pan Qingyun was riddled with bullets. But he seemed like a machine without a soul, clutching his last bit of resolve as he approached Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai. A faint smile of triumph appeared at the corner of his mouth as he ignited the fuse. The explosives on him ignited instantly, bursting into a blazing fire. Shen Huai, retreat quickly. Before Xia Yanbei could finish his words, their faces were illuminated red by the flames. A huge explosion sounded, as if it could shake the heavens and the earth. The young nurses in the medical team were all girls. Hearing such a loud noise, they thought the enemy was attacking. Yaya, are we going to die? Lu Chunyan tightly held Jiang Junia's arm, feeling her heart almost jump out of her chest. Although she tried to stay calm, her body couldn't stop trembling, and her eyes were full of worry. Don't be afraid. Commander Lu and many comrades are here. We will be fine. Jiang Junia softly comforted her, but inside, she was also very unsure. Yaya, it looks like you're trembling too. Jiang Junia was caught off guard by her words and felt a bit embarrassed. Both of them instinctively looked at Ji Qingzhou. Qingzhou, do you think we can stay safe? Ji Qingzhou was drinking water. Hearing the sound of gunfire, she felt uneasy. Her hand slipped, and the cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junia saw this, and were momentarily stunned. This is not a good sign. The distant flames reflected against the darkening sky. Ji Qingzhou's heart almost jumped out of her chest. She felt drained of all her strength, holding on with her last bit of energy, and looked towards Xie Yanbei. Her eyes were dry, and her hands trembled uncontrollably, but she couldn't make a sound, not even tears. The communication officer shook his head sadly. We still can't reach them. Commander Xie and Commander Shen are out of contact. All communication lines had been cut. The comrades on the mission were isolated and helpless. The recent explosion was terrifying, and it was hard to guarantee no one had been lost. Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junia each supported Ji Qingzhou. She was already not in good spirits, and after this, she seemed a bit dazed. Since we can't contact them, I'll go myself to see what's happening. Commander Lu's sadness was quickly replaced by anger. The three promising young soldiers he trusted most would not fall easily. Everyone hurriedly stopped him. Commander, now is not the time to act rashly. This has happened, and everyone is very upset, but the only thing we can do now is wait. The intelligence officers still had no definite news. The recent explosion had everyone on edge. Some with shallow eye sockets had already started to cry. These are doing whatever they want on our land. Even if it costs me my life, I will drive them out. People around were talking, but Ji Qingzhou couldn't hear anything. She stared blankly at the lips of those around her. They moved, but she felt dizzy. Seeing her like this, tears first fell from Lu Chunyan's eyes. Qingzhou, we know you're upset. If you're sad, just cry. Don't hold it in and hurt yourself. When she was young, she heard people say that when a person can't vent their big happiness or sadness, their body will break down. Ji Qingzhou and Xie Yanbei were newly married, and their honeymoon period hadn't even started. Now that Xie Yanbei's life was uncertain, we all felt uncomfortable watching. Especially Ji Qingzhou. Jiang Junia originally could hold back, but when she saw Lu Chunyan sobbing with a crying voice, she also started to cry. Qingzhou, we're all here. There's no news yet, so don't think too much. Commander Xie is lucky and strong. He will come back safely. Ji Qingzhou finally relaxed a little. She nodded, her voice cold, repeating one sentence. Yes, he will come back. He promised me before he left. Xie Yanbei always kept his promises. If he couldn't do something, he wouldn't promise it easily. In her dreams, they had two adorable babies. Their good days hadn't even started yet. Xie Yanbei would definitely come back. Gu Changchuan looked at the huge fire ahead. After a moment of stunned silence, he was overjoyed. It seemed that Xie Yanbei had definitely died in the explosion. Qingzhou, I think you shouldn't be so obsessed. You've seen how deadly the enemy's weapons are. I think Xie Yanbei probably sacrificed himself. You don't need to cling to hope. Look at me. Qingzhou, what are you doing? Put that down. Before Gu Changchuan finished speaking, Ji Qingzhou grabbed a nearby bench and ruthlessly smashed it down. She was a doctor and knew where to hit that wouldn't harm vital organs but would cause pain. Lu Chunyan felt frustrated and, along with Jiang Junia, blocked his way. With so many people here, you're the only one talking nonsense. We're all sincerely praying for the heroes to come back safe. Why do you look so happy about their misfortune? Are you a spy from the enemy country? Spies would be shot. With such a big accusation on Gu Changchuan, his face changed. He quickly explained, "No, I didn't mean that." As he spoke, he was hit twice on the back. Ji Qingzhou had no intention of stopping. Gu Changchuan looked like a rat crossing the street, clutching his head and running away. "I'm just worried that Qingzhou is too sad alone, so I want her to prepare herself mentally." Ji Qingzhou ignored everything and continued to act like a puppet controlled by someone. Finally, she released her emotions and aimed a punch at Gu Changchuan's head. With Ji Qingzhou's strength and the distance between them, she really hit him. Gu Changchuan might have been seriously hurt. Lu Chunyan was worried. Although Gu Changchuan was indeed too much, Ji Qingzhou shouldn't have caused a life-threatening situation over such a scumbag. Just as Lu Chunyan was about to stop her, Ji Qingzhou's bench fell beside Gu Changchuan. He staggered and fell to the ground, mouth full of dirt. The bench in Ji Qingzhou's hand just missed hitting him on the back of the head. It was so close that it could have hit him. Everyone was stunned and forgot to stop her. Jiang Junya was the first to react. She quickly went over to help Ji Qingzhou. Because of her emotional state, she felt dizzy and as if something was pressing on her brain. What is that smell? Someone peed somewhere. In the crowd, someone with a sharp nose first asked the question. Soon, others saw that Gu Changchuan was wet underneath. Gu Changchuan, still scared, didn't notice the strange feeling beneath him until Lu Chunyan covered her nose with disgust. "Hey Gu Changchuan, are you still a man? Even Qingzhou can scare you into wetting your pants. When you see enemy mines or guns on the battlefield, you'll probably be so scared you'll faint." This farce was truly absurd. Gu Changchuan finally snapped out of his shock and realized his wet clothes. He screamed and, ignoring his disheveled state, got up from the ground, pushed through the crowd, and ran away quickly. Seeing everyone's disbelief, Ji Qingzhou felt a wave of loneliness inside. She wished Shen Yunqing and Ji Qingwan were here. Although they couldn't do anything, everyone had someone they cared about. She felt that they shared the same feelings. Shen Yunqing had a high fever that wouldn't go down. The research team was nearing the end of their work, and progress could no longer be delayed. She could only carry data and get an 4-drip at the clinic. "Yunqing, I know your work is very important. We can't read or write, so we can't help much. But nothing is more important than your health." Sister Wang brought some wild vegetables from her home, which are traditional remedies passed down from elders. She said they work very well to reduce fever. "For many years, our family has always used this method." Shen Yunqing looked a bit pale because she hadn't rested well for several days. The dark circles under her eyes looked like she had been seriously ill. "Sister Wang, Sister Li, I just have a common cold. You don't need to worry. You all have children at home, so don't come every day to take care of me." Although these days working in the countryside have been tough, the villagers are very kind. Shen Yunqing felt, for the first time, how it feels to be loved by so many people. "The children are easy to take care of. Your brother told us before he left that you've never suffered at home, so we should take good care of you. You're all young girls, and we will send you back the way you came, without any mistakes." The villagers all respect the researchers working hard in the tough Western mountains. Everyone admires knowledgeable and educated people, especially since they are important to the country. The government has asked Baiyun Village to look after this group of researchers, and they must do their best. When she mentioned Shen Huai, Shen Yunqing's heart tightened again. Lately, she's been feeling restless. Not long ago, she wrote letters to Ji Qingzhou and Shen Huai, but neither of them replied. Maybe they are too busy, or maybe they never received her letters. "Sister Wang, don't worry. I'm here to take care of her. You all go back to work." Each production team's work points are very important. Although Sister Wang and Sister Li usually take turns, it has cost them quite a few points. Shen Yunqing felt guilty about this. It wasn't until Ji Qingwan came over that Sister Wang agreed to stay.
All right then.
"You two are young, and probably get along better. I'll go now. Just call me if you need anything." Shen Yunqing nodded and smiled as she saw her off. Ji Qingwan put down the soup she was holding. "The soup is still hot. Would you like to drink some while it's warm?" Shen Yunqing's whole body was burning, her face flushed, and she felt dizzy. She had no appetite. She waved her hand.
My eyelids are so heavy right now.
Qingwan, do you think I'll go crazy from this fever? She had heard in Beijing that some children's brains would turn dull if their fevers weren't treated in time. Once the fever went down, they would become mentally slow. Qingwan Ji gently covered her with a blanket and placed a cold towel on her forehead. Don't say silly things. No matter how foolish you are, you're not really stupid. Shen Yunqing spoke unclearly, her words muddled. Actually, being foolish doesn't matter. I'm just afraid I will forget you all. Her eyelids grew heavier as she looked at Qingwan Ji, feeling a sense of familiarity. Sometimes she didn't recognize her at all, then suddenly saw the face of Qingzhou Ji. Her palms were very hot, but she held onto Qingwan Ji's hand tightly and refused to let go. Qingzhou, you're here. I wrote you many letters. Didn't you see them? Why didn't my brother come? She spoke, then waited a moment, confirming she didn't see Shen Huai's figure and couldn't hold back her sobs. Did my brother get into trouble?
I have a special feeling about him.
I dreamed he would never come back. Tears slipped down her face as Qingwan Ji gently wiped them away and spoke softly. No, he's fine. Everyone is fine. Shen Yunqing sniffled. Really? Qingwan Ji nodded. Really? Shen Yunqing smiled faintly and stopped fussing. She drifted into a deep sleep. Qingwan Ji looked into the distance, feeling uneasy. Since this afternoon, she had been feeling a dull pain in her chest, as if something was about to happen. She clenched her fists tightly, her palms marked with fingernail scratches. Jiang He originally wanted to get closer to Shen Yunqing, but hearing this news, he couldn't hide his excitement. Seeing Shen Yunqing and Qingwan Ji, it was likely that Xia Yank and Shen Huai were gone, and Qingzhou Ji was still single. Without the annoying Xia Yank and Shen Huai, the proud and aloof brother-in-law, everything was back to the beginning. Qingzhou Ji and Shen Yunqing could choose freely. Jiang He happily ate an extra bowl of rice. One night passed, but there was still no news from the front line. The eastern sky gradually turned pale with the first light of dawn, and everyone grew restless. Commander Lu looked much older after a night. His back was still straight, but sadness was hard to hide. Commander, the scout has returned. Just as Qingzhou Ji was about to lose hope, there was finally some movement outside. Before Lu Lao could invite the scout in, the scout pushed aside the curtain. Commander Lu immediately stood up, and the scout, with a sorrowful face, burst into tears. Chief of Staff, we made a serious mistake in our message. We sent the wrong signal, which caused heavy casualties for our troops. Tang Xinghai, who reported the incorrect information, rushed to the front line and was the first to sacrifice himself. Commander Lu was stunned, took a step back, and someone quickly helped him. Ji Qingzhou stayed awake all night. She didn't sleep at all. She didn't expect to receive such news. Also, Captain Shiao and Deputy Captain Feng were seriously wounded by enemy fire and sacrificed. The elders in the tent took off their hats, their weathered eyes full of deep anger. The cup in Ji Qingzhou's hand slipped from her grasp. Xiao Shawa sacrificed himself. She could understand Xia Yanbei's feelings. He is very loyal and would risk his life to avenge his brothers. A few young girls couldn't hold back their tears, and their sadness filled the entire tent. Commander Lu's eyes were red. Comrades, this battle has been very hard for us. But the enemy is trampling on our land. If we don't fight back, our children will have to do it. Tears fell from Ji Qingzhou's eyes. She was at a loss, nervously twisting her fingers. Yesterday, Xia Yanbei said he would return safely. She had tried so hard. Is it fate that she can't escape? Chief of Staff, we will fight back. Even if we all die here, we must not let them do as they please in our territory. Yes, we will fight back, defend our homeland, and avenge Captain Shiao and Deputy Captain Feng. The shared hatred for the enemies made everyone's blood boil. Report to the Chief of Staff. Captain Xia and Captain Shen have returned with 2 squads and prisoners. Just as everyone was full of fighting spirit, the guards outside hurried over, not daring to breathe loudly. Commander Lu was stunned. Even Old Sing looked a bit in disbelief.
Who?
Who is back? The soldier's loud voice was choked with emotion. He wiped away uncontrollable tears with his sleeve. Report to the Chief of Staff. It's Captain Xia. Captain Yanbei Xia and Captain Shen Huai. They captured Pan Qingyan alive, completely destroyed the enemy's elite forces, took their base, and captured many prisoners. Now they are victorious and only 50 meters from our camp. Good job. Tears welled up in Chief Lu's eyes. He had fought real battles with real weapons, and since growing older, he had not shed a single tear. But today, after hearing the good news, he turned away, braced himself against the wall, and wept silently. Everyone choked up, then began to cheer. Tears and smiles mixed on every face. Ji Qingzhou forced herself to stand and carefully asked the soldier who had just delivered the message, "Comrade, they're back."
How are they?
Are they all right? Xia Yanbei's leg had only recently healed, and Ji Qingzhou worried he might have been hurt again. The soldier shook his head. Everyone's injured, but no one's life is in danger. They'll be here soon. Hearing that, Ji Qingzhou finally felt her heart settle. Her tense nerves relaxed, and as she let out a breath, dizziness washed over her again. Lu Chunyan quickly supported her. "Qingzhou, you've been exhausted these past 2 days. Don't push yourself. Captain Xia is fine. Please rest."
Yikwinksho nodded.
Jiang Junya poured her some water from her own cup. After drinking the spring water, she regained a bit of strength. The constant dizziness of the past few days puzzled her. What was happening to her body? "Qingzhou, you look pale. Maybe you should go rest first," Jiang Junya said worriedly. Ji Qingzhou shook her head. Now that there was news of Xia Yanbei, she only wanted to see him return safely. Lu Chunyan gently pulled her to sit down. "I'm just tired from worrying. Don't worry about me," Ji Qingzhou said, placing her fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. Yesterday, she hadn't noticed anything unusual, but today, she could sense something different. She felt weaker than before, though it wasn't serious. Her pulse was smooth and steady, something that reminded her of a sign of pregnancy, but before she could think further, a group of wounded soldiers was brought in. Those who arrived before Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai were badly injured, their faces unrecognizable. Everyone immediately rushed into medical work. "Stay awake, don't fall asleep. Dr. Jiang, this patient needs surgery right away." The medical area, quiet for only a few days, was once again filled with groans and cries of pain. Time passed slowly. Ji Qingzhou no longer cared about her own condition. Both senior doctors were already in surgery. "Qingzhou, the injured over here are in serious condition. We need some anti-inflammatory medicines. Please help gather some supplies." Lu Chunyan's voice was a bit hoarse, but she tried to reduce Qingzhou's workload as much as possible. She wasn't feeling well herself today, so surgery wasn't suitable. Qingzhou nodded and responded with a simple, "Okay." When he stood up, he didn't see Xia Yank in the crowd. A colleague approached and explained, "Lieutenant Xia and the others went to report to Commander Lu. They should be back soon." Qingzhou's face eased a little as he looked at the ground full of whales. Without hesitation, he moved forward. Xia Yank and Shen Huai were responsible for clearing the battlefield, with 3 squads and a team of medical staff. Qingzhou hadn't spoken much with him before, but the man quickly rushed back to the battlefield. He wanted to bring Shawa back. Ahead was a scene of destruction, with ruins everywhere. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and countless lives had been lost here. Shen Huai searched every corner and shook his head in disappointment when he met up with Xia Yank in the east. "I couldn't find him here. There are so many people, and checking each one makes it hard to find Shawa." Xia Yank's eyes were red, and his face was covered in dirt. Besides sadness, there was a feeling of helplessness that they couldn't shake. "How could we not find him? He's usually very noticeable, always worried others wouldn't see him. This place isn't that big. Where could he hide?" His voice was hoarse, and Shawa's sacrifice was a heavy burden on his heart. They had searched through many bodies, some even missing parts. They could only identify them by the numbers on their clothes. People who had been joking and laughing yesterday had become just cold numbers today. The shock was too much for Xia to accept. War was terrifying, costing them their lives. All they could do was bring them home. Qingzhou came over and stood beside Xia. Shen Huai was still diligently searching. I know you're very sad. I feel the same. I haven't even met him, but I believe he was a very good person, someone brave enough to sacrifice himself for the country. He is a hero worth remembering. She looked up and saw that on the battlefield, many people were crying loudly upon seeing the bodies of their comrades. Even in their final moments, everyone was protecting their friends. Li Yi's hands trembled as he helped his comrade Xiao close his eyes. Xiao, you always liked the roasted chicken leg from the east side. I haven't taken you to eat it yet. We had planned to go together, but I didn't expect to come here. As he spoke, tears fell down. He held his stiff hand and took out a cold, leftover steamed bun from his pocket. Don't go hungry on the way. When I get back, I'll buy you a chicken leg. Just bear with it for now. Everyone present was crying openly. Qingzhou turned her head away, her throat tightening. She looked up at the dark, heavy clouds covering the sky, and wiped her tears with her sleeve. Some people still kept their final actions, rushing forward even as they were dying. Shen Huai blew his horn loudly, trying to rally everyone. He shouted, "Brothers, we won. We're going home." Qingzhou's nose felt sore. She bent down and hugged Xia, who was kneeling on the ground. The dark skies seemed to press down on them. Every time they saw a comrade's body, they carefully recorded their numbers and wrote down their names. Lu Chunyan choked as she picked up a letter from the ground that hadn't been sent yet. This letter, his family must have been waiting a long time for it. Jiang He carefully put away the envelope. On the battlefield, hundreds of unsent letters and the remains of martyrs were scattered everywhere. Li Yi, who usually trained hard and never cried, was close to fainting this time, despite being a man. Qingzhou accompanied Xia as they searched for Shao's body. But from the far east to the far west, she had memorized all the numbers on their clothes, yet she still found no information about Shawa. Li looked at the ashes covering the mountains and finally couldn't hold back. Lieutenant Xia, Lieutenant Shen, nearly 100 soldiers from Zhao's unit have all died. They were the closest to the explosion. It's very likely that Shawa was blown to pieces. Although Li Yi's words made sense, Xia and Shen Huai refused to believe it. Even if he was dead, they wanted to believe he was whole. It's impossible. Even if he's shattered, we will find a way to put him back together. They had clearly made a promise to celebrate their wedding after this battle. He and Qingzhou had not yet held their wedding, so how could he disappear into this cold winter? Time slowly passed, and the sky was completely darkening, but they still couldn't find any trace of Shawa. Medical staff had to leave first. Qingzhou wanted to stay, but because of his health and concern about burdening Xia, he followed the team back to the camp. By the next day, Shen Huai's body was stiff, but everyone still refused to give up. They stayed awake all night, their eyes red from exhaustion. They desperately searched through the ruins for their old friends. The weather remained gloomy, as if holding back something about to explode. The heavy atmosphere was hard to shake. Just breathing felt like being pulled into it. Many fainted from overexertion, but no one wanted to give up. They believed that if they searched a little more, their brothers could rest in peace at home. If they couldn't return alive, at least they wanted them to sleep peacefully in their homeland. Shawa usually wasn't so patient. If I had known earlier, I would have treated him better. The last time we drank, I wouldn't have let him go. Shen Huai sat dejectedly on a pile of dirt, each on opposite sides of Xia. Once, it was always the three of them together. Now, one was missing in their conversations. Xia looked into the distance. Today wasn't very bright. It was noon, but they couldn't see the sun. His tone was calm, showing no emotion. The man sighed and looked toward the place where Pan Qingyun was captured yesterday. He asked Shen Huai, "When will the sun come out?" Recently, they seemed to have no time to look at the sky, so how could they notice the people around them? Shen Huai remained silent. By evening, the sky darkened, and everyone was exhausted. Xie Yanbei supported himself with one hand and saw a piece of debris at his feet. It was a burnt piece of paper with faint writing visible on the edges. He picked it up, and Shen Huai's voice was hoarse and dry. "Whose letter is this?" "There's a collector over there. Let's give it to them." Xie Yanbei looked at the writing on the letter, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He lowered his voice and said, "It's Shawa's." Shen Huai was momentarily stunned. He was about to step forward but immediately turned back. The content above is somewhat understandable. Xie Yanbei's hand trembled badly. "Yanbei, Huaiji, wishing you peace and health. Since coming to this broken place, the organization keeps asking us to write family letters. I understand they are basically farewell letters. But I am an orphan with no parents. What is there to write?" In the end, I couldn't resist, Commander Liu. After thinking it over, I decided to write to you both. We are like brothers. If I really die, you must take care of my body, okay? Hey, I have to say, why do your faces look so serious? Am I going to die without a proper burial? Alright, you two are decent people. I won't bother you with this. But there's something I've been hiding from you. I've always had a girl in my heart. I knew her when I stayed with relatives before. She is pretty, but I didn't dare to approach her. I wanted to earn more military merits to make myself worthy. But if you see this letter, I probably won't be able to impress her anymore. But don't be sad. Please take care of her for me. Her name is... Name burned away. The rest of the girl's name and content were destroyed by fire. Xie Yanbei didn't know how much more there was. The last thing they saw was Shao's name. Shen Huai covered his eyes with one hand and cried silently. Xie Yanbei stood still, facing away from everyone. His back looked lonely. Everyone's hurried figures still didn't stop. The medical staff in the camp were so busy they didn't even have time to drink water. Lu Chunyan carried a basin of hot water and came inside. She was breathing out white mist as she spoke. "It's raining outside. The warehouse might need someone to check on it." 2 days of continuous work had left Lu Chunyan with a sore back. Even with spiritual spring water, she couldn't recover from the quick exhaustion. Each team took turns resting. On average, each person could only sleep 3 hours a day. Ji Qingzhou's face still looked tense. She poked her head out. The rain outside was heavy, and the road was muddy. When it rained, she wondered if things were even more difficult for Shao's side. She volunteered to go to the warehouse, but was stopped early by Jiang He. The warehouse is on higher ground, so it probably won't flood. I'll go check first. The situation here is quite complicated. Qingxua, you are very capable, so you should stay behind. There isn't even an umbrella in the camp. After Jiang He finished speaking, she casually grabbed a piece of clothing to cover her head and disappeared into the rainy night. The surgery is still ongoing. Ji Qingzhou has lost feeling in her back. Her legs feel as heavy as lead, and each step she takes seems to drain her energy. She has realized many times how small she is, but she still dares not do nothing. Maybe she isn't important, but what if she is the only one left? The warehouse has some leaks, and many supplies are already wet. Someone needs to go immediately and move the items out. A few minutes after Jiang He left, she hurried back, still wet from the rain. Resources are already scarce, and this rain makes things worse. Soon a volunteer team went to the warehouse. Ji Qingzhou was still in surgery. The rain outside was getting heavier and showed no signs of stopping. When the surgery finished, a group of people returned, exhausted. Their clothes were soaked, and the cold air from outside quickly filled the tent. Jiang He sneezed, and Ji Qingzhou poured her a cup of hot water. It was almost midnight, and everyone was still busy. Ji Qingzhou wasn't sure how many sleepless nights she had had. "Chunyan, how are you? Are you okay?" Lu Chunyan was counting supplies when she suddenly felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she almost fell. The medical staff immediately helped her. Lu Chunyan had cold sweat on her forehead. Her lips were pale, not much better than Ji Qingzhou's previous complexion. "Are you just too tired lately?" Everyone quickly gathered around her. Actually, fainting among medical staff was no longer unusual. Almost every day, doctors fainted from exhaustion. Frontline medical workers work very hard every day, and their nutrition can't keep up. So many suffer from low blood sugar. Lu Chunyan squatted on the ground, feeling dizzy, but she soon recovered. She struggled to lift her head, feeling weak all over. It's nothing. I just have low blood sugar. I'll eat a steamed bun later, and I'll be fine. Ji Qingzhou took out the nutritional supplement she prepared last night and poured a glass of spiritual spring water for her. Drink some water first to soothe yourself. There's still enough supplement for a few days. Everyone, come and take a pack. After distributing the supplements, everyone went back to their own tasks. Lieutenant Xia has returned. Someone outside the tent shouted, and soon the noise spread. Ji Qingzhou's heart moved, and her expression finally became lively. She put down what she was holding, and her eyes looked as bright as usual. Dark clouds covered the sky with rain. They looked up but couldn't see the stars. Only the camp's lights and the torches held by the guards emitted faint glow, guiding the spirits home. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai were leading, carrying the bodies of fallen comrades. They walked step by step, leaving traces in the rainy night. The flickering light of the torches seemed like a path laid out to guide the souls. Their faces showed no tears, as if they were just recalling countless days fighting side by side. Rain washed away the mud on their bodies. Those who had gone out to welcome the fallen soldiers had all stopped in place at this moment. No one dared to approach, afraid to disturb the hero's journey home. Ji Qingzhou and Dr. Peng were the first to regain their senses, and quickly went to assist. Qingzhou checked the wounded first. Those who can be saved should have surgery immediately. Soon, a large group of medical staff arrived, and the once silent camp became lively again. Guards added more lights, and several light sources made the tents outside the medical area brightly lit. After a chaotic flurry, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai came out of Major Lu's tent to report the situation. The exhaustion of the past few days made them look terrible. Xia Yanbei's eyes were red, with dark circles underneath. They stood at the highest point of the camp, looking toward the direction where Shawa had fallen. Ji Qingzhou felt like a lump in her throat, unable to speak many words. The two remained silent. At this moment, words seemed unnecessary. Although their victory should have been celebrated, the cost of this war was too high. Many families have suffered tragedies for peace, and they cherish it deeply.
Jiang feels confused.
Is this war part of the story, or is it an unavoidable fate? She hesitates for a moment, but then walks over. Yan, Brother Shen, I know you're feeling upset now, but if Shawa were here, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Ji Qingzhou feels worried. She's not good at comforting others. But seeing Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai like this, she knows she can't do nothing. I can't say they died for nothing, but war means sacrifice. Those who survive must look to the future. Maybe Shawa still has unfulfilled wishes, and he hopes we can help complete them. Her words remind the two of them. In his letter, he did mention a girl, but her name was never given. In this vast crowd, how can they find his loved one? I thought the three of us would fight side by side forever, even if we were prepared to part ways someday. But I never thought he would be the first to leave. Xia Yanbei's voice is full of complex feelings. His gaze looks past the distant hills at someone who no longer exists. He and Shen Huai knew Shawa since they joined the army. Over the years, even though they are not brothers by blood, they see each other as close friends. Shawa is the youngest of the three. He often said they were too old-fashioned and that their tactics in battle were too reckless. Xia Yanbei once thought he might be the one to sacrifice himself, but in the end, the one left behind is the most painful. Ji Qingzhou doesn't know what to say. She gently pats his back. In the rain, their silhouettes look like a painting. Standing and looking into the distance, they seem to be waiting for someone to return. The cold wind blows steadily, and Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai seem to lose their sense of touch. The rain washes over them, along with their inner pain, bringing it to those who are worried about them. She doesn't know how long has passed, but Ji Qingzhou even begins to doubt if the rain will ever stop. Seeing the two people about to collapse, Even though she didn't want to bother them, she had to speak. Yen, Brother Shen, even if you punish yourselves this way, the person who has passed away won't come back. Please come with me to bandage your wounds. Although Shawa's sacrifice was very sad, their extreme way of worrying about him made people uneasy. Especially since they already had injuries. If they continued like this, they wouldn't last long. If they catch a high fever from the rain, and then their wounds get infected because of the heat, they might not survive. Dr. Peng came over from a distance, holding an umbrella. He was older, walking unsteadily, especially since the muddy path was difficult to walk on during the rain. Yanbei, Huaiji, I understand how you feel. I also fought on the battlefield once. I saw my friends sacrifice themselves with my own eyes. I am a doctor, but I couldn't save them. I feel the same helplessness. Their expressions finally softened a little. They weren't trying to punish themselves. It's just that they couldn't find Shawa's body this time, which became a shared worry for them. That young man usually cared a lot about his appearance. He had finally gotten a chance to go out and dressed up like a proud peacock. Now, not to mention if he was unrecognizable. Even his body was hard to find. As brothers, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai, she felt a lot of frustration. Your hearts are heavy, but you need to save your strength. Remember this feeling. If someone dares to come again in the future, use this anger to fight back and make them never dare to come again. That way, Shawa's sacrifice will be meaningful. Dr. Peng's hair was starting to turn gray, but his voice was strong and firm. Along with the sound of rain, Ji Qingzhou's body was starting to give out. Finally, they were moved and willing to go back with them. Ji Qingzhou was happy inside and immediately supported Xia Yanbei's arm. Inside the tent, medical staff were busy. Many wounded had their wounds bandaged, and now they finally had time to drink some water. Take off your clothes first. I'll get some disinfectant cotton balls. Ji Qingzhou helped Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai move stools, and Dr. Peng poured hot water for both of them. The weather outside was cold, and the wind almost pierced to the bone. The medical team's water had been replaced with spiritual spring water by Ji Qingzhou. After drinking the hot water, their faces looked better, from pale to a normal color. Ji Qingzhou let out a sigh of relief. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai had taken off their clothes. Their arms were covered in countless wounds. Seeing this, the person who brought supplies gasped in shock, and even the medical helpers widened their eyes. Xia Yanbei's arm had been grazed by a bullet, and because it hadn't been treated for 2 days, it was infected and pus-filled. His arm was swollen and looked very frightening. On his back, there were marks from a cut, with dried blood crusted over them. Because of the large movements pulling at the wounds, the crusted areas cracked open. The purple, infected blood was shocking, and his back was covered with wounds of various sizes. Compared to Xia Yanbei, Shen Huai was not much better. Just looking at them, everyone felt a deep respect. With such injuries, ordinary people would have fainted from pain long ago. But they dragged their battered bodies, carrying these heroes, step by step, back to the camp. If you hadn't experienced it yourself, it was hard to truly understand what it meant. Having seen real heroes, the stories and legends could only be called myths. Some soft-hearted young women turned their heads away and quietly shed tears. These unsung heroes truly deserved everyone's admiration. Even Commander Liu, who was used to big scenes, sighed deeply. Ji Qingzhou's hands trembled slightly as she treated their wounds. Her eyes were red, and her voice was choked with emotion. It might hurt a little. Please bear with it. Then she felt her words were unnecessary. Every injury on their bodies must have been much more painful than her bandaging, yet they said nothing. They didn't need to endure anything now. After finishing the bandages, Commander Liu and Commander Cheng looked at each other, determined to let them rest. Shen Huai was taken back to the tent by someone, while Ji Qingzhou led Xia Yanbei away. Under the moonlight, Xia Yanbei's expression looked a bit blank. Ji Qingzhou held his hand, and neither of them spoke. But all the worries from these days finally disappeared at this moment. Back in the tent, Ji Qingzhou poured water for Xia Yanbei. Your leg wound just healed. I wanted you to rest for a few more days, But things changed suddenly. You've already been through a lot with this body these days. Rest well now and in the future. Jiqingzhou hesitated. She originally wanted to say that such things would never happen again. But she didn't dare to make promises she couldn't keep. When will true peace finally come? If you feel upset, just cry. There's no one else here, and I won't laugh at you. As a couple, they shared everything, good and bad. Seeing Xiaoyabe like this, her heart felt like it was being torn apart.
Qingzhou, I'm fine.
I just want to be alone for a while. You've been worried about me these days. It's late now. Go rest early. Xiaoyabe's face didn't look very good, but compared to before, he seemed a bit calmer. He cared more about his wife than himself. Jiqingzhou didn't speak again. She reached out and took one of Xiaoyabe's arms, then sat directly in his embrace. She understood that at this moment, words couldn't reach his heart. She looked up, kissed his forehead, and gently patted his back, as if comforting him. I'm also very sorry. If only I had met Shawa earlier. If only he could make you and others miss him so much. He's such a good person. Jiqingzhou's voice was soft, like a soothing song in the lonely night. The warm yellow light shone on them, and Xiaoyabe finally couldn't hold back anymore. He seemed to release all his emotions. Leaning on Jiqingzhou's shoulder, his voice was hoarse and desperate. We searched all day, and still couldn't find him. I don't dare to think about what he might look like now. He had been feeling guilty all along. They had made many plans together, but they hadn't had the chance to carry them out. I said that when we had our own house, I'd be the first to invite him to drink. He said that when we had a child, he wanted to be the godfather. I thought he was just dreaming. During this time together, Jiqingzhou saw Xiaoyabe cry for the first time. He was usually a strong person, and in 2 lifetimes, Jiqingzhou never saw him shed tears over anything.
Xiaoyanbai hugged Jianghe tightly.
The emotions he had been holding back finally found a way to be released. But I didn't have time to tell him that what I said was just joking. I always hoped he could witness all our moments. Thinking back now, there were so many regrets left behind. Even if Shawa wouldn't mind, Xiaoyanbei's guilt still couldn't be eased. I should have spoken my mind back then, but I always thought there would be a later. I never imagined our lives could be so fragile, not just Shawa. There were many comrades who fought alongside them, and in an instant, they all turned to ashes. How can he be called a hero? A true hero is those who couldn't return home with them. Jiqingzhou held him tightly. Under the moonlight, their shadows leaned close together. In the darkness, it seemed as if there was warmth. I understand. Every day, we face the pressure of life and death. We don't want anyone to sacrifice, but some things are beyond our control. Perhaps because he finally had someone to listen, the tense string in Xiaoyanbei's mind relaxed. Jiqingzhou seized the moment and used a needle to target his acupoint. Xiaoyanbei felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, then lost consciousness. Jiqingzhou carefully laid him on the bed and gently covered him with a blanket. Yen, sleep well. Everything will pass. No matter what happens, they will face it together. Since she married Xiaoyanbei, they have shared each other's joys and sorrows. Xiaoyanbei, in his sleep, was not very peaceful. He mumbled nonsense, and Jiqingzhou kept soothing him. She held his hand tightly, feeling helpless about her inability to comfort him properly. But thinking of Shawa, whom she had never met, she felt a wave of regret. She felt sad and pained for someone she had never even seen, especially for their comrades who spent every day and night with them. Jiqingzhou looked down and glanced at the photo that Xiaoyanbei had been clutching in his hand just now. There is Shawa in the photo. This photo was taken a long time ago by the 3 of them. Xiaoyanbei has kept it very well. Jiqingzhou carefully examined the photo. The 3 people in it look confident and lively. The only difference from now is that they still look young and innocent. Shawa is standing on the far left, making a funny face at the camera. Even at first glance, Jiqingzhou feels he must be a very interesting person. If only they had known each other earlier. If only she had reminded them more when they went to the battlefield. Would it have helped? Tears streaked down Xiaoyanbei's face. Ji Qingzhou saw him frown and gently wiped away his tears with her hand. She carefully unbuttoned Xia Yanbei's shirt and checked his body carefully. She was relieved to see he had no fatal injuries besides the wound from earlier. Yan, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Her voice was very soft. In this deep night, mixed with the sound of rain, it was almost inaudible. Ji Qingzhou looked up and glanced outside. The eastern sky was beginning to brighten. Is the sun finally about to rise? But is this rain really over? In a desolate ruin, the air still carried the smell of war. Shawa struggled to get up from the ground. He sat there dazed, but everything in front of him was pitch black. He tentatively spoke, but no one responded. He called out several names, but only silence answered him. Shawa's hands fumbled in the darkness. In the pitch black, he felt a sense of fear. He reached out and moved forward, but something unknown tripped him. He leaned forward, almost falling out of the cave.
Baldy.
Shawa supported himself to stand, but then he felt something nearby. He reached out and touched it. It was a person's head, without hair. Shawa remembered that he and Baldy had been walking side by side, but they were hit by a powerful enemy shell and thrown down the cliff. It seemed like he had finally found hope, and his voice was filled with joy. But he received no response. He trembled and called out again, already guessing what had happened, but he was reluctant to believe it. He stumbled and touched the bald man's nose. His body was already cold and starting to stiffen. Shawa was stunned, feeling a deep sadness spread inside him. He forcefully hit the ground with one hand and looked up at the mountaintop. But everything in front of him was still pitch black. Bald head, don't be afraid. I will take you home. Shawa struggled to carry the person, but the cave was extremely dark. He could hardly tell if it was night or day. After a long while, Shawa still couldn't carry the bald man. Every time he tried to stand, he tripped. Finally, his forehead hit the cave wall. The bald man fell off him again. Shawa slapped his own face. Useless thing, you can't even bring your brother back. He was angry and regretful. He didn't even know where he was. This dark mountain range felt like a bottomless pit, with no light in sight. How could he find the camp? Looking around, the war seemed to have ended. Before being knocked down by the shockwave, he heard Xia Yanbei's voice. If everything went as expected, Xia Yanbei should already be victorious. Huai, what is the situation outside now? He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. From his initial judgment, there was nothing here but rocks. If he didn't leave soon, aside from other dangers, he would first starve. In dark environments, people's eyes usually adapt quickly. Even if the light isn't as bright as during the day, they can still see things clearly, not in complete darkness. Shawa sat quietly, waiting. He listened to the rain hitting the stones outside. It didn't seem to be heavy rain. It sounded like droplets falling from the eaves. After a long time, he still couldn't see anything. He irritably touched his head and found a warm liquid on his face. He waved his hand in front of his eyes but saw nothing. Suddenly realizing something, he waved his hand in front of himself in disbelief.
I
am blind. His voice was hoarse, filled with unknown fear. He has no friends nearby and is unsure about the outside world. His health is also not good. Shawa struggles to stand up but finds that his legs are gradually losing feeling. Fear spreads in that moment, and he considers ending his life. Huai, I'm already useless. Even if I live, it's a waste of resources. You don't need to worry about me. He talks to himself, and his echo fills the empty cave. But since he has no suitable tools here, even ending his life is difficult. Shawa, I ask you, are you really capable? When something happens, you just want to die. Why are you so slow? Lying on the ground, Shawa waits quietly for death. Suddenly, he hears Yanbei's voice. He quickly sits up.
Yanbei?
Don't you know him? He's always pretending. He's more afraid of death than anyone. When he's acting like he's dying, he's just scaring us. In the dark, the voices of the two brothers mix. Shawa laughs softly. He knows they didn't come, it's just hallucinations from his exhaustion. But those past insults at this moment are his only motivation to keep going. It's just that I lost my legs. As long as I'm alive, I won't let others trample on my country.
I will rebuild it someday.
This was something Yan Bei said when he was injured in the hospital, and Shawa has remembered it ever since. Yan Bei, you're okay now, so I can be okay too. Feeling like he finally found a direction, Shawa calms himself and focuses. When people can't see, their hearing becomes especially sharp. He holds a hard stone in his hand and marks the rock wall nearby. Instead of waiting to die, he chooses to save himself. He knows the terrain well and roughly understands his location. The cave on this cliff is in a dead corner. If the war ends successfully and Yan Bei cleans up the battlefield, he probably won't find this place. According to the plan, Yan Bei has already taken over Pan Qingyun's stronghold, ensuring that the outside is safe. If he moves forward carefully now, with luck, he might meet someone from his team. He prepares himself mentally and finds more sharp stones to mark his path. Shawa, with his injured body, set out. Shawa's legs could only move slightly, and he had to rely on his arms to crawl forward. After the heavy rain, the air was cold, but he didn't notice. Compared to the way home, these hardships seemed minor. His clothes were torn, and the skin on his legs hurt from the friction. Fortunately, winter clothes were thick, so he wasn't directly rubbing to the flesh. But the cold outside was very intense, and he could feel it. Light was shining on him from the direction he was crawling toward. It's daytime, the sun's position. Everyone, watch carefully. After the Chinese people finish cleaning the battlefield, see if there's anything valuable left. He heard voices in the distance, but the words were not very clear. Shawa felt a surge of hope. Luck was on his side. He had just crawled out of the cave and met his fellow countrymen. He was about to speak when he heard someone say, "There's some movement over there, let's go check it out." Hearing this, Shawa's blood ran cold. It's the enemy. There were only 3 of them, and they sounded excited. The Chinese have ambushed our base. We'll take this prisoner back to exchange for General Pan. Shawa's mind suddenly went blank. Xia Yank had succeeded, just as he had imagined. But he had encountered remnants of the enemy. If they really took him to their base, life wouldn't be much better than now. He would rather die than become a prisoner of the enemy. Grinding his teeth, Shawa tried to bite his tongue to end his life, but they discovered him first. He's trying to commit suicide, stop him. Just before he bit his tongue, the shortest man quickly knocked him out. Shawa's vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. He was like fish on a chopping board with ropes. They were taking him in the opposite direction of the camp. When Xia Yank woke up that morning, he felt much better than the day before. This was the first good sleep he had in a long time. Even if his dreams were not very peaceful, at least he no longer woke up in the middle of the night or had to go on missions. Seeing him wake up, Ji Qingzhou came in carrying a basin of hot water. "You woke up just in time. The water is freshly boiled. Get up and wash your face. The meal should be ready soon." Xia Yanbei moved gently, accidentally pulling at his wound. He took a sharp breath. Ji Qingzhou set down the basin and quickly approached him. "Try to move less. Your wounds haven't fully healed yet. Be more careful with your injuries." Although her voice carried a hint of blame, she quickly checked his wounds. Fortunately, there were no major problems, and the wounds hadn't opened up. "Qingzhou, come sit over here." During this time, he had been too exhausted to even properly look at Ji Qingzhou. She seemed to be a bit thinner than before, with a slightly pale face. Ji Qingzhou sat beside him, and he gently held her hand. "This mission was really tough on you. When we get home, I will make it up to you." A strand of her hair covered her eyes, and she shook her head indifferently. "This is all I can do. It's not about being tired or not. We all go through this. I don't lack anything, and I only think that saving one person is worth it." She might not be very brave or willing to sacrifice herself, but if the country needed her, she would do her duty without hesitation. Xia Yanbei gently hugged her into his arms. He knew Ji Qingzhou was kind and understanding. But the more she acted like it was nothing, the more guilty he felt inside. Oh, by the way, Brother Shen has already changed his dressing. Your wounds are similar, so if there are more missions, you'll need to watch out for each other. Both of their wounds had stitches, and Ji Qingzhou was worried that they might neglect each other if something else happened. Xie Yanbei gently rubbed her hair. Her smooth, long hair became a little messy under his touch. Ji Qingzhou reluctantly moved away and said, I told you, did you hear me? If you get hurt again, I won't help bandage you. His smile didn't fade at all. He held her even tighter. Okay, I understand. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Ji Qingzhou suddenly seemed to remember something. She wrapped her arms around Xie Yanbei's neck, her eyes full of worry that couldn't be eased. Our enemies probably still hold many of our people. Even though the war has stopped, I have to think about the worst-case scenario, that they might harm the prisoners of war. Because she still remembered what happened to her previous life, Ji Qingzhou felt anxious inside. Their fellow countrymen shouldn't be treated so cruelly. She didn't dare to trust human nature completely, so she had to remind Xie Yanbei at this moment. Actually, we've been dealing with them all these years. We know their ways and habits very well. I'm worried that our comrades might face bad luck. Ji Qingzhou's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Even if she couldn't do much, she wanted to fulfill her duty as a citizen perfectly. Xie Yanbei looked serious. He had thought about this too, but such actions were not allowed internationally. However, the enemy country was not trustworthy. They had already signed a surrender 3 years ago. But in just a few years, they came back strong, and their leaders' intentions were clear. I also have similar concerns. I will go to see Commander Liu right away and report this. Many things Ji Qingzhou predicted accurately, and Xie Yanbei had to believe her. Soon, Shen Huai came over. He called out twice outside before Ji Qingzhou spoke, and then he entered. Brother Shen, you came just in time. I was just talking with Yan about exchanging prisoners. I don't understand all the details, and I shouldn't interfere too much. You two can discuss it together. Ji Qingzhou poured him a glass of water. Shen Huai sat down with his hands on his knees, in a very standard military posture. I came here today mainly to talk about this. Pan Qingyun is cunning and ruthless. I doubt the leaders of their side are good people. Our comrades are in great danger in their hands. I think we should send a signal to start exchanging prisoners. Pan Qingyun is influential to the enemy country. Moreover, they have a large number of prisoners, enough to exchange for our comrades. Yesterday, I already sent out a signal to exchange prisoners. We can't just wait and see.